Oscar, that's another small manufacturer, and actually Derizio, who imports Chinese cars into Italy and rebadges them, so he's very much involved in the automotive industry, and he has the rights to the name of Oscar as well.
Joachim Falk says on his crash helmet. He's got this long Spanish name with presumably his mother's family name in there, but Joachim Falk on the crash helmet makes it a little bit easier for us.
He used to drive a Brabham BT49, which was loaned to him by Bernie Ecclestone, and I remember him being on the front row of the grid at Barcelona during a Grand Prix weekend, and we saw Bernie talking to him and asked him what he said after the race. He said, "Well, you're on the front row of the grid, but why aren't you on pole?"
I did spot a car down the pit lane there, ready to come out. That's Eric Leroy and the other Gordini.
He had a penalty, I think, which is why he's in the pit lane.
Yes.
So Claudia Hertgen, green flag. So this is their final warm-up lap, and away goes Claudia Hertgen, laying down some rubber on the grid there. Excellent. So we're going to see a superb start, and here they go off the line for this final warm-up lap. So looking forward to this.
Yeah, Claudia's won some big races, endurance races, many years after that big Formula 3 accident here, and she won the Dubai 24 Hours, for instance. I think she was second in the Spa 24. She won some VLN races around the Nürburgring. Hugely experienced. So there, the harbour glinting. You see how the later cars in this group, sort of the one close to 61, are so much lower than the older ones. The profile changing, trying to cheat the air, of course, as the cars got through. Past some very expensive shops there, Bob, and then turning into Casino Square, where you noted there's been a bit of re-gardening done. Used to be flower beds just at that section you see there in front of. There's the casino.
Down the hill, past the tip top on the left, and into Mirabeau, Upper Mirabeau. Some people call it Upper Mirabeau, Supérieur, and because below it is Mirabeau Intérieur, I think they call it.
And we see that particularly this corner here, you see how the curbing is chamfered. Back 30 years ago, it was an old-fashioned square curbing, and if you hit that, you broke a wheel, and you had to be absolutely accurate. Now you can ride the curbs. It's made the circuit faster, generally.
But I remember Thierry Boutsen, who we saw yesterday, told me that he reckoned he could go, and he has a business here in Monaco, selling jets, as you do, he told me he reckoned he could go round there faster on his scooter than in a Formula 1 car.
Looking down the list, we've also got Jeffrey O'Neill from United States in a Maserati 250F, and he runs a very nice historic festival in Sonoma, California. That's the car waiting in the pit lane, and then you see the stickers on it showing it's been in this race before. I think, Bob, you said yesterday, when you come back in 2 weeks, those yachts there will be much larger.
Yeah, they will have grown.
Yeah, getting a berth for the Monaco Grand Prix is a work of art and negotiations with the harbour master, I believe.
Yeah.
So, obviously, people filtering in. It's a very early start, but we saw some packed grandstands yesterday for practice. So they will definitely be filling up in the next hour or so.
Tremendous crowd yesterday. Absolutely. Everyone told me, it's really lovely to be in Monaco for the historics because, it's so much quieter. But honestly, the grandstands were so full, that to-back grandstand. We're
looking down on the famous La Rascasse restaurant. I've never eaten there. I'm not sure if you have. But that is one of the corners that was changed. So it must have been 40 years ago, I suppose. That was just a straight hairpin. It didn't turn left and then go on a long loop right originally. And that was known as the Gasworks hairpin.
Briefly, we saw the Tech-Mech there. Here they come. This is Max Smith-Hilliard coming up to take up... Oh, no, that's Joachim Falsch-Rüthnel coming up to take up his position in the Lotus 16.
And we did just see the Ferguson briefly as well. It's a blue car in the colours of Rob Walker. And Rob Walker, famous independent entrant. He ran that car for the Ferguson Research Organisation. Sterling Moss raced it. Intriguing car because it's four-wheel drive. And, as I said, the last front-engine car ever to win a Formula One race, or international Formula One race anyway. Little Coopers going through the field. And again, Joachim Volk.
So the two Spaniards, intriguing.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, somebody's threading their way
yeah,
through.
that's Christian Dumoulin from Belgium.
And getting a bit lost, I think, as well.
Yeah.
He's not really doing that very well, is he?
He might have had a bit of a hiccup, of course, on a warm-up lap.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure he's in his right spot. In fact, I'd say he definitely isn't.
No.
He should
They
be a
may
bit further.
ignore that. It doesn't look as though he's going to reverse, and probably best not to, actually, at this stage.
No, yes. Doesn't look right back there, does it?
So there's Marina Franchitti, and below us the pole sitter, Claudia Hürtgen, ready to go. We'll keep an eye on the lights, etc. And they're hanging out a sign. It wasn't delayed start, so I think that, yes, they're going away. Is that the start?
Doesn't look like it, does it?
No, I think it's another. There's the Tech Mech there, just in the foreground. There's the Ferguson.
Extra formation lap.
Yeah,
there,
I think
on
so.
it. And Johan Surgerson, I noticed, went into the pit. And he was one of the quite competitive drivers there. Not sure what's happened to that car. We might get a report. He was in another Lotus 16. They're well known for having rather tricky gearboxes, though. So they actually called it the Queer Box. It was developed. It was developed by Lotus, and we've seen various people race Lotus 16s over the years. And they can be very, very competitive. Philip Walker, I think, in particularly, and sometimes the gearboxes do let them down. So maybe that's the problem. See a 250F Maserati there in white, which looks a bit unusual.
So there another lap, which probably means it'll be a 9-lap race rather than a 10-lap. 26 there is the Talbot Lago from the Canadian driver, Dennis Biccioni. Pale blue, of course, quite a big car. That's probably 4.5 litres because that is the unsupercharged version, or normally aspirated version. 4.5 probably, I'm saying, because there are 4 different classes here. So 46 to 55, supercharged 1500 or 4.5. Class 2, Formula 2 cars built before 53, under 2 litres. And then Class 3, Formula 1 cars, January 54 to December 60, under 2 litres or 750 supercharged. And Class 4, cars that weren't in those 1, 2, 3, but were built between 50 and 60. So... yes, if I said turbocharged, I meant supercharged, of course.
Yes.
Supercharged, mechanically boosted, rather than turbocharged, which is gas boosted, the induction.
Sometimes we forget the huge elevation changes here at Monaco, because the Principality is basically on the edge of a mountain coming down into the Mediterranean. There's steep climbs up towards the casino, and then after the casino, very steeply down again through the hairpin bends, and just a magnificent track all round, and a huge challenge, of course, and so easy to make a mistake. You talked about track limits yesterday, Bob.
Track limits, which is an expression used in modern motor racing. Well, it doesn't exist here because, except for a couple of circuits, a couple of places, the chicane, for example, and around the swimming pool. But otherwise, track limits is very, very well, what can we say, designated.
Defined, I suppose.
By barriers.
Yes.
So 18 turns squeezed into 3.337 kilometres, 2.07 miles, and we're about to have our first race, hopefully, in a few moments.
Under blue skies, just a few clouds up there, back in the Alpes Maritimes, but a beautiful day for racing.
Yeah, as we've had so far with practice on. Oh, we did see a car in the pits. Yes, it's Johan Surgerson. It doesn't look as though it's going to take any further part. There it is.
There it is.
Stationary in the pit lane. Johan Surgerson, the Midlands garage owner from Scotland originally, but in the Midlands. So I'm not awfully certain why we had that extra formation lap, but it could have been because of the Belgian driver not being in position on the grid, Dumoulin. So hopefully this time he will be in position on the grid.
Yeah, over the next few hours, we'll see the evolution of motor racing design, won't we? Here we've still got cars with wire wheels and engines in the front. I think
it's a great history lesson. Here they go, and away they go. Claudio Hurtgen leading away.
Max Hilliard.
Max Smith Hilliard stopped on the grid. I think he moved forward very briefly, but everyone's going to miss him, hopefully. And into the lead goes Claudia Hurtgen. Really good start from her.
Huge disappointment from the guy who was in third position on the grid. I wonder if he can. There's Marino with his crash helmet. I think that's the end of that. Oh, look at this. Great racing up into the Casino Square.
False Rusino in third place, being pushed hard by his compatriot Fierro Aleta, and into Spanish battle there. And the Tech Mech trying to come down the inside, going into Mirabeau. That'll be interesting. Who comes out first? They've got great respect for one another, these competitors. Spirited
racer is Tony Wood. As we said, had success in this race in the past. Won it in 18, won it in 16 as well. The Grey Lotus 16s, they won here in this category also in the past.
So Claudia Hurtgen leading them around, really doing a good job with Marina Franchitti in second place. No, it's not. It's up into second place is Joachim Fulch-Rusinol. And, of course, it's so easy to make a mistake, not only mechanically, but also in terms of driving as well, missing a braking point, missing a gear, etc., etc. So it's very easy just to lose a fraction of time and to be overtaken. But Fulch-Rusinol doing a good job there up in second place behind Claudia Hurtgen.
Absolutely cracking start from her, I think, Bob. And see if she can start to pull away.
40-30. That's Fulch-Rusinol, and then Fierro Aleta. And I think Marino must have dropped back, so they complete lap one with Claudia Hurtgen in the lead from, and it's a good lead as well, from Joachim Fulch-Rusinol, then Guillermo Fierro Aleta, Tony Wood up into fourth place, and then John Spears in sixth place. Now they've redone it and said Marino is in the lead. So
is that a penalty?
I don't know how that's worked. Maybe he's got a problem with his transponder, and that's why they didn't pick that up. But Franchitti, according to that, is in the lead. So we're not looking at first and second at the moment.
I'm sure that will unravel itself, but we know Marino's crash helmet.
Now they've changed it. Marino goes down to eighth place. So I'm sorry,
something's
confusing you, but we're confused as well.
Well, by the computer, but let's see what's actually happening on the racetrack, because that I think is more significant.
Yeah, indeed.
The Claudia's Ferrari, they built just 5 of those in 1960. And raced by the likes of Richard Ginther and William Perez, Cliff Allison and so on. Cliff Allison wrecked one of these cars here at Monaco back over, 70 years ago, or however long it was.
And look at that lead of Claudia Hurtgen after one lap with 6.4 seconds. Wow, what a start from her. Here it is. And there is Max Smith Hilliard being left behind. It was a great start from Claudia Hurtgen. She did a grand job, and thankfully Max Smith Hilliard was missed by everyone behind.
So on the road, Marino is definitely second. I've just looked out of the box window and seen Marino in second place. To Ferguson going very well, and so Marino on here is dropping on the timing. So I would suggest his transponder's packed up, and now it's righted itself. So now we've got the right order on your screen.
There he is.
Yeah.
There's Franchitti in second place. This is him coming up the hill out of Saint-Devote. And there is Fulch-Rusinol in third place. And Fulch-Rusinol really has, look at, there's the Tech Mech all over the back of Fierro Aleta. Tony Wood trying hard to get past. He's a former winner here.
Certainly is, and you can compare the original Maserati 250F with the modified Tech Mech version.
Fulch-Rusinol in number 40 in the Little Lotus. nicely colour-coded in this sort of era of racing. The red cars are Italian, the green cars are British.
Yeah. Marino hasn't had the career of his brother, but he's had a good career. One of his best victories, Sebring 12 Hours, driving for Chip Ganassi, famous team. And I love his crash helmet, Bob. It shows that he's Scottish, but with the tricolour of Italy going through it, showing the heritage of the family, of course.
And Thomas Schlereth in the Ferguson in 8th place, so he's doing pretty well. As I say, he's the new owner of that car from Australia.
And he's been coached by Stuart Hall, who put in the fastest lap of all in this meeting in qualifying. So obviously Stuart's taught him quite a bit. I think he has a German heritage, for sure. He's shown as Australian nationality, but he's definitely of German heritage. I spoke to him on Friday, and he's delighted with the car. Car hasn't raced much, Bob, for a long time, and it's great that somebody's bought it recently and is now racing it and racing it well.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very good stuff from him, coming through up into 8th place. Well, actually, he's benefited from a couple of retirements, hasn't he? Mark Shaw not starting in the Scarab, and Max Smith-Hilliard, same thing. He failed to get away as well. So there is the Tech Mech. Tony Wood still worrying Fiero Aleta. That's in your picture at the moment as they go up the hill out of San Divot. And just ahead of them is number 40, False Roussillon. So Spaniards in 3rd and 4th at the moment. Tony Wood trying to establish the Tech Mech and push it to the front.
Yeah, the Tech Mech only raced in one Grand Prix, the US Grand Prix in 1959 with actually a Brazilian driver called Fritz de Ore. Just did that one race. It's just a bit too late, really. It was a good idea, I think you'd say. But by then, the rear-engine cars, the Coopers in particular, were coming in, and the Lotuses and Ferrari, of course, switched also to rear-engine.
6 years ago, Tony Wood won here ahead of False Roussillon was in 3rd, the Scarab was in 4th, and Fiero later in 5th, and Smith-Hilliard in 6th. So you can see all these people have been racing against one another for quite some time, and Tony Wood also won in 2016 ahead of the Scarab, which was in 2nd place of Michael Gans at that time.
Yeah, that Franchitti's transponder is still playing up, so now he's shown us drop to 12th, but that's not the real case. I'm sure they'll sort that out in a little while. But no, great to see the Ferguson race. As I said, I saw it in period win the Gold Cup at Alton Park. I was taken there for a birthday. Round past the swimming pool. This circuit, Bob, I mean, you've been here so many times, has changed a little bit. That's one section isn't as it was when these cars raced in period. Most of it is.
Yeah. There's the Tech Mech again, just keeping an eye on that, very distinctive. And what a battle this is over 3rd place for False Roussillon, who's just holding on there, and they're threading their way through back markers. Traffic really is a problem around here, but these are cars that are a lot narrower than modern Formula cars, of course, so therefore we've seen them actually 3 abreast going down the hill into Mirabeau.
There's Marino, that characteristic crash helmet of his. He definitely is 2nd on the road, and a timing screen has corrected itself again.
So Marino, 9.9 seconds, nearly 10 seconds behind Claudio Hurtgen, who is absolutely running away with this.
9-lap race, Bob, but it did reduce it by 1, and we're just about halfway through now.
It's all happening down the hill.
Yeah, it is. There's a Tech Mech getting stuck. You see its lower profile. And the Lotus in the typical Colin Chapman colours, green and yellow. And, well, having trouble with the 8 car, that's Paul Grant. Paul Grant sounds very British. He's Belgian. But
well, I think he operates in Belgium and probably has operated in Belgium for a long time.
No, he is Belgian.
Okay.
His father wasn't, so they gave him an English name.
So he operates just outside Brussels, selling Grand Prix cars, some Formula 1 classic cars, classic racing cars.
Yeah, I had a chat with him on Friday, a thoroughly nice chap. And anyway, he's got problems. But Claudio Hurtgen pulled 10 seconds away from Marino in the car that's owned by Marino's father-in-law, Nick Mason, famous drummer, of course. And great enthusiast, raced at Le Mans, has Nick. Well, most of the family have raced, haven't they?
Yeah, yes. with varying amounts of success. But yeah, as you say.
I hope he doesn't put another hole in the Armco hole in the wall.
Nick's two daughters have both raced. His wife has raced as well. And Nick, of course, has raced himself, has been a long time collector of cars. And his fellow bandmate, Dave Gilmore, is also a collector of racing cars.
Yeah, he had a BRM P25, didn't he, at one stage? Dave Gilmore.
Here's the Tech-Mech side by side up the hill, really trying to get past Piero later, and that battle is still continuing. Boy, are they having fun out there, those two.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Sliding it through there. Do you think he'll find a way? Now, this is another possible overtaking situation across the zebra crossing.
I'm sure Tony would echo if I said, I'd love to see this happening all over again. I hope if only they could have another race a bit later on today and do it all over again.
Piero Aletta is defending very well, though.
Yeah,
and
well-placed car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Showing he's got quite a lot of experience and absolutely just holding on. And Tony Wood must be so frustrated. Overtaking a slower Lotus there. Now, that wasn't false Roussillon. No, it wasn't. He's still there.
No. So we got Ferrari, Maserati, Lotus.
Yeah. So the battle really still is false Roussillon just managing to maintain a gap to his compatriot. So just holding on to that third place. False Roussillon, in the Lotus as they come up to the swimming pool.
And a very good run by John Spires in his 250F Maserati. British entrepreneur. Last weekend he was racing a TVR at Donington Park. This weekend he's racing his Maserati here at Monaco. What a contrast.
Look at Tony Wood, absolutely all over the back of the 250F. And giving us a great comparison between the two cars. And they're followed all the way, as you say, by John Spears right behind him. And now, false Roussillon, did he make a mistake? Oh, no, that's the Cooper Bristol going up the hill, isn't it?
Yep.
So they've got past that quite easily. And that's Marino Franchitti. And look at this traffic. You can see exactly. You've only got to have one or two slower cars. Yep. Whoa.
And Claudia Hurtgen going quicker and quicker, just gone purple in the first sector. So she is really flying around here.
Tremendous stuff. She's now got a lead of 13 seconds over Marino Franchitti. Well, not many people can say that.
No, well, right from the start of this meeting, this first race, showing the brilliant racing you can get from Historics.
And there is Piero Aletta getting ahead of false Roussillon.
Yeah, that was a good move, wasn't it? Down
into Mirabeau.
Into the Mirabeau corner. Now through the tunnel, which again has changed its shape over the years. Used to be a more traditional rounded edge tunnel, if you will, but very modern with a hotel on top of it now. Another back marker has to keep it out of the way.
There'll be some interesting Spanish words after this with false Roussillon now demoted to fourth place in the Lotus, and Piero Aletta promoted in the Maserati 250F. And Tony Wood is still there, but not quite as close as he was.
Lotus 16 trying to have a little look, but no way through there. Past another row of shops and down into the Rascas corner. And accelerating out of there. Sort of a two-part corner, isn't it? It's got sort of double apex corner. And a Lotus 16 really sliding at our camera.
Beautiful stuff. And beginning to be challenged. I wonder if he's just got a little bit of a problem. He's being challenged, but he's coming back at his compatriot at Piero Aletta is false Roussillon in the Lotus, but he is under pressure from Tony Wood as well. The Gordini there being shown the blue flag for a blue car. 34 there is John Spears.
And that little blue Gordini, I think that's the one that started from the pit lane. That's already a lap down. And another Spaniard, Burgos Sainz de Baramba, just keeping out of the way. He's down in 21st position. He's just been lapped now.
So Claudia Hurtgen still out in the lead. Not to confuse the red cars there. There was a slower back marker. But Claudia Hurtgen doing a grand job. Absolutely what is required for Methuselah Racing.
These people come from all sorts of different backgrounds of cars in competition history. We're talking about Paul Grant a few moments ago. Paul started his competition career in a little daft Variomatic rally car. Yeah, if you remember those, all the belts whirring round.
Well, of course, they also powered Formula 3 cars as well.
They did checkered flag Formula 3 cars.
Exactly.
Tony Hagborn and Mike Beckwith, I think the drivers loved them, actually. They were strange because the engine note just stayed the same. And Williams Formula 1 tried a similar system, many years ago, and I was privileged to film it. And then I think it was banned before it ever got to the official racetrack. But, there we are, Hurtgen in this beautiful Ferrari owned by Alex Birkenstock and run by Methuselah Racing. Just doing an outstanding job here.
8 laps completed by her. So 1 lap. She's on her last lap. Marina Franchitti goes through 14.5 seconds behind Hurtgen, and then Fiero Aleta 3.5 seconds back in 3rd place. Tony Wood is in 4th. Spears is in 5th. Falch Roussillon has got a problem because he's dropped back.
Oh, and it's facing the wrong way.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So Falch Roussillon, yes, facing the wrong way up the hill, and that is a problem for. Or is that at Tabac? Yes, it's out. I think it's through Tabac, isn't it? Yes. It's after the swimming pool. Quite an interesting place because he's some way after the corner.
Fortune is off the line, isn't he?
Yeah.
But how can he turn that round? I think that might bring out a full course. The safety car.
Well, they're on the last lap.
Yeah, so, yes. He's just sitting there hoping that somebody's going to climb out of it.
Yeah.
So he'll be disappointed.
It's not a full course yellow yet. So their speeds are not regulated yet.
No, I still see a green light flashing there.
Yeah,
so,
well, that's just after the incident.
Yeah,
so here is Claudia Hurtgen coming through Rascasse, heading towards Virage Noguez. That's the last corner. Should be the checkered flag for her here. Okay.
Well, we didn't see a checkered flag. No, it's the end of the 8th lap, wasn't it?
Well, 9 laps completed.
Yes.
According to our screens.
Indeed, yes.
The Oscar has been abandoned on the way up the hill out of Saint-Devote. But Claudia Hurtgen, yellow flag there, now a green flag. So 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go, organisation.
Okay.
So.
Keep going, girl, because so many times, there's been problems.
And people back off.
Yeah, exactly.
They lost the race before she got 20-second lead, though.
Or you get a penalty for doing an extra lap, like Dorian Pin did in Jeddah earlier on this year.
Yeah, talking about another highly talented but now current female racing driver.
Yeah.
I think she's a real deal, isn't she?
Yeah, I think so. So Claudia Hurtgen in the tunnel. We thought that was the last lap. It'll be interesting to see how they signal it.
Yeah,
10 laps out of 9.
Yes. So, well, terrific, great racing, wasn't it, between Fiero Aleta and Wood.
But Tony Wood has made it up into 3rd place, and so great stuff there. John Spears perhaps getting past Fiero Aleta on this last lap. We'll have to keep an eye on that. We're keeping an eye on the leader at the moment, Claudia Hurtgen, as she comes up behind number 50. That's Jeffrey O'Neill in his Maserati 250F. They're all a little bit different, these 250Fs, because they're...
They built them over a period of years, didn't they? So the car was evolving. And, well, look at this.
Great stuff. She overtakes and didn't overtake under the yellow flag.
Now we must see the checkered flag out now. And there it goes. And she makes it 2nd consecutive victory in this A2 front-engine Grand Prix category cars built before 1961. And there's Marino. He crossed the line. He'll be delighted with that. He's told me that he's getting more and more used to this 250F. He has raced it quite a lot in the UK, but here, you know, a daunting experience. What do you tell your father-in-law if you crash a thing that's worth over £1 million, I suppose?
In third place, Tony Wood in the Tech Mech, so well done to him. Just ahead of Guillermo Fierro Aleta in fourth place. John Spears fifth, Stefan de Groot in fifth place. And then Thomas Schlereth in his new acquisition should go through in seventh. But what a race, great fun.
Certainly was. And beautiful sounds too from this.
Spectacular stuff. These drivers.
I love the blister on the front of that Ferrari, and if you can just see it there, and you can just see the top of the carburetor intakes. It's great to see bits of mechanics. It's quite iconic, that. There she is, look. She's happy with a black crash helmet.
We'll see her again later on today, and but what a start to the day for her. Claudia Hurtgen, well done.
There is a possibility we might get an interview with her. We might be able to dive into the French feed for that. We'll find out in a few minutes. But Hurtgen, Franchitti, Wood, that was the top three. But terrific battle between Wood and Fierro Aleta. He just didn't give up, Tony Wood, did he? Lap after lap, he couldn't find a way past. Finally, he did it.
Yeah, he was there all the time, wasn't he? And that's what you have with these cars. That's exactly what you have to do.
Yeah.
You have to be there to exploit any slight mistake of your adversary. And if he makes a mistake, you take the chance. You have to. That's the way you get past.
One of the great things about cars of this era is the braking distance is so much longer than they are currently. So the window of opportunity for outbraking somebody is increased. So there's more chance of overtaking under the brakes. Well, there's Claudia waving to the fans. Early start here, of course, at Monaco. But we'll be cracking through the 8 races, Bob.
Well, it may be an early start wherever you're watching in the world. You're very welcome.
Yes.
Now, these first 3, I suspect, will come up onto the grid, or will they go into the pit lane? We'll see in a moment.
That little scoop, of course, channels air down into the carburetors.
There is the abandoned car.
Still
number
pointing.
40, yeah.
It's still pointing in the wrong direction.
Of Joachim Folsch-Roussenol in the Lotus 16.
So the Spanish. You say he's a paint magnet, Bob?
Yeah. Yeah. Marshall's signalling the first 3 to go through onto the start finishing line to go onto the podium. Here it is: Hurtgen, Franchitti, Wood. Fierro Aleta just misses out, and then John Spears in 5th, Stefan de Groot in 6th, then Schlereth, Brad Baker from Canada, Guy Plant in 9th place.
Bob, he won his class, didn't he? I think Guy Plant.
And then 10th, Jeffrey O'Neill, signalled from the USA. That's those who have completed the race. And now perhaps we will be hearing from Claudia Hurtgen. And
there's Marino, look. Claudia's been racing. I mean, she won a race here 24 years ago. So
unbelievable, isn't it? 24 years ago.
There she is. And the German team who runs that car so successfully. They're the 2 great makes of Italy, Maserati and Ferrari, who race so much in the history. And we are hoping to get that interview pretty soon. I see the cameraman down there. Claudia embracing the team, and now she's been led out to get that black crash helmet off. The crash helmet comes off, and there she is. Smile on her face. the victory garland, which I thought she was going to put it on Marino's shoulder.
So
There's Tony Wood. Look, Tony happy with his third after a cracking race. So first win of the day.
Here is our interviewer.
Excellent. A good interview from Claudia Hurtgen.
Yes, well done. Very nice to hear from her. There's Marino Franchitti. There are the cars. The lovely Ferrari Dino.
Yeah, just Dino, because the late son of Enzo Ferrari, who died early. And the car's named after him, racetracks named after Dino Ferrari as well.
We have a podium ceremony as well. Well, isn't that great to have a lady winner to start the day? And really did a fantastic job. Marino Franchitti there, and obviously Tony Wood as well. Marino will be very happy, as you said, with that second place, although the gap, 15.4 seconds.
Yeah, but one of his best results in that car. I think he's been racing now for about 5 years, off and on, but not very regularly. Marino with his shaved head, and of course his brother Darrow's got a fine head of hair, hasn't he? But
yeah.
I remember Marino racing back in Formula Ford years ago, and a lot to live up to your older brother. And a nice traditional laurel garland. And
yes, not a wreath. A wreath is for dead people.
Exactly, and so many people get that wrong. A garland.
Yeah, a garland, that's it.
And that will hang on the wall of the Methuselah Racing organisation, I'm sure, in a couple of days' time, and they've got all the kit back to Germany. Just a phenomenal driver, Claudia Hurtgen. I just wonder what would have happened if she hadn't had that huge Formula 3 crash. Huge talent. Tony Wood trying to get the crowd to cheer. Proudly wearing the badge of the British Racing Drivers Club. And great historian is both Marino and Darrow know a lot about the history of motor racing. Little jump from Claudia. And a very nice trophy is handed over. And I'm sure that will take pride of place in the trophy cabinet back in Aachen.
Yeah, nice trophy, isn't it?
Yeah,
superb.
They always do things properly at Monaco.
No expense spared.
But a rather different sort of trophy there for a second trophy. sort of cartoon character wearing a 1950s crash helmet. So he can park that one next to his Sebring 12-hour winning trophy.
Well done.
Also remember him racing at Le Mans in the Delta Wing.
Yes, yeah. And Tony Wood in third place gets his trophy as well. And now the national anthem of Germany.
So the champagne did not spray there, keeping that for later. But coming up in about 20 minutes' time, Bob Constanturis will be the next race. We're going to move on in history a little bit because coming up will be a race for the Series B cars. And
I think it's Series 1A, actually.
oh, is it A1? Yes,
Yeah.
it is A1 next. Yes,
Yeah.
they have moved it around a little bit. So A1.
So that's the earlier cars.
Yes, we're going to go back in time now.
Yeah.
Seems a bit counterintuitive, but that's what we're going to do.
Bugattis, ERAs, cars that are perhaps, well, certainly the Bugatti is 100 years old. So
Yeah.
we'll look forward to seeing that in a few moments' time. A champagne breakfast, meanwhile, for our first three.
Oh, look, how civilised, drinking out of that.
Special glasses as well. I'd love to take one of those home. I'd even drink champagne.
Well, you said champagne so many times, Bob, at Grand Prix over the years. You're famous for it, of course, but you don't get to say that anymore.
No, it's bubbles these days.
Bubbles.
Bollicine.
Bollicine.
Yeah, because it's not champagne that is sprayed on the.
Is it a sort of champagne recipe with the 3 regular grapes, or is it more a sort of spumante?
It's more a spumante, a sparkling wine, should we say?
Yes.
Great stuff. So we'll take a little break now and come back to you with A1 cars. That's cars from before the war and also voiturettes. So, as I say, we'll see Bugattis, we'll see ERAs, Maseratis, and an Alfa Romeo as well. So the highlights of our first race here in Monaco, the front-engine Grand Prix cars built before 1961. And this was the grid with Claudia Hürtgen on pole position from Marino Franchitti. And what a start she made, Claudia Hürtgen. Left on the grid was Max Smith-Hilliard in the Lotus 16. But at the front, the two red cars, Ferrari ahead of Maserati.
Yeah. Marino Franchitti slotting into second place. Sadly, that Lotus 16 failing, but there was other similar models right in there with Guillermo Fierro Eletta. There is the car being pushed away. Some early action up into the Casino Square, but Claudia Hürtgen just in a different zone, really, to the others.
With Marino Franchitti in second place, and really the battle was all over third.
Certainly was, and there was tremendous racing for third place. Tony Wood, who's had success in this race in the Tech-Mech, the modified Maserati 250F, going very well indeed and trying to find a way past. We also had John Spears moving up, and also had the Ferguson P99 racing for the first time for many years, and looking really smart. The one-off four-wheel drive car raced in period by Sterling Moss. There is the Tech-Mech going around the La Rascasse hairpin.
And in fact, we had the two Spaniards, Fierro Eletta in his Maserati, and Fos Roussillon in the Lotus 16. So two Spaniards amongst that mix with Tony Wood as well, and John Spears, and that number 40. That was the Fos Roussillon Lotus.
And soon, Bob, they were having to lap quite a lot of back markers, weren't they? And that made it even harder work. But Claudia Hürtgen in the little Ferrari Dino 246 going superbly. There's that big battle.
Fierro later against his compatriot Fos Roussillon.
Yeah, I expect they've raced each other a lot in the past, but really entertaining scrap for a third place.
Watched all the way by the Tech-Mech of Tony Wood. But heading for the checkered flag all the way was Claudia Hürtgen. There was just no doubt about it in the Ferrari. And then Fos Roussillon had this spin, which meant the car was abandoned just before Rascasse. And so he was out of third place. Yeah, heading for the checkered flag was our winner, Claudia Hürtgen.
And Claudia Hürtgen making it 2 wins out of 2 in this A2 category, which started the weekend in grand style.
With the Marino Franchitti in second place, and in third, Tony Wood in the Tech-Mech.
So cars winding their way onto the track now. This pre-war Grand Prix cars and Voiturettes, and we will have the British ERAs in it. 14th running of this Grand Prix Historique here at the wonderful Monaco Street Circuit. And we're rolling the clock back, Bob Constantiouris, now.
Yes, not just in it, the ERAs, but on the front row,
yes.
both of them. Both of them having been owned by Podium, but the second car now owned by Brad Baker, and both prepared, in fact, by the same preparation company. So the two ERAs, R5B, which is the famous Remus, or is it Romulus?
I think it's Remus.
It's Remus.
And owned by Prince Bira of Thailand, or Siam as it was in those days.
Owned by Prince Chula, but driven by Bira.
Given to him as a 21st birthday present.
As you do.
And he had 3 ERAs at different stages, Prince Bira, and a fine racing driver he was. So Dowling has won this race in the past, in 2018. The main contenders from race 2 years ago, last time they ran, are not in the race. Patrick Blakeney Edwards in the Fraser Nash should have been in the race, but I think they dropped a valve, tried to repair it, ran in qualification, it stopped on the opening lap, so that's a huge disappointment, and PBE officially scratched. So he was third 3 years ago, and in 21 he was leading, and then the car had fuel vaporization problems, if I remember correctly. So not a happy hunting ground for him. But Dowling, Irish, I think he's based in America, isn't he? Paddins Dowling. Back in 14 he was second here. But he's definitely going to be the class of the field here. And also in third place you'll see Michael Birch. Races all over the world, really, in various different historic cars, including a lovely Talbot.
Yeah, just to go back to Paddins Dowling, he was a close second in 2012 and also in 2014 as well.
Yes.
But then won it in 2018 in the 5B, ERA 5B, which is the car he will be racing this time. But he had R10B, which is now sold to Brad Baker, the Canadian driver, who will be racing it today. They will be on the front row of the grid. 17 of these R-type ERAs were built. And, of course, Raymond May is very much involved. In fact, they finished first, second and third here in 1936, led by Bira's R2B, Romulus, ahead of Marcel Lehoux and Nicky Embaricos in their private cars, beating the might of Maserati in what was the Rainier Cup in 1936. So you were here, Andrew.
I was, yes. This race is named after Louis Chiron, a former winner in period of the Monaco Grand Prix. But Bob, we noticed that's another very disappointing non-starter, obviously some mechanical failure from the Alfa Romeo.
Yes, the Alfa Romeo of Fritz Burkhardt, who has the Pearl collection of cars in Switzerland. He had this extraordinary Alfa Romeo 8C Monza from 1933, delivered new to Scuderia Ferrari for Tazio Nuvolari, but sadly it's blown a head gasket, so unfortunately won't be starting from 7th on the grid in this race. But we have got Bugattis, and the Bugatti was launched exactly 100 years ago. Amazing to think that Bugattis are racing this weekend, particularly the car of François Fouquet-Hattevillin. And he starts 8th on the grid, or 7th on the grid without the Alfa Romeo. And that car was built in 1925, so it's 99 years old, and here it is still being raced. You would have thought just to put it out of its misery and allow it to retire gracefully, but no, it's being raced. Number 18 there.
Another similar Bugatti, unusual colour in white. That car, the 18 machine of Staps.
So fantastic cars. The MG there, number 4. And that is John Gillett from Australia in the MGK3 Magnet 1934, one of the Voiturette cars under 1500cc.
I think that might be another car that Prince Bira raced. He didn't only race ERAs, he had 3 of them. The third one was called Hanuman. Well, look at the engine there from the Bugatti. Lovely to see that, just lifted the bonnet. And we did see a quick shot of Martin Halusa down there, who's racing his. He's the founder of Apex Partners. Both his sons are racing this weekend as well.
Yes, it's a name you'll hear quite a lot of. Austrian by birth, but lived in Britain for quite a long time, Martin Halusa.
Yeah, I think he's based down in here at Monaco, why not? So Dowling versus Baker, we think, in this, with the ERAs, English Racing Autos, founded by Humphrey Cook, Raymond Mays and Peter Burton in November 1933 in the little town of Bourne in Lincolnshire, where, of course, BRM were based for many years, and subsequently, of course, now the great preparation company, Hall and Hall, are still up in that town. So great motor racing history there.
I thought Hall and Hall seemed to be based in our breakfast room this morning.
Well, in fact, most of the mechanics were. Not sure what. I think they were hoping for a full English, but they got a croissant.
That's about it, yes. Lincolnshire boys probably do.
Well, Lincolnshire sausages, of course.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, there's Padding's Dowling. And looking very focused, looking down into the cockpit. Old-fashioned goggles.
Yeah, good old-fashioned goggles there, Padding's Dowling.
And you see some stickers, yellow stickers on in front of the cockpit. Bob, I don't know if you noticed the shape of a cockpit. That signifies that they're exempt from wearing a hands device.
Uh-huh.
Quite a lot of stickers. So those round stickers, that they are basically the scrutineering tickets from this meeting over the years. Here is race control. Quite a brains trust there. We believe the famous Belgian rally and race driver Marc Dues is part of that team.
And he's also assisted, I think, by Olivier Beretta, who is a former Formula One driver from Monaco. So, local boy. 72 there is Mark Winter, a pseudonym for a German driver in the Maserati 6CM.
Quite a lot of German businessmen tend to do that. I think there's more German. If you look at the entry list for the Nürburgring 24 hours, you'll see about 20 different names, some of them quite peculiar. And there was a famous German racing driver who won Le Mans called, allegedly, John Winter, but his name was Louis Craggers. And he moved to America and met a sorry end, actually.
Very nearly killed me once at the Nürburgring.
Did he?
Yeah, he was one side of the Armco, about 6 inches away from it, and I was the other side, 6 inches away from it. And he was off the circuit, being lapped by Bob Wallach at the time, his teammate, and in a Porsche 935. And he wasn't on the circuit, and he probably wasn't in control either, but we both got away with it. 72.
The Maserati, its famous badge on the front with the tridents. Sometimes you see a big trident, particularly the 250F Maseratis in the radiator aero.
Now, you were talking yesterday about the colours. There is the pole winner in the colours of Siam.
Yes, the blue and yellow Siam. Back in the day, there still are national racing colours, and obviously green for Britain, red for Italy, white with the blue stripes for United States, blue, of course, for France. It couldn't be anything else. Yellow for Belgium, dark green and gold for Australia, and so on. I think there still is a list in existence. You can find it on the internet. But back in the day, these cars were painted those colours, and of course, it's the colour of the entrant, I think, rather than the manufacturer.
Yes, they're all not exactly on their grid positions because, of course, they're elderly people and they need a push start. So that's exactly what they're all getting, and then they come up onto their grid positions once they've been push started, once they've got those engines up, running and firing.
Now, we have to say that this race, it'll be a surprise if Dowling doesn't dominate it. Because he is very quick in this CRA and he knows it well. There's the car now being rolled back. But this is motor racing, you never know.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with these elderly cars as well. They will move around wonderfully on this circuit as well. And 15 seconds to go before they set off on their final parade lap, or formation lap, if you like. And elderly cars, of course, tend to fail. We forget just how unreliable they were, perhaps. And away they go on this final formation lap. Have they all got away? I hope so. As I say, we're missing the Alfa Romeo, sadly, of Fritz Burghardt. But I think everyone's got away. So let's hope so. And through Saint-Devote, up the hill.
And really, in TV pictures, doesn't show you how steep the climb is up there. And you know, when you walk up the side there, you're going to be a puff at the end. Well, old blokes like us do anyway.
Past Rosie's Bar,
Yeah.
or where Rosie's Bar used to be. Of course, that's Rosie, of course, ran the bar on the left-hand side of the go up the hill, where Graham Hill used to celebrate his many victories, 5 victories here. And then through Massenet, the left-hander, into Casino Square, now denuded of its gardens on the left-hand side of your picture now. And I don't know what's happened to those, but hopefully they'll be restored. And then through Casino Square, then down the hill to Mirabeau, the right-hander at the bottom of the hill there, past the tip-top bar on the left. Never been there, of course. We'll talk about that later on. Then through the hairpin, it was the station hairpin.
And it is really very tight round there, isn't it? Yeah.
In fact, modern Formula cars have to have special steering racks to get through there. And then the right-hander at Portier, the previous right-hander, sometimes called Mirabeau Antérieur, je crois. And then the right-hander at Portier, and then into the tunnel.
And, of course, big change of light as you go. Eyes have to adjust as you go through. It's much brighter than the old tunnel was. But still, a bit of a shock as you dive into there, I'm sure, on this formation lap.
And then out of the tunnel, hard on the brakes for the chicane. It wasn't always there, of course, that chicane. And there's a bit of a bump there as well to unsettle the cars. Through the chicane, right, and then left-hander. And then the blast past the boats, all of which have to pull out from the quay there for safety's sake, both this weekend and in 2 weeks' time as well, into Tabac, the left-hander.
Yeah, in past years, 2 Grand Prix drivers have finished in that harbour. Managed to swim strongly to the shore. Paul Hawkins, a great Australian, of course, splashed down there. But now there's yachts in the way, so it changed the trace of that. There's the swimming pool.
And, of course, Tabac featured in the 1950 race because there was a wave broke over the sea wall and deposited a lot of water onto the track at Tabac. And the first, I think they lost something like half the field, crashed on that wet track in 1950.
So much history here, isn't there? Everywhere you turn.
Water everywhere.
Yeah. Then down through the Marascas, which is the name of the restaurant there. Hairpin. Again, the trace of that has changed over the years. It's a more complicated corner now. It's a straight hairpin.
Through the Nogues right-hander, which is named after the founder of the circuit, Anthony Nogues. And then onto the pit straight, which is not really a straight, slight right-hander.
That hairpin, back in the old days, the great Sir Zak Brown, and we'll see some Brabham cars later, he actually crashed there on the last lap when he was in the lead. Into the straw bales. Don't see many straw bales around here now, but let's concentrate on the start of this one. Dowling there, just pumping up the fuel pressure.
On come the lights, out go the lights, and away they go. And it's Paddins Dowling into the lead, but Brad Baker keeping him honest in second place. Those 2 ERAs, first and second, as they go into Saint-Devote.
Was it Michael Birch a bit slow away? Somebody faltered there. Up the hill they go, and Dowling from Baker in the black ERA. And then I think Michael Birch is there in third place. It wasn't him then. That
I think it's
faltered.
Jonathan Bailey.
Yeah, I think you're right, yes.
Up into third place, and then it's Michael Birch.
Then
so you were right.
Michael has got the Ruben Sparachello tribute crash helmet. Can't miss that. Down the hill on the brakes.
And
there's Birch.
Yeah, he's already up into third.
Yeah. Michael's got a super string of cars. He was racing last weekend at Donington Park as well. So many historic meetings these days.
And the first of the Bugattis is the yellow car. That's, I think, Mark Winter. Yes, Mark Winter, followed by Martin Halusa. So pretty much grid order at the moment, having been restored by Michael Birch getting up into third place. But,
definitely
Brad Baker.
Yeah.
Brad Baker under pressure.
From Birch.
Yeah. Michael Birch, as you were saying earlier on this weekend, very competitive around here.
He likes these sort of cars. Probably his favourite is the Talbot. He races at the Le Mans Classic. The Le Mans Classic is every other year from Monaco, so they don't clash. And that's a big meeting, but that's all sports cars. This is all about Formula One with a little bit of sports cars. We'll see those later.
So here they come up towards the completion of lap one, but this is the battle over second place. This is Brad Baker being pushed hard by Michael Birch. They go through Noguez onto the pit straight. Already, Paddins Dowling has gone through. Paddins Dowling in the lead from Baker in second place. 4.5 seconds, the gap between Dowling and Baker. And then Michael Birch being pushed hard, or pushing hard, behind Brad Baker.
That's an absolutely cracking first lap, isn't it? We see a replay of the start.
Mark Winter in fourth place, Jonathan Bailey in fifth, and Martin Halusa in sixth. And then a little bit of a gap before Ralph Emmerling, the French driver in the Riley Brooklands from 1928.
Yeah, it was Birch that made that slowish start.
But he's fairly quickly re-established himself, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He's going to challenge Baker, I would think, in the next lap or two. Mark Winter in fourth. Bailey, Halusa. We're talking about that Siam colour scheme. They did have some different iterations of that. They had a yellow stripe at one time. They moved the Siam, the Thailand flag around different positions. And for me, it made a complete article for the British Racing Drivers Club Bulletin a few months ago. Plenty of stuff you can research on that. But there was Prince Chula, who was sort of the mentor and looked after Prince Bera, wrote two great books about their racing exploits, and I would recommend them if you love motor racing history.
Now that's Birch up into second place. He's got ahead of Brad Baker, but Brad Baker certainly is sticking to the back of him. And so Birch, excellent. I'm not certain where that happened, but it's possibly Portier somewhere around there has got ahead of the Canadian. So Michael Birch.
Now I wonder if it can make any impact on Dowling. Dowling pulling away further.
Well, the gap is 5.7 seconds between the two. So I think actually Michael Birch must have made that move earlier. But there they are after 2 laps. Birch ahead of Baker. Mark Winter will be in fourth place, I think. So Paddins Dowling, 2 laps completed now by these cars. And Birch beginning just to ease away a little bit from Brad Baker. Brad Baker used to much quicker cars. He's had much quicker Formula One, more contemporary Formula One cars as the Canadian driver, but he's certainly hanging on to Michael Birch. He's not letting him get away. Paddins Dowling may be pulling away, but Michael Birch being kept very honest by the Canadian.
A nice little scrap between the 2 cars.
Stats is up into 7th place ahead of Ralph Emmerling in 8th. Stefano Rosina, the shipping expert, in 9th place, and then Fouquier Edvelin in 10th place.
This is the traditional ERA that we're seeing in Dowling, the traditional shape. They did later bring a more rounded and streamlined version called the G model, didn't they?
GP.
Yeah, GP. I think they made 2 or 3 of those. And they were never really that successful. Great noise, of course, from the ERAs. Once described as like the sound of ripping calico. As we said yesterday, calico, I've never heard it being ripped, but I suppose we know what it's like.
I've never worn it, so no one's ever tried to rip it off me.
Quite sure what it is even, but obviously some special kind of cloth which is difficult to tear asunder. I'll probably wear also, yes. So just looking at Dowling's lap now, and I probably knows the situation, but now Michael Birch is doing almost exactly the same lap time.
Yeah, look at this. It really is a titanic battle, isn't it?
But Birch needs to do that because he's under a lot of pressure, of course, from Baker. There's the Canadian using his experience, as you said, bobbing lots of different cars.
Charging up the hill, and the gap between the two, Dowling and Birch, came down a little bit on that last lap by just under a second. So they are catching with this great battle going on for second place. Paddins Dowling has got to keep his eye on that gap. He's got a nice, comfortable lead, but it's not that comfortable. He goes a little bit wide there as well on the descent to Mirabeau, and missed his braking just a little bit. So the gap may have come down even more. There it is, the leader going through the hairpin and then into the corner before Portier. And still, Brad Baker keeping the pressure all the time on Michael Birch. Michael Birch, perhaps, I wonder if he's... Oh, Brad Baker pulling alongside in the tunnel, looking to get past. It's very, very close. What about under-braking here for the chicane? Not close enough, perhaps.
Birch in the Maserati 4CM, 4 being for the 4 cylinders. And this car, used by the Maserati factory back in 1936. And then the various Italian drivers raced it. I mean, when you look at the front of them, it's not dissimilar to the ERAs. They're quite similar looking cars, in a way. Michael still under pressure. What about down at the swimming pool? No room there. And then down into Raskas, and Michael may have just inched out a little bit more. The gap has actually come down to under 5 seconds now between him and Dowling. So this is far from all over. Just another 10-lap race. We're just in 3 laps in. And now he's almost side by side, but Birch closes him off.
It's gone back up by half a second between Dowling and Birch.
Yeah, well, I suppose Birch defending and taking slightly different lines. And what about up the hill there?
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, just pure on power.
Yeah.
That was just done on power, wasn't it?
So Baker up into second place and now ahead of Birch, but Birch will be fighting back still. This is further back. Number 2 there is Ralph Emmerling in the MG. And Bugattis as well, various iterations of Bugattis, 35B, which is the powerful one, 35C, 37, using the same chassis as the 35, and a 3744 and a 51 as well. So lots of various iterations of Bugattis.
But the 35B was the car which won the very first Monaco Grand Prix, driven by the English driver William Grover Williams. An intriguing character, a sort of upmarket chauffeur turned spy, and a brilliant book by Joe Saywood about that driver and that period in time.
Yeah, telling the story.
There's the replay, just purely done on power. So just a little 4-cylinder engine, of course, in the Birch car. But Baker now actually fastest first sector.
Yeah,
of the race
completed, and the gap has come down to 4.7 seconds.
Yeah.
It's come down again, so it's very elastic, that gap between Dowling and the car he used to own, Brad Baker, in the second of the ERAs.
Little Riley in front of those 2 Bugattis. Just so iconic, the shape of that Bugatti radiator. The
car launched at the French Grand Prix. The 35 launched at the French Grand Prix at Lyon. in 1924. 1924, 100 years ago.
Well, of course, you can strap some mudguards on these cars and drive them on the road, as people do. I remember doing a classic car rally years ago in Angoulême, and there was about 20 of them. And at the lunch halt, they lined them all up, and it looked fantastic. So the gap down now, as Bob is pointing to the timing screen, 2.5 seconds now, and the battle is on.
The battle is very, very much on, isn't it? Brad Baker getting a lot closer to Paddins Dowling. Paddins Dowling having first been introduced to motor racing in his native Ireland, going to the Mondello circuit in Dublin. And that's where he originally became enthusiastic about motorsport, but he sold this ERA, I think, to Brad Baker, and maybe beginning to regret that, because Brad Baker getting closer and closer. And Brad Baker's pulled away easily from Michael Birch. Mark Winter in 4th place, Jonathan Bailey in 5th, and Martin Halusa in 6th place. Then Ralph Emmerling back up into 7th place ahead of Stefano Rosina. And then the French driver Stats in 9th place, and Fouquet Edvelin in 10th.
Yeah, Paddins now living in California, and as well as the CRA, he's got a very old 1962 Lotus 7 that he races down in little local Californian circuits.
Yes, somebody going a little bit wide at the chicane there. And, of course, getting your braking right on these old-fashioned drum brakes is pretty crucial. But as you were saying earlier on, Andrew, of course, the braking distance is a lot longer. But, of course, that's something they'll get used to. Dowling, 2.2 seconds. It goes back up between Dowling and Baker to 4.8 seconds.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise, really, because Baker's still on this time he's on another quick lap. He seems to be quick in the first sector, but losing out on the second.
And, of course, you know, if you use up your brakes, if your brakes are a bit soft.
Yes, and there's a bit of traffic around. I mean, I know it's not the fullest of grids with 14 cars, but there's still some slower cars out there have to be lapped just like that. And it's John Gillett in the MGK3.
So Brad Baker, 3.1 seconds after 6 laps now between Dowling and Baker. So it is very elastic, and as you say, probably it is because of the traffic. There is Paddins Dowling, he's still in the lead. There in the background is his teammate in some ways, yes. Brad Baker.
Michael Birch has dropped back now, so he's now another couple of seconds behind Baker, having led him.
Yeah, more than a couple, 6 or 8 now, seconds further back. So
yes, indeed.
But these, you know, at the start of the race, everything is absolutely ready to go, and the brakes are cool, and the engine is absolutely sharp, and so many things can go off after 2 or 3 laps around this circuit, and so many settings can readjust themselves and be less efficient than they were at the start. Brad Baker coming into the chicane in R10B.
No spring chicken. Paddins, you know, 69 years old and driving like a young man here.
Well, this is what you find at historic race meetings, isn't it? They drive like young men, and then they take off the helmet, and the hair is completely the wrong colour. Or
not there
at all.
Well, it's a bit like that in the commentary box, actually. So Dowling, I think he's put the pressure back on a bit now. He'll be getting his pit bulls, and obviously no radio, pits to car radio.
And of course, the reason for the fact that so many of these drivers are not spring chickens, and they've also got hair the wrong colour, is because they've been very, very competitive, not just on the racetrack, but in business as well.
Yes.
And that's where they've made their money, and now they're indulging in their hobby. Yeah,
some of them are still obviously in senior positions. Quite a lot of others have retired, as we mentioned earlier. There is the third place car of Michael Birch. Let's just see how he uses his body almost like a motorcycle racer, leaning into the corner.
Transfer of weight As you say, that Rubens Barrichello helmet, is it intended to be a Rubens Barrichello helmet?
Oh yes, it loves Rubens Barrichello. It says it's in its last year because these things have a shelf life, and he's going to change it. And he's not sure if he's going to stick with the same colour scheme. But it also says Michael on it, and that's where on the Rubens one it said Marlborough, but he put Michael, obviously his name, and easy to see. I had wondered if it was one that had actually been owned by Rubens, but that is not the case. It is a replica or tribute helmet. Of course, there's quite a trade in second-hand famous racing helmets. I mean, you know, in the old days, a Formula One driver would go through a whole season with just one helmet. Now they seem to have a different one, and sometimes a different colour scheme for every race. And as you commentate on those races, Bob, that must be pretty frustrating sometimes.
Yeah, it gets quite complicated, really. Paddon's Dowling there. We're watching him from the drone, as it were, and beautiful watching that car going round. And he's really doing a good job. Last time the gap was 5.8 seconds. Here he is through Rascasse, accelerates up the little hill towards Noguez, through Noguez, steers clear of the curb on the outside and the Armco on the outside, and then on the pit straight now, completes lap 8. 2 to go.
So we've got this car driven by, originally in period by a Thai, and of course in 2 weeks' time we're going to have a Thai, or half Thai driver competing.
And here is Michael Birch in second place. Brad Baker, where's Brad Baker? 10.4 seconds. He has dropped well back.
Yeah, but has Birch closed on him? No, it's just the whole field is spreading out now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Birch. Oh, the yellow flag waved as the white Bugatti pulls off.
Yeah, it's slowed on the way up the hill. It whatever it lost, I think it's got it back.
Yeah.
It's Thierry Stats, French driver, and he's doing a bit of maintenance as he goes around. It looks like, is it something to do with the brakes?
It looked like that to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he went through there okay, and then
slowed. They hit.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. Watch this. Here's a replay.
It's the MG, isn't it? And it,
oh, it almost went over.
Wow.
The driver. And it very nearly hit the Armco.
I think that's the Riley, isn't it?
Yes, it's the Riley.
Yeah. Well, there's 2 Rileys, that's the only thing.
Yeah.
That's not Thierry Chanoine, it's Ralph Emmerling. It's Ralph Emmerling who is involved in that. And
then now he's decided to park it, and he's still looking around.
At Casino.
Those iconic wheels of the Bugatti, those cast wheels. Most cars had wire wheels back then. Marshall's come to the rescue, hopefully.
I think the car basically, either he lost Mr. Gear or he lost power or whatever, for whatever reason. And Emmerling came up on him so quickly, couldn't avoid him.
Yeah.
And that could have been a very nasty moment. So Paddon's Dowling completes lap 9, 1 to go for Paddon's Dowling.
Untroubled drive to victory here to Paddons, who last won this in 18. It was won by an ERA last time out. The British driver, Mark Gillies, in R3A. Mark is now the head of public affairs for Volkswagen in the United States, and I thought he was coming to race here actually, but he's not. He was a well-known journalist for many years, worked for British magazines and then for some of the big magazines in America, and then jumped to what they call the dark side, PR. But no, he's not here.
Brad Baker in second place, 13 seconds now behind Paddon's Dowling. Last lap being shown to the rest of the runners. We've had Dowling, Baker and Birch, 1, 2, 3. And we wait for 4th place Mark Winter. And there is Thierry Stats out of his car. Now Ralph Emmerling has managed to keep going in spite of that moment.
It was like a bucking bronco. That was 45 degrees to the horizontal, wasn't it? But
Yeah.
Dowling, Baker, Birch.
So Mark Winter's gone through in 4th place. Jonathan Bailey in 5th place.
Indeed, Mark Winter just putting his fastest lap in thus far, I think. But a little bit late in the day. Dowling heading now towards the checkered flag through the swimming pool section for the last time. Breaking down under the bridge. Turns right into Raskas. Keeps it wide all the way round. Bumpy on the exit of there. And now to the checkered flag. And Dowling wins Serie A1 Pre-War Grand Prix cars and Voiturettes. And wins it in fine style. And I'm sure he's going to be very happy as he will just take his slowing down lap. Baker makes it a 1-2 for ERA, and then Michael Birch will come home in 3rd place in the number 70 car. There's Baker. Up the hill now, not on full power, of course. Race over. But Michael still racing because he grounds Raskas for the last time under the bridge. And not at the speed he was going earlier on, but safe in 3rd. Had a lovely little battle earlier on with Baker. Got in front of him and then dropped back.
So Michael Birch in 3rd place. Who's going to be 4th? It should be Mark Winter. The pseudonymed Maserati driver should be in 4th. We shall see in a moment. But Padden Stowlin acknowledging the congratulations of the marshals, particularly. So Mark Winter went through in 4th place. Jonathan Bailey, we didn't see too much of him.
No.
In 5th place, driving the Bugatti, another of the Bugatti drivers. Jonathan Bailey in Bugatti 35C, and then Martin Halusa in his Bugatti 35B in 6th place. Then it was Stefano Rosina in 7th. Francois Fouquet-Atvelin in 8th place. Ralph Emmerling, who, not awfully certain if he actually did complete it. I'm not certain. Maybe he did stop. And then Giulia de Baldanza. We had Giulia Baldanza, who's a regular here. And she was, she actually took 9th place. And Piantelli was in 10th place. That's the Italian driver Maurizio Piantelli and another Bugatti, a 37. So Padden Stowling heading for the podium. We hopefully will hear from him as well. But
Yeah, we did speculate, was this Remus or Romulus, because the two different cars that was raced a lot by Prince Bernhard. You were right the first time, Bobby. It's Romulus, R2B. Been owned by a lot of famous racing drivers during its career. So not many people have nicknames for the racing cars, but one person did. So, old mate of yours, Sebastian Vettel. He named nearly all his Formula One cars. Some of them were quite silly names. Great shot there as Dowling pulls in. So we'll see the victory celebrations in just a moment. Look how narrow those front tyres. You see the front brake drums as well. And here the second ERA coming through.
Okay, thanks. Well, I suppose I've got to say thanks. I suppose I've got to.
Well, I do hate to. Just alert you when I come in with something. I'll try and print it so it's a bit bigger.
Thank you so much.
That's the next race.
So up on the podium, Michael Birch there, car prepared by his friend Gareth.
And the national anthem of Ireland coming up.
Yeah, another nice trophy, and the cartoon style trophy too. Yep, there we are. Congratulations. Yeah, Gareth Burnett with the Pace Preparation Company that Michael works with very closely, often race together as well in the Talbots. And Paddins returning here for success with the superb Romulus. Now the trophies, and great days for that trio.
Has to be said that Monaco does things properly and well. Nice trophies for everybody. Well done. And now the national anthem of Ireland. Well done to Paddins Dowling then, our winner. And
are they going to spray the champagne?
are they going to spray the champagne? Question. The Veuve Clicquot.
I think the answer is negative. So there's Paddins when he's not racing the ERA, racing a little old Lotus 7.
In California.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to keep sharp, as it were. Why not? And so the podium party will leave. They're going to hold on to their champagne and share it with the mechanics. Why not? Because
absolutely.
they've done a lot of hard work here.
So we went back in time, but now, of course, we're going to go forward to Serie B.
Yeah, first of all, we'll have the highlights in a few moments.
As we look down on the great pits area here at Monaco. Grandstand's starting to fill up. They were very full yesterday.
Yeah.
And so the B race will come up. There's a lovely shot of Dowling with a proper laurel garland. And now the champagne in the very special flute.
And he's offered, yes, a glass there. Paddon's not taking part in any other races, so that he can partake.
They do that at the Grand Prix as well, don't they? The flutes at the end, I think. So marvellous shot there of Michael Birch working the wheel. Second place, Baker in the black. Unusual colour for an ERA, but here's the man who dominated the race. Paddins Dowling from Ireland in R5B.
So this was the race for pre-war Grand Prix cars and voiturettes. 10-lap race. And Monaco just absolutely in its element, as beautiful as it gets. This is today. This is really how it is. It's not just one of the best days. It is the best day. And here was Paddins Dowling getting off the grid in pole position, straight into the lead. A good lead from Paddins Dowling, from Brad Baker in second place.
But Michael Birch made a slow start, so he had to work his way back up the field. I think he dropped to fifth, but he was doing that very quickly indeed. There he is currently up the hill to a fourth place. Quickly he moved to third, and then ensued a battle between Baker and Birch. There you see the two of them coming into the Casino Square, while Paddins Dowling in the ERA managed to disappear down the hill well in the lead in the colours of Siam. There was Birch making the pass for third.
Getting ahead of Mark Winter. And the black ERA there was his next target.
At this stage early in the race, Michael Birch seemed to have plenty of pace.
And managed to get ahead of Brad Baker, the Canadian driver, in the second of the ERAs, while Paddins Dowling pulled away at the front.
He certainly did, and he pulled away to a lead of some 14-odd seconds.
Michael Birch under a lot of pressure from Brad Baker for quite some time.
Peering over the top of the little aero screens, as they call them, and trying to resist the second of the ERAs here. And I think powered by him up the hill, didn't he, if you remember, Bob? He got lots of power on. And just because quite a small engine, four-cylinder engine in the Maserati of Birch. And after that, Baker was able to pull away, but Dowling pulling away from the pursuing pair behind.
both of the ERAs prepared by the same company.
Yeah, some big specialists, a couple of specialists in ERAs.
17 of these R-type ERAs were built.
And we learned this morning that 16 of them are still running.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
Or available to run, shall we say.
And there was this incident here between the Bugatti of Thierry Stats and Ralph Emmerling. Obviously, Thierry Stats slowed as he went through Saint-Devote, and unfortunately, Ralph Emmerling couldn't miss him. But that did not affect the winner, and he went through, took the checkered flag. Paddins Dowling, victory for him ahead of Brad Baker, and ERA 1-2. That's amazing. You actually find that.
Well, coming up, Series B for rear-engine Grand Prix, 1500cc from 1961 to 1965, and as a small class there also for Formula 2 cars, 1956 to 1960. The sun glints off the palace here at Monaco. Certainly the grandstands are filling up. Now, interestingly, Bob, in the whole history of Grand Prix racing, these are the least powerful cars that are raced as Formula 1 cars, but they're certainly some of the most nimble and certainly the most pretty. And we got the usual, in this category, two main protagonists, Joe Colasacco in the most marvellous Ferrari and Andy Middlehurst in the Classic Team Lotus owned Lotus 25 that he's raced here to 4 successes in the past, but last time out 2 years ago it was Colasacco who took the award, took the first prize. We've got Lucas Halusa in there, but also the grid has not totally reflect the practice times, because a little bit of controversy in qualifying, and Mark Shaw is now shown in 5th place, although Mark Shaw was actually second fastest and challenged for the pole position in his Lotus 21, an older model than the Middlehurst Lotus 25, but he was involved in one of the slower back markers and was penalised for that incident. And the back marker, the little South African Assegai with the Alfa Romeo power, I don't think he's going to make the start because the rear suspension was damaged.
Yes, so Middlehurst then on the pole position, and absolutely a driver who knows this car, knows it so well. Nice nimble cars, as you said, and quite small cars as well. Mark Shaw really kept him honest, set second fastest time, not in the same class either, Mark Shaw. That was a slower Cooper and a slightly different shape.
Yeah,
but
it's got a 4-cylinder engine rather than a V8.
Yeah.
And a lovely Coventry Climax V8. That's a company you don't hear of anymore because they were absorbed by Jaguar. And they started by making engines for for fire pumps and things like that.
Yeah, Mark Shaw actually, sorry, I said Cooper, Lotus 21 in
yes,
fact.
Lotus 21. So Andy Middlehurst, 3rd generation racer, and his son Chris, who won the Walter Hayes Trophy last year, is a 4th generation of Middlehurst racing. So I'm sure Chris will be down there in the pits, probably with the pit board. We had a chat with Chris last night. But Andy Middlehurst, now 61 years old, from St Helens up there near Liverpool. Used to be a Nissan dealer. Now they're just selling quality second-hand cars and racing cars. 5 years in a British Touring Car Championship. Started his life as a grass track and speedway racer. Raced in Formula Ford all those years ago. Huge success in the Production Saloon Car Championship in Britain, winning that on 5 different occasions, and coming here from a victory at Donington Park last weekend, where he won in the fire-breathing Nissan Skyline, the car that they nicknamed Godzilla. So Andy Middlehurst against Colasacco. That will be the story of this.
So Joe Colasacco is an Italian-born citizen living in Connecticut. In fact, his father worked for Alfa Romeo and was in Italy, and then was posted to the USA to look after Alfa Romeos there. And that's where Joe Colasacco also established his Alfa Romeo business. And that's where he met Lawrence Oriana, who also is of Connecticut. And it's his car, Lawrence Oriana's car, the Ferrari 1512, and this chassis was raced 3 times at Spa by Surtees, Monza by Bandini, and Mexico City by Pedro Rodriguez.
I believe Lawrence has got a big collection of Italian cars, some 30 really wonderful Italian cars. I think this is probably the star in the collection. This lovely little Ferrari with the most magnificent exhaust system. It's an absolute work of art.
Spaghetti.
And the red, but with the blue wheels that ran on Ferraris for a while. And again, a very nimble machine, just 1500 cc. The authorities thought at 1960 that the cars were getting a bit too powerful, so they decided to change the formula down to 1500. And say Climax built engines for it, BRM and Ferrari. But this should be a cracking race between Middlehurst. Colasacco did a lot of racing in America in sort of lower powered single-seaters, sort of Formula 4 or Formula 2000 they call it in America, and they're Formula 1600 cars in the Sports Car Club of America series. He's been very successful in that. But we've seen him with this wonderful Ferrari in Goodwood as well in the past. So great to have him here. But the Lotus on pole position in the traditional Lotus colours before sponsorship came along, with the green with the yellow stripe down the middle. And Colin Chapman, the great designer, engineer, entrepreneur who founded Lotus Cars. His son Clive is the custodian of many of the team's cars. It's a terrific operation, Classic Team Lotus. They're running about 10 cars here, but a long time ago, through the chief mechanic Bob Dance, they picked Andy Middlehurst to drive the car.
In third spot on the grid is Lucas Halusa, and he is the second youngest son of Martin Halusa, who we saw earlier on today. And Lucas Halusa in number 22, promoted one place, of course, and he's driving the Brabham BT7 Climax from Austria, but I think spent quite a lot of time in the UK. And Philipp Buhofer is next up in fourth place. The Swiss driver driving Philipp Buhofer in number 24, and he is also in a Lotus 24 Climax. Next up is Mark Shaw, who, as I mentioned earlier on, has a penalty, or as we mentioned earlier on, the Scotsman has a penalty which pushed him back 3 places on the grid, and that's where he starts. And then Christopher Drake, also from Great Britain, and Christopher Drake has raced a Penske into 8th place here in Monaco, McLaren M1B. He also races Formula Junior Elva. He deals it in these sort of cars, so various different cars from Christopher Drake.
Very experienced. He'll go well. I suppose the story we're watching for here will be if Shaw comes through, because he was very quick. He really kept Middlehurst honest, didn't he, in that qualifying session? So
he latched onto the back of him and literally tailed him all the way to set a similar time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stortoni in there in 7th place, Nick Taylor in 8th, Andy Willis, a replacement driver, in 9th place. Andy Willis in Charles McCabe, or it was going to be Charles McCabe, number 5, BRM P578, and then in 10th place, Dan Collins, completing the top 10. Dan Collins from the UK, and he's basically stuck to Lotus throughout his career, Dan Collins.
Yeah, he's a big supporter of Classic Team Lotus, a huge enthusiast. When we saw this grid going through on your graphic there, you might have seen the name of Mr. John of B. Now, Mr. John of B is a French entrepreneur who has a very large group of composite manufacturing companies. I think they make parts for aeroplanes, all sorts of stuff. But we did find out his real name is Jean-Remy Guittard. And we spoke about pseudonyms earlier, didn't we, with Germans? But we can't work out what the B is. He's Mr. John and B, but where is B, or what is B? We haven't found out yet.
Here is on the front row of the grid, and he is one of the drivers who I mentioned earlier on. When you take off the helmet, the hair is the wrong colour, as it were, for the esprit and the determination, if you like, behind the wheel. But it is alive and well and living with Andy Middlehurst here on pole position, a driver who has won many times around this circuit and many times elsewhere as well. And he starts on pole position from Joe Colasacco in 2nd place in the Ferrari. And such a unique car, that nimble little Ferrari.
Yes, I think that 42 years ago, Andy Middlehurst was the Formula Ford star of tomorrow.
Yes, if you're from the UK, that used to be a category, a prize to win. 16 there is, 15 was Dan Collins. This is Lucas Halusa.
Just picking up a bit of the last-minute conversation there.
Just trying to listen whether it is in English or in German.
Yes.
And the BRM there, number 28, is that the BRM? Well, certainly is BRM colours. 28, that's Mr. John of B. Oh, it was a Lola. Sorry, Mark 4. Lola Mark 4. Apologies. And Philip Buchhofer in the BRM there, the Swiss driver. Competitive driver. I mean, he's somebody who finishes in good grid positions, Philip Buchhofer. From Switzerland. He's got the BT6. He's also raced a Lola Filminer Junior here. Races a Lotus 44 as well at Goodwood.
That's a beautiful car. I love that car. And Middlehurst versus Colasacco. Will Mark Shaw come through the field? I think he probably will. Lots of other intrigue all down this very large grid. There'll be a little bit of traffic later on in the race. I think Andy Middlehurst and Joe Colasacco are going to have to work pretty hard to get through some of the back markers.
Further back, we've got Katsuoka Kubota, who is we'll see quite a few times today. Yeah. He's very much a Lotus driver, and he's well back on the grid, surprisingly far back, the Japanese driver. Software, he's got a Lotus 24 climax, is usually in Lotuses, and so he is a driver we need to watch as well. He's back in 15th place on the grid. So he's got a lot of work to do. As you say, a lot of traffic, a huge grid here of cars, and in total, 30 cars on the grid.
Yeah,
We've lost a few over the last couple of days.
Yeah, it always happens, but also further down the field, starting about 14th, John Romano. This is, I think, his 9th appearance here. And a real veteran of racing, particularly in Coopers, Sid Hall, who's in the past had successes here. Sid, back in 14, he was second in this race to Middlehurst. Going back even 2 years earlier, he was second again to Middlehurst. And that particular day, Lord Drayson finished in third place, if you remember.
He starts 23rd on the grid today. So he's going to have a lively time, Sid Hu.
Yeah, a very distinctive crash helmet of Dan Collins.
That's Chris Drake with a very distinctive paint job at the front, which we looked at yesterday, Andrew. Bob Gerard's paint job at the front of the car.
Yeah, Bob Gerard was a Leicester car dealer and great racing enthusiast and successful driver. I seem to remember he raced in the ERA. We've just seen the ERAs recently, and then supported a lot of British drivers subsequently.
Now, this is one you know as well, Nicholas Taylor in this white Lotus 18.
Yeah, this is a car that was raced by the great German Count Taffy von Trips before he became a Ferrari factory driver. Quite a lot of people have raced that car over the years, and Nick Taylor's beautifully presented this car. And when he had it in the paddock, he had a book all about it, a beautiful produced book about the car, lots of pictures of von Trips in this Lotus 18, and then a perfect little model sat in the cockpit of the car. I thought that was very well done by Nick Taylor, great enthusiast who comes from Derby and used to have a factory right next to the Derby County, the Rams football ground in Pride Park. Just you're looking down and we see the steering wheel, Bob, and I mean in 2 weeks' time you'll be looking down into the cockpit and you'll be seeing something that isn't round and it's basically a steering wheel, but it really is just a control system.
It's a computer.
It's a computer.
Whereas the steering wheels here are exactly what they're designed to do: steer the car.
Well, these ones still do steer the car, but they don't do anything else, do they?
Number 16.
How things are. So the Coventry Climax name there, the earlier engines were called FPF, 5-pump F-Series, and things like that. Philip has got the Hall and Hall. I think we had breakfast with that chap.
He's looking after Philip Buchhofer, the Swiss businessman, who starts 4th on the grid.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Hall and Hall. There is a number. Britain absolutely leads the way in preparing historic racing cars and classic cars, and some great organisations. But one of the very best known, of course, is Hall and Hall. Maybe main focus would be on BRMs because they come from a BRM background from Bourne. Well, another great organisation, of course, is Classic Team Lotus, and there we see Classic Team Lotus cars. So the Lotus 25 was a total revelation from Colin Chapman. Until then, racing car chassis like this one here were built from tubes, a collection of tubes welded together. Colin Chapman came up with the idea of taking aluminium sheet, aircraft spec aluminium sheet, folding it into a bathtub style, and it absolutely caught on for many, many years until carbon fibre came in this way. Every Formula One racing car was built. Everybody copied Colin Chapman. There is the superb lines. I love the way of that exhaust. Beautiful chrome
It
exhaust.
sticks out a long way at the back. You wouldn't want to be poked in the eye with
No,
that, would
but
you?
it's just got that little heat patina on it as well, hasn't it? Well, again, the exhaust of the Ferrari is just a work of art because it's a 12-cylinder engine. The Ferrari badge.
Agua. Water temperature.
Yeah. Another nice shot. And he's got his little computer fixed to the wheel. That wasn't there in period, of course.
That's Lucas Halusa. That's interesting. He's got an American flag. I think Lucas possibly works in the States.
I believe he does, yes.
Yeah. So green flag, final parade lap, final formation lap. Somebody not getting away, but eventually they do. That's the one with the tartan nose, which I think you researched, Andrew.
Yeah, that was for Innis Island when he raced that car in period. Innis Island was a Scottish driver, a journalist, old-time, interesting and funny guy who did have a Grand Prix win and was very much part of the scene for many years. And always fun to be around in this island. Was a trawler captain as well after he retired racing for a short period of his life. And he's got relations still involved in motor racing, enthusiastic.
I remember when he died, we were in Japan and Ken Tyrrell bought a bunch of journalists a drink and then said, "This is a toast to Innis Island, our friend who died today."
Yes.
It was a very poignant moment.
Yeah.
I took a photograph of Innis Island when he won the Brooklands Memorial Trophy at Goodwood, and he was presented with that trophy by Mike Hawthorne.
Yeah.
And I've got the picture of the two of them together, but I haven't got the picture any longer. It's published, I think, in a book.
Ah, well, anyway, he was a great character. He drove that car at those BRP colours. There's a very different sort of green of that Brabham going through.
Stefan Jobstel, who from Australia.
Yeah, he races a lot in Europe. He does races in Formula, very successful Formula Junior category as well. Formula Junior and Formula 3 always used to be part of the programme here at Le Mans, and it's where driver talent was spotted by some of the team managers. We still have Formula 3 here, but it's rather all the cars are the same now. Back in period, there was about 20 different makes.
And they used to have 2 heats and a final too, didn't they?
They did, and there's a lot of them still racing. They usually race at Goodwood. Our old friend Duncan Ravagliati behind that with his daughter Sarah. They run a terrific organisation. But Jobstel is one of his regulars.
So they're on the final formation lap. It's going to be a very busy race, this. A lot of these very nimble little Formula Juniors, Formula One cars.
But one half
almost look like Formula Juniors.
They do. And in fact, the Lotus 18 sometimes ran in Formula Junior form.
And you can get 3 of these abreast around this circuit, which is more than you can say about some Formula cars these days. So a great race coming up. 10 laps for the Grand Prix, rear-engine Grand Prix cars from 1961 to 1965, and Formula 2 from 56 to 1960.
Yeah, I think we got 4 or 5 of those. They say the the Formula One cars are split into V8s and 4 cylinders effectively in 2 different classes. And Mark Shaw being the fastest runner in the 4-cylinder category. And some of the intrigue to see if he can come through the field, having been penalised for that accident with the Assegai, which was a sort of one-off South African Formula One car. That name Camaradi, that's a name of a long departed but famous American racing team. Looking down, Jim Clark races car. He had a blue crash helmet as well.
So it'll take a moment or two. There we are, green flag at the back. The lights come on, and out they go, and away goes Andy Middlehurst. Good start from him, but Joe Colasacco also a good start, and they're going to be threading their way through. It's going to be a big traffic jam at Saint Divot, but it is those 2 cars of Middlehurst and Colasacco already out in the lead.
Yeah, pretty clean start, wasn't it? Everybody getting through the first corner safely. And Middlehurst getting the jump, just a perfect start. But Colasacco right behind him here as they come into Casino Square. Lotus versus Ferrari, recapturing great battles of yore. And Joe don't look down the inside there, but decided that discretion was the better part of valour. Not enough room, and Andy's not going to fall for that. Now down into this very, very tight hairpin we've for many years called the Lowe's. Now the Fairmont. Oh dear, and there's a drama. Is that the 28 car has hit the barrier, I think.
That's Mr. John of B.
Mr. John of B.
Mr. John of Barrier, unfortunately.
Wow.
Anyway, he's trying to get the car off the circuit, so well done to him.
Yeah.
He's got a bit too much toe in there, hasn't he, on the front wheel. But up into 3rd place is Philip Buhofer. Into 4th place is Chris Drake.
And so Mark Shaw couldn't have made that good a start then. And Mark Shaw, yes, is still in 5th place. But Colasacco keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, this is the duel, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But, Andy, all this success over 45 years, he's going to know how to defend here. I just speculate that maybe the Ferrari's got a little bit more power than that Climax engine, and then we've got, that's a dodgy spot.
Yeah. That is... Was that 24, Philip Buhofer?
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, he's gone round. He'll drop right down the field there, out of 4th place. So Buhofer making a mistake.
Middlehurst Shaw up into 3rd place then with that spin of Buhofer. 28 being removed. That was, of course, Mr. John of B. So look at Andy Middlehurst. He's easing away already from Joe Colasacco. But I'm sure Colasacco will be trying to keep in touch. Double yellow flag there, although the car has been removed.
Yes, take those flags in a moment. But there, Colasacco.
Great 1st and 2nd. Look at this. Colasacco, Middlehurst did pull away just a fraction. Here's the a replay of Philip Buhofer, who went over the curb. Oh, no. And that was at the swimming pool. Andy Middlehurst perhaps just held him up just a little. Sorry, Chris Drake perhaps held him up just a fraction. And Philip Buhofer had the spin. So that'll be frustrating for Philip Buhofer. He was one of the front runners.
Yeah, but meanwhile we saw Mr. John B out of the car, taking his gloves off. The French composites entrepreneur.
So Mark Shaw was in 3rd place. Chris Drake was in 4th. Lucas Halusa in 5th place. Andy Willis up into 6th place.
And Taylor going well in the 8 car as well.
Willis from 9th on the grid, incidentally. Here they come up to complete lap 2. Andy Middlehurst still in the lead. It's not comfortable. Joe Colasacco is right there, ready to relieve him of that lead. And that's exactly what they've got to do. Middlehurst from Colasacco.
Just needs one mistake, doesn't it, Bob?
Yeah. So easy to do that as well. This is the start. And that was that slightly poor start from 3rd on the grid of Lucas Halusa, which dropped him back. But Mark Shaw in third place now. Fourth is Christopher Drake. Fifth is Lucas Halusa. And sixth is Andy Willis from ninth on the grid. And then seventh, Stortoni. Eighth, Taylor. Ninth, Collins. And 10th is Hagan from Great Britain. James Hagan.
In that replay, we just saw Mr. John B with his wheel asunder in the Lola Mark 4B, the Bowmaker liveried car. So disappointment for him. But I notice that Andy's just turned the pressure up a little bit now, I think, and just opening that gap a little bit more.
Yeah, while he's got a clear track, that's what he's got to do, because he's going to come up on some traffic fairly soon. They're on lap 3. So he needs to just get himself a nice little margin so that he gets the blue flag and can get past any slower cars and not get involved in any of the traffic. Number 50 there. Goes through. That's James Hagan, who is just in the top 10.
Yeah, I think he's leading the Formula 2 category. And, Andrea Stortoni is not a well-known name to me, and his Lotus 18, he's having a pretty good run as well. And they're in just behind Andy Willis.
Nick Taylor there was just demoted. And, I think by James Hagan briefly. So 3 laps completed by Andy Middlehurst, just 3/4 of a second back to Joe Colasacco. It's nothing at all. And that is a watching and waiting brief from Colasacco. Mark Shaw 9.2 seconds further back in third place, and we thought Mark Shaw may well be on terms with the leading duo, but quite a gap at the moment. Let's see if they can do anything about that.
Yeah, it might feel a little chastened having got that penalty yesterday. But look at this, close right up again now. It's literally wheel to wheel, gearbox to nose. And Colasacco, I don't know, Andy, was he held up a bit? Because he didn't seem to be inching ahead. Well,
Colasacco absolutely keeping the pressure on. And 2 extremely experienced drivers, particularly around here.
Yeah, and they've raced wheel to wheel around here in the past, and Joe just going a little bit wide, see if he can get a better drive out of the chicane.
And just a brilliant battle between the two of them for the lead. And Andy Middlehurst just pulling away a little bit, a couple of lengths through to back there. And we're now in the swimming pool area. Through the second half of that. Don't take too much curb there, otherwise you end up in the Armco. And now into Rascasse. Couple of lengths between the two of them as they go up into Noguez to complete lap 4, this will be. And look at that brilliant shot as they go through Noguez and head up to the end of lap 4. Colasacco absolutely glued to the back of Andy Middlehurst's Lotus. Ferrari, great, 2 entirely different pieces of kit.
Yeah, different sorts of it. Yeah, absolutely. And Colasacco really pushing now. But, you know, Andy with all that experience, quite more experience than Joe, to be honest. But although Joe's done a lot of racing in the States, but they both know this track well. And Middlehurst just went faster in the first sector this time. And I noticed in previous lap he was slow in the first sector when he had a little problem going into the up the hill, perhaps. But he's gone purple in the first sector, pulled out a little bit on Colasacco. Mark Shaw hanging in there, Halusa, Drake, Willis, Stortoni, Dan Collins, another Classic Team Lotus car, then Hagan, and then Nick Taylor in the privateer Lotus 18, the ex-Von Trips car.
James Hagan, a great character. He was playing rugby until he had injury and turned his hand to motorsport. Back in 9th place, having overtaken Nick Taylor for 10th.
Wow, this will be all a bit of a scrum then for him. And as just that beautiful Lotus 20, one of my all-time favourite racing cars, I think.
Sid Hull up into 20th place. We mentioned him earlier on.
Yeah. Well,
so he's having a busy time and working his way through the field, but not easy.
And already starting to lap some of the back martyrs. Tizard there in the number 12.
Cliff Gray.
Cliff Gray, rather, sorry, in the older Cooper. And that's one of the earlier cars here. So it's from 56 to 60. There they see that wonderful shot from up high, the Mediterranean, the blue waters, and we have blue skies as well. Virtually all the clouds have rolled back now.
Perfect conditions, perfect. And so far, touch wood, we haven't had any oil dropped on the circuit either.
Halfway through this 10-lapper, as we work through the programme, we'll have some longer races, but as for these older cars, 10 laps is enough. A spectacle in itself, as we have Lotus versus Ferrari, Middlehurst versus Colasacco, UK versus the United States. Mark Shaw third.
Colasacco working hard to try and keep. He doesn't want to be too close, does he? Because I suspect there may be an overheating issue if he's too close with this car. I don't know how much they suffer from overheating. But 6 and 4, Middlehurst and Colasacco, that's what it's all about. A couple of Lotus 18s there.
Yeah, that's a battle for 9th and 10th, or 10th and 11th, I think.
Yeah.
Well, 3-car battle, actually, and Nick Taylor going wide, trying to find a quick exit as he comes down onto the harbour side, trying to get past Hagen.
And he's got Stefan Jobstel right behind him as well in the newer Lotus.
Yeah.
Lotus 24 rather than 18. So a great battle, as you say. This is over 9th place. Hagen, Taylor and Jobstel.
Yeah, the 24 was more a customer car. And when people bought them, they didn't know the 25 was coming out. And I think a few of them were a little bit aggrieved. They couldn't get such a step forward with the monocoque chassis as they dive down the inside there, the little number 18. That's Elliot Hahn in his Cooper T41.
And this is closed, just as we predicted. This has closed the pair, the leading pair up. There's the ex-Rob Walker, number 19. That's Sid Hull.
And Colasacco got held up behind him as well. So Middlehurst went through, Colasacco was held up. And that will open the gap up a little bit, and it's now half a second. And Colasacco passed now. Let's have a look at this again.
Sid Hull, very, very experienced, but he just had to take a line, didn't he?
Yeah.
In the corner, as you say. Yes, Colasacco just held up a little bit by Sid Hull there. But Sid Hull certainly didn't do that on purpose, and it wasn't for the want of looking in his mirror.
That's motor racing. We can see how the gap has stretched already. Really, Colasacco losing a second or so. In fact, the gap has now gone to 2.3 seconds.
That really has made the difference, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the battle between these. So Mark Shaw's 21 seconds further back in third place. These are two stars of this show without any question. Let's see what Colasacco can do now. He's got another 3 laps to try and close up again, but I think that was possibly a defining moment of this race as they came down onto the harbour and through Portier, and Colasacco held up.
So what can he do about it? We look at some of the possibly keep an eye on the sector times. This is the end of the first sector coming down into Mirabeau. Andy Middlehurst does it in 28.7. Colasacco a couple of tenths quicker. So he'll be trying to cut that gap of 2.2 seconds between the two of them. But it's going to take a little while, maybe more than 3 laps.
Yeah, no, Andy's going to get through there, isn't he? And it could happen again that Colasacco, no, he gets through this time. That was another the Formula 2 cars, I think, and he went past. And Middlehurst and Colasacco been putting on a great display here, showing excellent 1.5 litre cars. You know, everybody said they were too underpowered for Grand Prix cars, but They're so well balanced, they look great. They make a lovely noise as well.
Mark Shaw in third place in number 7 there, with Lucas Halusa in fourth place, 2 seconds behind him, and doing a good job, the young Halusa. There's number 7. That's Mark Shaw, Scottish driver. But in amongst traffic now, and that is going to make a big difference.
Coming
Mark
up,
Shaw and Halusa.
Coming up to lap, Kurt Delbane, US driver in a BRP, British Racing Partnership, BRM powered that car. It'll be another car that is driven by this island, I should think.
So difficult to thread their way through. 46 there, Kurt Delbane. And that's going to be difficult for young Lucas Halusa.
Very large number on the front of that 46 car. You can't miss that. Did Brabham just make the move there?
That will be Lucas Halusa. There's yes, Halusa, I think, threading his way through, but having to be a little bit more careful than Mark Shaw.
Well, Colasaco's doing everything he can. He's just gone purple in the first sector, so he certainly has. You see how much closer he is now.
Yeah.
He's closed back up on the Middlehurst. And now it's just a couple of car lengths, so game's still on with just over a lap to go.
Is Middlehurst in control? A canny driver. He knows what he's doing.
Well, I did think that after he got stuck behind Sid Hall, it was all.
It was over, yeah.
All over, yeah. And it isn't. Look, there's another back marker, but fortunately he keeps out of the way. But Colasaco's right there, ready to pounce if Middlehurst makes the slightest mistake. And they've got to cross the line now and go on to the final, onto the penultimate lap. This
is 9 laps completed now. Last lap.
Last lap, yep.
9 laps completed, Colasaco. You just feel that somehow Middlehurst is always just in control. But look, 2 back markers.
Again, this could be absolutely crucial. Some jeopardy here for Andy Middlehurst. Looking for, I think it's his 5th win with this Lotus 25 here.
John Romano there in the Brabham.
Yeah, hugely experienced John Romano. But what about the 56 car about to be lapped? That's Clark. And they keep out of the way beautifully. Now it's inches between them. But closing up is one thing. Getting past is a very different one. And Middlehurst under pressure.
Colasaco literally staring down the barrel of those 2 exhaust system pipes sticking out of the back of the Lotus. And here they come up to the chicane for the final time. Long braking here. There's a slower Lotus in the way.
That's Tuffin Salisbury, the Welsh driver. And Joe goes straight on and into the lead. He seeds it, of course, as he has to.
Yeah, so
crazy moments here as they head towards the checkered flag. Past those yachts, round by the swimming pool.
Andy Middlehurst doing just what he has to, and he eases away again a little bit from the Ferrari. Into Rascasse for the final time. Noguez for the final time as well. Absolute precision from Andy Middlehurst as he heads towards the checkered flag. What a victory for Andy Middlehurst. Great stuff. Joe Colasaco in second place. Did it all he could. Absolutely all he could.
Yeah, awesome battle between the pair of them. And Colasaco was just dropping back, pushing forward again. And a last couple of laps outstanding, but no way round Andy Middlehurst. Mark Shaw will come home in third place. He's not there yet, in a different race, really. And nevertheless, Mark Shaw will win his class. And he's also lapping. So Mark Shaw is in third. Halusa will come home fourth. Chris Drake, Stortoni, Dan Collins, Willis, and Hagan winning his category. Jobstill just got past Nick Taylor to snatch 10th place as well.
So Chris Drake in 5th place behind Lucas Halusa. We wait for Stortoni to come through in 6th. Yeah, there he is. No, not yet.
Thoroughly enjoyable, wasn't it? That what a
fantastic and a really good effort from both of the drivers. I personally got the feeling that Andy Middlehurst somehow just was controlling that, was able to control it all the time. But having said that, he was rapidly caught by Joe Colasacco, and what a great job he did, particularly when he was held up, and was able to come back because he was quite some way down. But how much was Andy Middlehurst controlling it? Well, it'll be interesting perhaps to hear. That's the question that you would be wheedling out of him at the end of this race.
Yes. Well, let's see what we hear. Just
Stortoni in 6th place, Collins in 7th, Willis in 8th, Hagan in 9th, Taylor in 10th place, Kubota, as expected, managed to come through a little bit up into 11th place. Jobstel down into 12th. Philip Buchhofer, after that incident, in 13th place. Salisbury in 14th in Lotus, and John Clark from Scotland in 15th place. And Sid Hoole eventually came through in 20th.
Nice big grid. We will move on after this to a slightly longer race, but the ceremony is coming up. Let's see if Clive Chapman is down there to greet Andy Middlehurst. So Andy selected to drive this car by the veteran former chief mechanic of Lotus. He did go to other teams, Bob Dance, who we're talking about now. Happy birthday from a couple of years ago to Bob.
Days ago.
What did I say?
A couple of days ago.
A couple of days ago, yeah.
He had one a couple of years ago as well. But
well, he did. He does it every year, his birthday, yes. So the marshal's just pushing the car back, and nobody there to greet Andy just yet. Man with the camera is going to give us a nice close-up. There's Colasacco.
Quite get the boards out quickly enough.
Look, I love all the trumpets for the carburation of the Ferrari. You'll see it in a moment.
So yes, well done to Joe Colasacco. Mark Shaw joins them. There is the final list of finishers, all the way down to 12th placed Stefan Jobstel from Australia.
Yeah, a lot of Union Jacks there. But it was Britain versus America.
Philip Buchhofer probably a little bit frustrated.
Yes.
Final of unlapped runner. And I'm sure in a few moments' time, once Andy gets out of that Lotus, we will hear from him on the grid with an interview. And we'll hear just how there we are. I told you about the hair being the wrong colour.
Yeah, it gets the garland, a massive smile from St Helens.
And the hair. Joe Colasacco.
Well, his hair is the same colour.
Yes. Yeah, pensioners having fun.
Yes.
Not the way you think.
Andy with the Monaco Automobile Club badge on his race suit.
Let's hear from him.
Yeah, interesting. He said he's quicker through the swimming pool section.
Yeah, interesting. You know, he had it all sussed, didn't he?
Yeah, Clive Chapman down there at the front of the car taking a photograph.
So we'll see them on the podium in a few moments' time with Mark Shaw from Scotland. He'll be on there as well.
Yeah,
but Andy Middlehurst, and a big thank you from Andy Middlehurst.
To his mechanic, yes.
Yeah, to the classic Team Lotus mechanics.
And a quick word for Chris Dinage, who runs that operation, Classic Team Lotus for Clive Chapman, that was a chief mechanic for Team Lotus in period. There's Joe. And
really, when you think of the mischief that Team Lotus used to get up to, I'm surprised they're welcome back quite the way they are, because they used to get up to quite some mischief.
Yeah, but then they probably drank a lot of beer and added to the Monaco economy. So a lovely flag with our king on it.
And there's Mark Shaw.
Yep.
And Colasacco saying, "Come on, let's go and get the trophies up onto the podium." There is actually a lift that will take them up there, but the staircase as well. So we won't see Colasacco or Middlehurst. We'll see Mark Shaw later on as well.
But just one race for those two, but plenty to celebrate.
And here he is then, Mark Shaw in third place.
Originally from Aberdeen. Yeah, Scotsman.
In second place, Joe Colasacco from the USA, from Connecticut. But the winner is Andy Middlehurst from St Helens, UK. National anthem of Great Britain. Sorry, trophies first of all.
Ah, well, that cartoon character is
Graham Hill.
Yeah. So what? And this was the Graham Hill race.
Yes, the categories has a caricature trophy
of the man whose the race was named after.
Yeah.
So
yeah. We're getting there.
Yeah, we'll work that out now. I'll bet you it's in the programme somewhere.
It probably is.
Well, something different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm sure that that will of course go to Team Lotus, Classic Team Lotus, rather than the driver. That's a normal procedure anyway. At most race teams, the team gets the trophy.
There we go, and so we will hear the national anthem of Great Britain. They're going to take the champagne with them. Thank you very much. Not going to be... we've got to have a photograph, first of all, with your trophies. Ah, you see, help the aged steps in there and helps them with the trophies.
I just just wonder if Charles Leclerc has had a good look at that Ferrari. I bet he'd love to have a few laps with him. He's laps with that car, so different from current Formula One cars. How over 40, 50 years the evolution of the racing car has proceeded. And so we go up to 1985 at this meeting, and we probably won't have another category added on sort of 85 to 90, because suddenly the cars got very, very complicated to run.
Yes, exactly. The turbos came in 1977. They'd already been going for 8 years by the time the DFV was really phased out.
Yeah. Of course, the DFV was really plug and play, and then the engines came, and you needed various people with laptops, as Mark Shaw came home in Serie B in third place. Joe Colasacco, a spirited drive to second, but Andy Middlehurst had him covered in the beautiful classic Team Lotus 25. Bit quicker, as he said, around the swimming pool, and he takes home the victory trophy. The trophy being signed there.
Yeah, probably, as you say, it's going to the team. So Andy was perhaps signing it. It says to
Andy.
Oh, it said to Andy, didn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder if that's the chap who designed the trophy.
There it is. The Graham Hill helmeted trophy. So this was for the rear-engine Grand Prix cars, 1500cc, 1961 to 65, and Formula 2, 1956 to 1960. And it promised to be a great duel between the two drivers on the front row of the grid, Andy Middlehurst and Joe Colasacco. And at the start of the race, it was Andy Middlehurst straight into the lead. A relatively slow start from Lucas Halusa in third place. He was swallowed up. The leading two immediately started their 10-lap fight for victory between Middlehurst and Colasacco. Middlehurst in the green Lotus with the yellow stripe, and Colasacco in the red Ferrari.
Yes, V8 versus the 12-cylinder Ferrari. And early on, Joe was certainly challenging the American, trying to get down the inside, but Andy Middlehurst, with 4 victories in this car in the past, knows his way around Monaco, and a huge racing history behind him. Mr. John B had problems with his Lola, and had the 24 car spinning around. The Buhofer in the BRM, who dropped him down the field, eventually finished 13th. That's Mr. John B going up the hill with one wheel awry.
But this really was the duel of the race between these two. And Andy Middlehurst sometimes was able to ease away. He said at the end of the race he'd been able to ease away around the swimming pool. And this was a crucial moment. They came up to lap Sid Hool. Sid Hool tried to keep out of the way as much as possible. Look at him. He's looking in his mirror and he can see the leading duo coming, but he has to take his line, and that cost Joe Colasacco time. And it took him 2 or 3 laps before he could catch up Andy Middlehurst. Middlehurst admitted afterwards that he missed a gear at one point, and so that allowed, oh yes, there was a little contact there.
Yeah,
as well.
there was. We missed that on live commentary. A little bit of contact.
In the slow-mo, we could see it.
But back markers was always a worry.
Mark Shaw fought his way through the back markers into third place. And all the way through the field, a big field of cars here, over 30 cars taking part. And Andy Middlehurst right at the end there, under pressure from Joe Colasacco, but Colasacco had to run wide when lapping a slower car.
Yeah, missed his braking a little bit. Probably could have taken the lead there, but the race director would have made him give it back, so he just dropped him behind. But remain right up the gearbox of the Lotus 25. The Ferrari making so much noise as it crossed the finish line, it almost drowned out the Lotus. And victory then for the man from St Helens, Andy Middlehurst. And Classic Team Lotus taking the win here. So 2 beautiful matras there going through our picture as they filter down the pit lane, getting ready for Serie D, Formula 1 cars, 3 litres. First part of the 3 litre section of Formula 1, 1966 to 1972. Andrew Marriott here with Bob Constantiouris in the commentary box. And on the face of it, this should be dominated by Michael Lyons in his 30s TS9. In the past, in this category, we've seen terrific battles between Stuart Hall and Michael Lyons. But the car that Stuart raced and won in here, the McLaren M19A, is owned, of course, by the great collector, Roel Gotha, the German, with his 2 sons that race. Roel has opted to drive the car himself this weekend. So there it is, being pushed out, the beautiful McLaren M19A in its Yardley colours, although still with a bit of McLaren orange on it. And so we won't see that battle, as Roel is certainly not of the pace of Michael. So be interested to see what happens. But we've got some one particularly other interesting entry in this, a Lotus 49, Bob.
Yes, the Lotus 49B, which is one of the older cars. It has to be said, we've got to remember this, one of the older cars in the field. The Lotus 49B being driven by Adrian Newey, man in the news, superstar designer and technical director of Red Bull Racing, of course, but in the past, so many other car companies as well. Even, let's remember, Leighton House March, for example. March themselves in IndyCar. But then, of course, Williams, McLaren, etc. And absolutely masterminding the Red Bull operation for so many years. So here's a man practicing what he preaches, Adrian Newey, in a Lotus 49B. It's in gold leaf colours, and he's here just to have a good time. He loves racing, loves his racing, and he's qualified that Lotus 49B on 8th on the grid. It's quite a small grid today, sadly.
Yeah, he's done quite a lot of racing, of course, both modern. He's raced at Le Mans in a Ferrari some years ago. And also raced a GT4 at Goodwood quite a lot. He's raced this Lotus 49 a few times
as well.
Yeah, and as you said, a very well-developed E-Type. But some intriguing cars. It is something called the Eiffel Land, which is actually a March with some special bodywork on. And again, Bob, that's another good story.
Yes, exactly. The Eiffel Land was bought by a German caravan company to publicise that caravan company. So that's why it's completely different bodywork. It doesn't include a kitchen or a toilet, that bodywork. And it's not towed behind a Dutch car. But yes, the Eiffel Land being driven here by David Shaw, who's put it, fifth on the grid?
Yeah, and it's got this intriguing central mirror, which was meant to help the airflow. I'm not sure it really went. At one stage, that particular car lost all that Eiffel Land bodywork. They put it back as a sort of original March, but then it has been restored as the Eiffel Land.
And just another intriguing car, we saw it briefly a moment ago, Franco Miners in the Spetsaneva. There it goes round the Lowe's hairpin or Fairmont hairpin down to Porti. There it is, right in the centre. The Spetsaneva. Spetsaneva means snowplow in Italian. It was designed by Mauro Forghieri as a design exercise, but it never raced. So it is, technically speaking, it's a 312 B3 with a flat 12 engine. There is the Eiffel Land, and behind it the Spetsaneva. So there are some oddballs here, if you like.
And there's another great story. The Mexican driver, one of the top Mexican drivers over the recent years, Adrian Fernandez, a very successful team owner, a successful driver also in the American Le Mans Series, but particularly in Champ Car, IndyCar racing, had a lot of success from 1993 to 2004. Founded Fernandez Racing with Tom Anderson. Won the American Le Mans Series. So a driver, a talent, very professional man, really goes about his racing seriously. He was asked to demonstrate this BRM P153 at Mexico City because it had been raced and won the 1970 Belgian Grand Prix by a Mexican driver, Pedro Rodriguez.
So, yeah, these are the Jackie Stewart Series D cars, Formula One Grand Prix cars from 1966 to 1972. Sorry, finish your story.
Yeah, we're just picking up on Adrian Fernandez making his debut here at Monaco at the age of 61. The former IndyCar racer and team owner, and driving a BRM from the 1970 season, which won the Belgian Grand Prix. The hands of Mexican driver Pedro Rodriguez. Demonstrated the car, fell in love with it, had a bit of a battle to buy it, but he's bought it, and he's had the car spanned by the Hudson Historique team in America. They brought it over here, and he's going to make his Monaco debut. So, terrific story. But there's another little Mexican twist to that story, because he's got another Mexican admirer down in the paddock area, and a man that you know well, Joe Ramirez. And we saw Joe yesterday, and Joe, for many times, the team coordinator at McLaren, but actually came over to Britain with the Rodriguez brothers a long time ago, and he had something in the paddock to prove it.
Yes, he had the armband of Pedro Rodriguez.
No, Ricardo.
Sorry.
Ricardo. The driver armband. They used to have driver armbands in those days, and he was wearing it. And he says he has all kinds of Ricardo Rodriguez memorabilia, because he was their sort of confidant and helper when they came over. They were teenagers, you know. But Joe Ramirez, a great name in management of Formula One.
So this is Ewan Sergeson. He's got some really decorative, shall we say, pit assistants who we've seen wheeling the car onto the grid. He's starting fourth in this race. It's Michael Lyons on pole position from Katsuaki Kubota, the Japanese driver in a Lotus. Then Matthew Wrigley, son of Mike Wrigley, in third spot. Ewan Sergeson in fourth spot. David Shaw in fifth. And Adrian Fernandez, who we've just been talking about, in sixth. Then it's Franco Miners in the Spezia Navy, Adrian Newey in the Lotus 49, Tom Hartley Jr., purveyor of Automobile Exotica, in ninth place, and then Mr. John B back out again in 10th place.
Well, there we look down on the helmet of Adrian Newey, but the man on pole position, Michael Lyons, looking to add to his 7 victories over the years here. Some of them in this Surtees that he's driving today. So looking for his 8th, and it makes him the most successful driver at this wonderful historic meeting. Katsuaki Kubota.
Don't think we're going to see Sean Lynn by the looks of things. We were meant to see Sean Lynn in the Brabham BT37 of Jamie Constable, but replacing Jamie Constable, but I don't think we're going to see him. There is Mr. John B in that Matra. We just love those Matras.
He's even got Mr. John B embroidered on his racing gloves, I noticed. And we'll find out what the B's for one of these days. But he's got a big collection of French racing cars, Matras and Ligers. But he's also got a Bentley Speed 8 from Le Mans, much more modern racing car. Thumbs up there.
Again, this is an intriguing car because it started off as a Formula 2 car, but was adapted to Formula 1, March 721G.
Yeah, but 4 London stockbrokers sponsored a privateer called Mike Beutler. Oh, there's a nice crash helmet. Look at that. That's a bit different. Yeah, so March had a different form of Formula 1 car that year in 1972. But they took this smaller chassis. It was after the season had started, put a DFV in it and increased the fuel tank capacity. And it was a pretty effective machine, was the 721G. I suppose the G was for Guthrie, so it was the 4 stockbrokers. One of them was Guthrie. It was Jack Durlacher, who'd previously been one of the supporters of your mate, Rob Walker.
Yes.
And Wrigley down there, he is driving that car, and he's had a lot of success in historic racing in Formula Ford level and at much more powerful Formula 2 level. He could be the main opposition to Lyons, although Kubota's up there as well. But I can't see Michael Lyons really coming under a huge amount of pressure unless the car has a bit of a problem. There's that air scoop as well as part of that special Eiffeland bodywork. And, well, what an interesting shape. As we said, I always say it again in this commentary, you know, these days all the Formula 1 cars look pretty well the same. Well, they certainly didn't in this period of the late 60s, early 70s. All kinds of different shapes, different mechanical ideas. There's the Ferrari.
Spezzanevi with Franco Muniz from Monaco. There's a few Monegasques, actually. Franco Muniz, Nicolas Mathilde as well. And Roald Goethe is down here as Monegasque as well. Adrian Newey there lining up. And he's, as I mentioned, 8th on the grid is Adrian. But remember, that is one of the older cars. Remember, the 49B was the 49 was the first car to have the DFV engine in 1967 at Zandvoort. And we've got a Lotus 72 here, which was almost its Formula 1 successor. Katsuaki Kubota, 2nd on the grid.
Yeah, you could just see the chassis plate there for the eager beavers who used to collect chassis plate numbers. Have to admit to being one of them. So Michael Lyons very much on the pole. Back to the intriguing Rolf Stommelen car. And haven't seen, let's see Fernandez, wouldn't we, on the grid here?
Tom Hartley Jr. in this ex-Jackie Stewart March 701. He hasn't done a huge amount of racing, Tom Hartley Jr., so he's having to adapt fairly well. He's in the middle of the grid, just behind Adrian Newey. And we've got a gap there.
Do you know what? That's why we haven't seen it. That's Fernandez. So what has happened to that BRM? Well, what a disappointment for Adrian and all the Mexican fans. And I know people back in Mexico were going to tune into this part of our broadcast. So we'll try and find out what has happened to Fernandez. Lunchtime we'll be able to pop into the paddock. Find out a little more.
Mr. John B in the Matra. And he starts 10th on the grid. The JPS Katsu Kubota.
So the carbon crash helmet there with you see the weave. And then the marvellous DFE engine behind, developed by Cosworth in Northamptonshire, and Keith Duckworth, Mike Costin, of course, the men behind that company. Now that was a flame out fire extinguisher. That was a short-term sponsored Team Surtees car, very much in Team Surtees colours, red with the white arrow on the front. A lot of Surtees cars were like that. We will see the other car in the Brook Bond colours. That is blue with a white stripe. Now another look at this ex-Jean-Pierre Beltoise match. Jean-Pierre Beltoise, a driver who won here, actually in the BRM, not the 153 like Fernandez was going to drive, but the next model after that on a rainy day here all those years back.
Nicolas Latil. We've been walking past his flower shop every day.
Yeah.
Very much a man of Monaco. He's on all sorts of committees, particularly about gardens and flowers.
Oh, right. Okay. Well,
he's also a real estate merchant as well, which I suspect is where the money comes from.
I suspect you might be right. There's only so many carnations and roses you can sell.
Well, he leaves everything out. I mean, when we go past, those shops shut, and there are plants all over the pavement.
Should have plucked a carnation, just put it in your buttonhole, Bob. So anticipation here in what I'd put money on a Michael Lyons win, but as we say every time, there's no certainties in motor racing, and
anything can happen.
Yeah.
When you're on the limit.
Yeah, and
that man will be pushing as hard as anything. Very experienced in this Lotus 72. A car that, of course, in period was very much a competitive car around here as well.
Oh, particularly, wasn't it? And it went through various iterations and different suspension geometry and...
The 49B won in 1968 with Graham Hill, and in 1969 also with Graham Hill, who won, of course, 5 times here. The 72, the 49C won in 1970, and then the 72, only 5th in Fittipaldi's hands in 71, still stopped on the grid 2 cars.
Well, there's Fernandez's car being pushed. No, sorry, that's the completely wrong. There's another yardage. That's Roa Gotha in the car that has won here in the past with Stuart Hall driving it, and just abandoned the 7 car. I don't think it's Gotha. I don't think he's going to start, is he?
That's Ewan Sergeson in the number 7 car.
Sonny got a bit overexcited there, thinking the Mexican. Of course, they are in the same colour scheme, but absolutely right.
So the survivors really continue. Sean Lynn never took up his grid position. Adrian Fernandez didn't. And Ewan Sergeson's car being wheeled back into the pits, as is Roald Goethe's car as well.
Yeah, well, so much for all the help of the grid girl.
No, this is earlier on.
Yes.
So they were pushing it up the hill in the first place into the paddock. And it's still being pushed.
Oh,
Sergeson throws out his steering wheel, and very much. Oh, that at least has started. Yeah. Number 15. He's going to start from the pit lane.
Yeah, the Rofco team boys have got that going. This is on. Look, sticker tyres as well. His golf-coloured crash helmet.
Can he go to the pit lane? No, stay there. Okay. Well, he's got a chance anyway. That's the important thing, is to have the chance of driving around this fantastic circuit.
Well, this is a 12-lapper, so a little bit long in the races thus far.
In terms of distance, not necessarily in terms of time.
Exactly.
Because these are quicker cars. Right.
So I think he is going to go, isn't he?
You can see on Roald Gotha, he's got the Gulf colours on his helmet. He's involved in the gas and oil industry, and he very much is a collector of Gulf-sponsored cars, not just in Formula One, but also in sports cars as well.
But also, he owns a car which we'll see in the very last race of this meeting, which Stuart Hall will drive, and is on pole position for that race. And that isn't a Golf car, which is most rare for him. It's a March in Rothman's colours.
Oh, dear.
The emotion to overcome this chap.
Yeah.
You work so hard, to get these cars. And then
Ewan Sergeson's crew. So the cars are on the grid, ready for the lights to go out. 12 laps coming up of Grand Prix cars, 1966 to 72, and they're away and straight into the lead, of course. Oh, Adrian Newey hasn't started. Now he gets away.
Yep.
And alongside him, I think it was the March of Tom Hartley Jr. didn't get away either. Yeah, number 1 there.
Maybe it was a lack of experience. He just stalled it. Yep. Now it's fired up and he's away. The March 7th, first March Formula One car that was launched. In fact, I orchestrated that launch at Silverstone.
So it's Lyons ahead of Wrigley in second place, Kubota in third, and then David Shaw in fourth, and the Spezzanevi of Miners in fifth place. So they are charging through the tunnel, and this is our first chance to hear DFVs around the circuit.
And a couple of Matra V12s, of course, which will scream highly. But Wrigley doing a good job there, hanging on to Michael Lyons.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for young Matthew Wrigley, but Michael Lyons, so much experience in all sorts of cars, and you will see him several times this afternoon as well. This is his first appearance. We'll see him many more times as well.
Driving for the family team. This car belongs to the family, but later for the big German Chrome Cars operation. This car in the Rob Walker Brook Bond colours, but actually in period it raced mainly in South Africa with a Rhodesian driver, Zimbabwean driver John Love, in the Team Gunston colours. So it was a Team Gunston car rather than a Rob Walker car, as I understand it. There's the two matches are both a different iteration. You see the different nose treatments. As Adrian Newey is thinking about getting a little bit racy, and let's see how he powers up the hill. There's the first match, there's the second one. There's Newey trying to bob out and get past, and the Mr. John B. and also Mathilde, the flower shop owner. Let's see what Adrian can do. Well, the Matra covering him off.
Yeah, the Matra going down the hill. Everyone tries to avoid that bump. They haven't earlier on, but now they do with these lower cars. And Adrian Newey goes for the inside line at the hairpin. Wow,
great move. Past Nicolas Mathilde.
Not everybody can get past there, but he's got past Nicolas Mathilde, who's a local guy, so he knows the roads. But Adrian instantly pulls away, and below us, Michael Lyons leads Matthew Wrigley first and second. Matthew Wrigley in the March 721G.
But Lyons turning the timing screen purple. Fastest section 1, fastest section 2, and really getting in his stride in this Surtees. And we said this yesterday, raced previously by his mother, and not many people can say, I'm racing my mother's old Formula One car. In fact, I don't think anybody else could say it. 34.359 the lap of Michael Lyons. But Wrigley, he's doing a very good job there, hanging on.
Now, Mathilde pretty much left the door open, didn't he, for Adrian Newey round the hairpin, and said, if you're brave enough, I'll give you the space. And you don't say that to Adrian Newey too often, because he'll take it. Thank you very much. There he goes. So up into what is now 7th place for Adrian Newey. Remember, he got left behind on the grid at the start. Here it is. Here's the start again. There in the background is Adrian Newey not getting away. Katsuaki Kubota beaten into Sandivot at the start by Matthew Wrigley, and that's still the situation between those two.
Gothers did get racing out of the pit lane, and he's running in 10th position now.
Yep. So 11 starters, or 11 runners in this. Here's Michael Lyons, and he's beginning to pull away a little bit from Matthew Wrigley in second place. Lyons in the Surtees, of course, Wrigley in the March. And here comes the Surtees round to complete lap 3. The advantage was 2.5 seconds between Lyons and Wrigley, and it is now 2.2 seconds. So Lyons isn't having it all his own way. Wrigley has the chance to get closer. Kubota in 3rd place, another 3.8. That has come down as well. So as these drivers are settling into the circuit, so they're getting more competitive.
Yeah, I did think that Michael Lyons would run away with this, but that's certainly not the case. Wrigley keeping him honest, and the ex-Mike Beutler car, we rather, or perhaps he shouldn't have said this, but used to call him Blocker Beutler. He made a very wide car, particularly in the Formula 3 days, did Mike. Died many years ago now in San Francisco. He's an absolutely charming man, and very fiery driver too. But you couldn't do that. He couldn't do it anymore. Managed to get into Formula 1 because he was good in Formula 3 and Formula 2 with a group of stockbrokers backing him, able to buy and commission this special march. And So he was a privateer. Now, of course, we don't have any privateers. There used to be lots of them back in the period of the early 70s.
Well, we'll see some more privateer cars over the next few races as well, won't we?
Indeed we will.
Kubota there in the Lotus 72, run by Classic Team Lotus again. He had a bit of a nudge with the Armco yesterday and lost the nose section, but they obviously had a spare one, so he's able to race that. But, yeah, lost the nose section and mangled it a little bit. But very, very accustomed to this Lotus 72 is Katsuaki Kubota. Katsu.
Absolutely loves the car, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And races it all over Europe.
And in the States as well.
Yep.
Software magnate, if you like, from Japan, Katsuaki Kubota.
These DFV cars, there is a season-long race series for them. The Masters Group run Formula 1. We're seeing these cars split into about 4 categories. They have them all in the same race, but there aren't nearly so many. It's such a magnet for people, owners of these cars, to race them at Monaco, that they sometimes only come out of the box every 2 years. But it's so interesting to see things like this Eiffelland. I mean, it never ran anywhere like fourth in a period. Although Rolf Strommelen, who was the guy who drove it, German driver, was a very fast peddler.
Yes, he was. He was very good. So David Shaw at the moment in 4th place. Ooh, 2 marches going up the hill there.
Yeah.
That's Tom Hartley Jr. and Harald Becker, the German driver.
Yeah, that's in the one's in the Tyrrell colours, because March provided cars for Tyrrell in 1970, and they had a factory team with people like Amon and Andretti drove us. We've got the SCP on the car. A nice little battle between these trio.
This is right at the back. Mathilde keeping out of the way of Tom Hartley Jr., who goes through. And, in fact, he lets all 3 of them go through. So Hartley Jr., Becker and Goethe, that's Goethe in the McLaren, number 15 there, they all get past the Matra. Mathilde being very well-mannered.
Yeah, March company. The H was Robin Hurd. He was the designer of this March 701. I mean, they went absolutely crazy that first year. They had a Formula 1 team, had a Formula 2 team, had a Formula 3 team, which I ran, and they had a Can-Am car as well. And they did a great job, and then had lots of success subsequently in Indianapolis in the States.
So Lyons with a 4-second lead now over Matthew Wrigley, who in turn is 2.8 ahead. And coming into the pits is the Matra of Mathilde.
No, that's the Eiffelland.
Oh, it's the Eiffeland.
Oh, you see that mirror, yeah.
Yeah, Mark
Oh,
Shaw,
what a
sorry.
show. I thought Mark Shaw was going so well in that.
Yeah.
What a disappointment for him.
And there is Roald Goethe in the McLaren, getting ahead of Harald Becker.
Yeah.
Going up into 8th place.
Yeah, Harald Becker, the German driver. The year after this, March, of course, had the funny T-tray thing on the front of the car. Do you remember that? And sometimes you see those racing, and
the STP March, particularly.
Well, yeah,
car.
that's what they did. But for me, that McLaren M19 is a beautiful car. As we said, if Stewart had been in it, I would have been right up there, dicing wheel to wheel with Mike Lyons. But Stewart's got, we'll see him a bit later.
Stewart.
Hall.
Jackie Stewart.
No, to Stuart Hall, I mean.
You've got to be precise.
I have to be, and there's different spelling in Stewart as well. And Kubota has just done the quickest lap of the race.
So watch out for him. He's back in 3rd place, but he's only a couple of seconds behind Matthew Wrigley in the yellow car on your screens at the moment. There is the battle over 2nd place, or potential battle, between Wrigley and Kubota.
Yeah, this race got a bit more intrigue in it than I expected. Mr. Jollibee in 5th place in his Matras, the later of the 2 Matras. Matra was a French aerospace company that went into motor racing to promote its brand.
Now, they're looking at the front of that car, of the Eiffelland, as though it could be something to do with the brakes.
Looking like brakes, isn't it?
Yeah, looking at the front. So there is Michael Lyons. Ooh, got a little bit out of shape, didn't he, there?
He doesn't spare much, does he, Michael? I mean, he's still got, Wrigley just 5 seconds behind him. Just a little trip up an escape road or something, and Wrigley will be right there.
Yeah. Yes, Matthew Wrigley doing a good job. The young British driver, Matthew Wrigley, along with father Mike Wrigley, of course.
Yeah.
Last year was, he's done a certain amount of racing elsewhere in Penske, Lotus Elan, etc. Didn't like modern racing, so he's stuck to historic racing. Michael Lyons now threading his way through the back markers.
Yeah, well, it doesn't get much better than this racing at Monaco, does it? In a classic Formula One car.
Probably better than, say, I don't know, Croft on an Easter Monday or something.
Snetterton on a rainy day, perhaps, yes.
So Michael Lyons now with a 5.7 second lead over Katsuaki Kubota.
And I see that Adrian Newey is now in 6th place and improving on his lap times. That's
what happened to Wrigley. That's how he lost that second place.
Yeah.
Straight on at San Devot. And Katsu Kubota said, thank you very much.
Was he able to turn it around in that space? Sometimes you can. So Wrigley trying a nice little battle amongst this group here. With Gotha, with Becker, Mathieu.
Well, that's Kubota at the back. Trying to thread his way through.
He is.
And, lots of blue flags, but they're not necessarily taking any notice of them. Here comes Katsu Kubota getting past Roald Gotha in the McLaren, and now looking at Harold Becker ahead of him. And does Harold Becker go straight on there? There's Michael Lyons. 8 laps completed of the 12. He's on his 9th lap at the moment. And he had a lead of 8.4 seconds now over Kubota in 2nd place. Yeah,
Wrigley able to regain the track in 3rd place ahead of Minus, but the snowplow going particularly well, I think, don't you?
Well, I think that for a car that never raced, its 4th place is probably beyond expectations.
Yeah, I think quite a few of the Ferrari drivers, Jackie Hicks, who we've seen here this weekend, tested it. And I don't know whether they just had too much downforce on the front, but anyway, the plan was abandoned.
Yeah.
But the great thing is the car lives on to remind us of maybe cul-de-sacs that designers went down on occasion.
Yes, Mauro Foghieri, the Ferrari engineer, who not only was a chassis specialist, but also an engine specialist, which was still, well, it's unheard of now, but it was pretty rare then as well.
Yeah, it was.
To be specialists at both, combining the talents. And Mauro Foghieri was the man who was in charge of that.
Cosworth once built a Formula 4-wheel drive car that never raced, but I saw being demonstrated at Mallory Park. And so they'd done the engine and the chassis. That was designed by Robin Hurd before he went to Martin. Oh, dear.
That's Michael
Lyons has made a mistake. That is so uncharacteristic. What has happened there?
That was very strange. Accelerating out of Rascasse and got sideways. He's kept the engine running. And he's virtually blocking the road, not quite. And in fact, Wrigley's gone past up into 2nd place, what is now 2nd place.
And I think he's going to, well, Michael, love to see that.
Don't know what happened there, but he's got to explain to Mummy afterwards.
Yeah.
Here it is. Turns in, something was wrong already because Kubota was so much closer.
Yeah, he raised his arm before he spun, didn't he? I think it was a gearbox problem, maybe.
Yeah. Something was already wrong.
Yeah.
And look at that.
It's strange how it turned so sharply right.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be interesting if he carries on. I suspect, no, he isn't. That's it for Michael Lyons. Or is he just going to his pit? Yes, he is. So, as we said, nothing certain in motor racing, Bob, and that's absolutely the case.
Yeah.
We had him as a certain bet for victory here.
All that money you put on him.
And then Wrigley, of course, going down the escape road. And suddenly, we might have the Japanese national anthem at the end of all this. Yeah, and he will know he's in the lead. I'll be a little bit surprised. But could have 2 consecutive races won by Classic Team Lotus.
Well, he's certainly about to complete 10 laps, is Katsu Kubota, with Matthew Wrigley in second place, 18 seconds further back, and Franco Miners is on the podium at the moment in the Spezia Neve. Matra in 4th place, Adrian Newey in 5th, and then Tom Hartley Jr. in 6th place, then Harold Becker in 7th. These are really the survivors, if you like. Michael Lyons in the pits, David Shaw in the pits as well, Nicola Matil on circuit, but Katsu Kubota leading around. I'm just trying to think what could have gone wrong for Michael Lyons, because he'd lost a huge amount of time. Katsu Kubota caught right up even before that spin.
Yes, he had, and I'm thinking maybe transmission. And Adrian Newey in 5th place overall now, and each lap going faster than the previous, which is impressive. So he's really getting to grips with the Lotus 49, I think the oldest car in this race. There's Mr. Jollibee. So Adrian not close to him, but he'll be enjoying himself. Only going to win his class, although he was the only one in it.
Here's Franco Miners in the Spezia Neve with Mr. Jollibee close behind, 1.2 seconds between the two of them last time. And Mr. Jollibee closing. Could have a Matra on the podium. This is their penultimate lap. Mr. Jollibee getting closer all the time, and he'd love to be on the podium here, wouldn't he? But so would Franco Miners, who's a Monegasque.
Yeah.
And
quite a battle. He's going through. Dive down the inside, Mr. Jollibee. Nice move into the chicane.
Yeah. And perhaps Franco Miners didn't quite have the confidence there. And Mr. Jollibee gets through. Franco Miners not letting him get away, though. Franco Miners staying with him around these familiar streets. And here it is again.
Came from well back, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, terrific. Just perfect move there.
But as you say, a longer braking distance here.
Is that Miners?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Miners has spun, and Adrian Newey's got up to 4th place.
So Miners has had a spin as well. What drama. And so Mr. Jollibee in 3rd place, Newey in 4th, and Miners in 5th place. So Kubota on his last lap, he's got a big lead of 17 seconds. And here he is coming round the swimming pool area. Just a couple of corners to go now. Well, it isn't a given. We've seen other people stop around Raskas as they put the power on. But he makes it okay. Katsu Kubota, here he comes up to take the checkered flag at the end of this 12-lap race for 3-litre cars from 66 to 72, and victory for Katsu Kubota. He will love that. And here is Matthew Wrigley, a good second place for him in the March 721G. And an excellent, but he knows he could have won that if he hadn't gone up the escape road. That will be niggling to him. And Mr. Jollibee, here he is in the Matra. Got a few corners still to go before he takes the checkered flag. In 3rd place, Raskas just to go. Beautiful engine noise as he comes up into Noguez, the final corner, and accelerates towards the checkered flag. And he, too, is on the podium. We'll see them in a few moments' time. But a great result. Adrian Newey there in 4th place. Well, he kept his nose clean, didn't he?
Yeah, reminding us of the great days of Graham Hill racing that car and winning here at Monaco.
Katsu Kubota there, the winner. And he's greeted by the marshals' flags and the marshals as well. Great enthusiasm from the marshals around this circuit. They've been doing a lot of work over the last few weeks and still have a busy weekend, of course, in 2 weeks' time at the Monaco Grand Prix.
Very early starts as well for them.
Yeah. Yeah. So, Kubota-san, whatever the congratulations in Japanese is, well done to him. And that was the important thing. Keep your nose clean, keep the car out of the barriers, no dramas, well-prepared car. And whoa, that's what happened. Yeah. He was trying to stay with the Matra and just outbraked himself. Thankfully, didn't hit anything at Rascasse. That's the Spezia Navy having its moment. It's a bit like a go-kart, isn't it? It's really short.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I suppose that was part of the design philosophy.
So, Kubota-san accelerating towards Rascasse and ready to head towards the grid. And another victory, for, as you say, for Classic Team Lotus. Well done.
I think we could see some effusive celebrations here. Car looks absolutely great. That wedge shape of the Lotus 72, designed by with Colin Chapman and Maurice Philippe.
Mr. John of B, incidentally, started 10th on the grid, finished 3rd.
Yeah. Got a pretty busy morning, haven't we, Bob? Because we've got another race coming up fairly soon. Then we take our lunch break, and then we have 3 races this afternoon in the 3 fastest categories. Gloves coming off. Members of the team closing in. There's Matt Wrigley, takes his crash helmet off. Confirmation then of the surprise result, really. Katsuaki Kubota winning with a 16-second margin at the end of Matt Wrigley. Mr. John B and the Matra coming 3rd. Adrian Newey 4th. What a result for him. And then Franco Miners was in 5th place in the Ferrari snowplow. Already got the laurel garland around him. Hugs all round. Yes, he won it 10 years ago, this race in that car.
So it's obviously very emotional for him and for Katsu Kubota. And we're very pleased for him to have won here.
You know, I'm just wondering if Classic Team Lotus were looking after that car. He certainly raced for them before, but just looking at the mechanics around the car.
Yes. No, I agree. I agree. He seems of late to have not necessarily split from them, but it's not necessarily Classic Team Lotus looking after it any longer.
Sometimes these cars are owned by Classic Team Lotus. Sometimes owners of Lotus let Classic Team Lotus run them. Maybe he does own that car. We'll try and find out the history of that here. Well, sad sight of the car we thought was going to win being pushed away. Michael Lyons is off to drive the next race. Hopefully we'll have some better luck. Well, it's under his own power there, isn't it? It's a bit of a mystery.
So there is Mr. John B, briefly, and Matthew Wrigley there with Katsu Kubota. the podium procedure just being explained to the first three in this Series D. And I think we called it the Jackie Stewart, didn't we?
Oh, let's see what that cartoon-style trophy is like. Should have a helmet with a tartan strip around it.
We'll know who it is.
Up the stairs they go. Yeah, they lost the winner. They said, we suddenly saw him turn round, so I'm not sure who he was looking for.
There he goes. So here is Mr. John of B.
He's very happy with that.
Yeah, not surprisingly. Well done. Matthew Wrigley comes down the steps and on to second spot on the podium. And the winner, Katsu Kubota from Japan, heads to the top step, which he hasn't visited for 10 years, but he has been here before 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Well done.
And Mr. John of B, John Remy Guittard, looked at me, he was about to open the champagne. He had a little look at it.
Couldn't wait.
Yeah.
Are we going to see him again? I think we are, aren't we?
Yeah, I think we are.
All three, I think we're seeing again.
Well, there's the Jackie Stewart open face helmet.
Ah. He's got a few trophies, has Katsu.
Yeah, it's been racing a while, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And not sure if they have a serious sort of historic race meeting in Japan. You'd think they would, but I don't recall one.
No.
You know, now one of the big new historic meetings in Dubai.
And of course, yes, some of these competitors we've seen around the world at some of the major historic race meetings at Nürburgring, for example, Spa, Le Mans Classic, Goodwood Revival. So let's hear the national anthem of Japan.
Yes, the emotion really coming out there as Kubota repeats his victory from 10 years ago. Collecting up the silverware.
Hasn't got enough hands.
No, no.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah, quick photograph.
Gather them together.
So Mr. John O'Bee in the Matra, here under pressure from Franco Manes in the Ferrari Spezzaneve, but it was Mr. John O'Bee who got the third place. And in second place, Matthew Wrigley did an excellent job in the March 721G. But the winner, the man who kept his nose clean, kept out on the circuit all the way through, Katsuaki Kubota, no mistakes from him. And he was there when Michael Lyons pulled off and was able to claim the victory. A glass of something for everybody, perhaps Moet Chandon. And a certain amount
No,
of
he's going to
spraying of
spray.
champagne.
No. We haven't seen it yet, but it'll be the first time in this meeting that it's actually being sprayed and not taken for the dinner table. That's Veuve Clicquot, isn't it, with the orange label?
Yes. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, I said Moet de Chandon.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, we're so
apologies.
used to Moet being such a large part of motor racing, aren't we?
Yes, Veuve Clicquot.
And you'll give us the French translation because it's interesting. Isn't it the old widow?
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, threw you a bit of a curveball. Bob is outstanding at French. He's Now, I wonder what that's about.
No, I don't know.
Tigers. It was to be about something. Looked like a team flag, didn't it?
Looked like it, yeah.
You know,
Who are the Tigers?
well, do you know, strange enough, baseball's big in Japan.
Yes, exactly. Well, it used to be, yes. It's not
Yeah.
quite... They're quite fickle in some ways, the way they follow their sports. And here is the signing of the trophy to Katsu. So absolutely fabulous weather, and that is absolutely how it is. It's not that they've waited 365 days to get this shot to publicise Monaco. It's how it is today. And here is the highlights for Formula One Grand Prix cars 1973 to 1976. Ah, that's the previous one. Apologies. This is Grand Prix cars 1966 to 1972, the highlights programme, with Michael Lyons immediately getting off pole position, with Katsu Kubota trying to hold on to second place. Adrian Newey getting away late in the Lotus 49B.
Yeah, definitely surprises in this particular event, and lots of very interesting cars in different shapes. Cars have to be push-started. We had the disappointment of Adrian Fernandez, the Mexican IndyCar driver, not being able to start his BRM. Had other cars in the pit lane.
That's Tom Hartley Jr. getting away. Adrian Newey putting pressure on the Matra of Mr. John and B. And Adrian Newey in one of the older cars, but Katsu Kubota in the Lotus 72 giving chase to the first two, Michael Lyons and Matthew Wrigley. But it was Katsu Kubota who came through to claim the checkered flag, because Michael Lyons... This was not Michael Lyons, this was the Eifelland. Michael Lyons was out in the lead from Matthew Wrigley in second place, then Katsu Kubota getting closer to Matthew Wrigley.
And Matthew Wrigley had a trip up the escape road, which dropped him to third. There he is back underway again in the March 721G. Very much a one-off machine from the Bicester factory. But then suddenly... Michael Lyons looks as he had it all in hand in a car in which he's won here several times before. And absolutely fine there, but it just wasn't to last. That's that Wrigley trip up the escape road I mentioned, somewhat prematurely. But he was able to turn it around and rejoin the race in third place. Kubota was setting a very good pace in this race that he won 10 years previously. Then the gap closed, and then that happened. We don't know why the Surtees and Lyons had slowed, but obviously it was a problem. And then there at the Rascasse, it slewed sideways. See it again, very nearly hit actually by Kubota. There's the snowplow Ferrari of Frank Miners. He was going very well and having a terrific battle with Mr. John and B in the Matra MS 120B. And we had then Miners managed to spin also at La Rascasse. That's the place to watch for. There was Adrian Newey going through and heading probably certainly through his best ever result in his beautiful period Lotus 49, probably the oldest car in the race. Meanwhile, Caboto headed towards the checkered flag. An emotional win for him as his father just died a few days earlier. And great to have another Lotus victory. Wrigley came home in second place, the second generation driver who has had a lot of success in historic racing. And there, the number one, and there the trophy, and then the emotion came out. The 14th running of the Monaco Grand Prix, historic, just fantastic meeting around the streets of Monte Carlo. Coming up now, Bob Constanduris, is Formula One Grand Prix 3 litres, but now from 1973 to 1976. Just 4 years, but 4 years when there was lots of great racing. They looked down from the palace on what is going to be an absolutely cracking race, because this is going to be super competitive with the top 4 or 5 drivers very closely matched, and some of the big names of historic racing will be competing in this. Men who have been successful around this track and won here before. We're talking about Stuart Hall, we're talking about Nick Padmore, we're talking about the 3 times Le Mans winner Marco Werner, and we're talking about Michael Lyons, who was about to win the previous race. Just went down to the paddock area, managed to catch a few words with Michael, who tells me the Surtees TS19 had a problem with the steering rack. I'm not quite sure what happened. They think a tooth was broken off in the steering. So coming down, we saw him sideways on at the other hairpin at La Rascasse, but actually, the problem had happened before that. As he came out of the swimming pool, he didn't hardly have any steering. He managed to get down and was going to try and get into the pits. And then, of course, he couldn't get round the corner because he couldn't turn the steering. So he said, I'm absolutely gutted. I thought that was another win for me. And as we know, he's won more races here than anybody else. So disappointment. We had a huge disappointment too of Adrian Fernandez, the Mexican IndyCar racer and team owner, failing to start. That was a broken shaft in the differential of the P153, and the mechanic actually opened his toolkit and he showed me the broken piece, just like they used to do in the old days. So that was that. Matthew Wrigley, we saw him, didn't we, go down the escape road. Apparently, I'm told that he felt the pedal go to the floor, but then the pressure came back. Maybe the fluid boiled or something, and he was able to continue. But he might not have finished that race either. So, wow, what a lot of incident. Terrific, that previous category. But I think we're going to have more fun in this one, Series E. And we're getting faster and faster as well, aren't we, these cars?
Well, yes, exactly. Great beavering there from you, Andrew. Well done, getting down there.
Well, it's nice to be amongst the boys down there.
Yeah, well...
and I saw Jackie Hicks down there as well.
Oh, good. So, did you ask him about the success of the Spitzer Navy?
I should have done, shouldn't I? No, he was in conversation with someone, so I just waved and carried on.
So Matthew Wrigley out again, so is Michael Lyons. Their preparation has been interrupted by Andrew Marriott, but I'm sure they will have recovered. Yeah. But we've got so many top drivers out there. Stuart Hall, Nick Padmore, Marco Werner's, he was saying James Davison, a bit of a surprise, an Australian driver who is resident in the USA. Lucas Halusa, we've got... Steve Brooks, Jean-Denis Delatraz, ex-Formula One driver. He did a few Grand Prix, quite a few drivers who have a lot of experience, and these are the cars, as I say, 3 litre from 73 to 76. Class 1 is all the DFV cars, Class 2 are the others, and the others are basically 2 Ferraris, which is now, I think, just 1 Ferrari, that of Mr. John of B. Again, having been on the podium, he's out again.
So, Stuart,
no, he's not out again. He didn't. He failed to practice, so we're not going to see him again. Apologies.
So, Stuart Hall won this race 2 years ago by 1.5 seconds over Marco Werner, and Michael Lyons was third. Lyons won the race in 21 over Stuart Hall by 0.7 a second, so there's a lot of needle there. And Michael won this race also in 19. The Italian former Formula One driver Alex Caffey is not racing today, but he won the race in 16, and then before that was Lyons again. So we take a look into the cockpit here of Stuart Hall's car.
Just to go back in period, of course, this era was Stewart won in the Tyrrell 006 in 73.
Yes.
Peterson in the Lotus 72 in 74. And then the next 2 years were Niki Lauda in the Ferrari 312T, the flat 12. So it's a shame that Mr. John B doesn't have his Ferrari here, because that would have been an entirely appropriate car to bring here.
Yeah, so Stuart Hall, son of Peter Hall, was involved with Team Lotus in the latter days. A great touring car racer, and back the Andy Rouse team, and you might remember them with their Sierras. And Stuart had been racing a while now. He's been racing since he was 15. I remember first interviewing him at that age in a T car at Brands Hatch. Comes from Chelmsford. And in 2013, in modern day racing, was the 2003 GTE AM World Sports Car Champion. Alex Ames, just the driver coach, just talking to Halusa.
Hall not having anything to do with Stuart Hall.
No, absolutely right.
Too many halls.
Too many halls.
But the big surprise of this was actually Stuart Hall getting ahead of the 3 Chrome car Lotuses. So that was really quite something.
I think this car, two here,
yes.
And later, of course, we got 3 Chrome cars, and Michael Lyons driving for the family here, but we'll switch to Chrome later. I know it's all a bit complicated, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll get the hang of it by Monday.
Well, yes.
So, yes, that was a bit of a surprise, because, of course, the Chrome car Lotuses, the 76 for Marco Werner and Nick Padmore in the 77.
Wow.
Being outclassed by Stuart Hall in the Roald Gotha McLaren M23, which, of course, was a very, very competitive car.
And earlier on, we saw Max Hilliard in the Lotus 16 not getting off the grid, stuck in gear. We've talked about the unreliable gearbox of the Lotus 16, and well, that's what that was. So just see James Davison there in a Damon stroke Graham Hill helmet, didn't we? And of course, Max Hilliard also has similar helmet design, so obviously tribute to them. There's Marco Werner, and you see just on his sleeve there, Britex Motorsport. That's the company, German company, that runs these cars for Chrome, which is a wonderful collector of various racing cars, a guy called Kai Niklausen, who comes from Larsdorf in Germany. I must admit, I'm quite sure where Larsdorf is, but he got a great collection of cars and loves to see them racing. So there's, so it says Britex on his helmet. Marco Werner, who started his career by building his own Formula Ford car, went on to race many years at Le Mans. I mean, we'd said it before yesterday. For 6 years at Le Mans in Audi, it was third, second, third, first, racing both in petrol and diesel, R8, R10, also winning the American Le Mans Championship. There is Wrigley. So he's hoping that he won't have any braking problems in this race.
In a Penske, but this is Michael Lyons, 4th on the grid, the McLaren M26 with the front radiator rather than the M23, which didn't display that, had side radiators, but M26 for Michael Lyons. And this is, in this instance, entered by his father, Frank Lyons, from Essex. So that's the first 3 places on the grid. Stuart Hall in the M23, whereas Lyons is in the later M26. The M23, a very effective piece of kit indeed. Well, number 19 there, that's Frédéric Lajoux in the Surtees TS19 with the Durex sponsorship on the back. I'm sure you can tell us all about that. Yeah,
well, I was involved in brokering that particular deal. There was a bit of controversy afterwards. It was a very effective marketing campaign. Actually, the advertising agency Benton and Bowles did huge posters. One of the logos was the small family car. It was a very good motor racing campaign. And
so there is an ex-Lauda Ferrari.
Yes.
That is the one. So unfortunately, I missed that. That's a 312B3 of Andrea Burani. He's actually penultimate on the grid, but it's certainly a very, very significant car for this race.
And he's got a Mario Andretti crash helmet on, or a tribute helmet to Andretti, if you look closely. M23 was, of course, the car that James Hunt won his World Championship in. The M26, also designed by Gordon Coppock, but it didn't seem to be a big step forward. And as you mentioned, well, they changed the position of the radiators.
So there's the Yardley McLaren on pole position of Stuart Hall. And they're just waiting for the green light. There it is. And away they will go for their final formation lap. This is an 18-lap race, so they're getting longer.
They are, but of course these cars are quite a bit quicker. So time-wise, this is the race heading us up to lunchtime.
Got ensigns and shadows. There's a Hesketh as well. There's another shadow. Lotus is further back as well. There's a bit of Penskes. There's quite a few Penskes in here. There's a Trojan, or at least there was a Trojan. An ensign as well. So quite a bit of variety. Surtees, as I mentioned earlier on.
Well,
Tyrrell as well.
Back then you could buy that package, the Hewland gearbox and the Cosworth DFE engine, and design a chassis around it, and that's what people did. As I said earlier, it was a sort of plug-in and play engine, and very efficient, designed by Keith Duckworth and Mike Costin. And
probably worth pointing out, perhaps one of the major garagistes, as they were known by the Europeans, was Mo Nunn, with the ensign. Of all the people who had a tiny setup, that was probably the smallest.
Well, certainly earlier ensigns, it might have only been in Formula 3 cars, were designed and built in his garage next door to his house in Walsall, up in the Birmingham area there. But Mo then went on to be very successful running teams in Indianapolis, and together with his wife Sylvia, whenever you went to see them in paddock, there was always a cup of tea handy that Sylvia would provide. But Mo died a few years ago. I had an attempt at trying to write his autobiography, or his biography for him.
Having been an extremely well-respected figure in American racing and champion.
Yes, a great engineer, and
he probably achieved more in America than he did in Europe.
I think he probably did, because the ensign was pretty on the fun. It was from the keep going in Formula 1 for a number of years. Number
31 is an ensign, if you want to know what we're talking about. Number 31, the red ensign of Marco Fumigalli.
And we have had an ensign winning this race in the past with Alex Caffey driving. A very effective piece of kit, actually, designed mainly by Nigel Bennett, ex-Lotus. And
so they're coming up to take up their grid positions for this 18-lap race, 18 laps.
Magnificent shot looking down there from a drone, I presume, Bob?
I guess so.
Or a helicopter. I didn't see any helicopters up in the sky. But yeah, it's a magical place, Monaco. I mean, you've got to put it on your bucket list if you're a motor racing fan if you've never been here. And, you know, this is a great meeting to come to. Historic, only every 2 years, we should point out. Just going past the UBS signs here. That organisation, one of the sponsors.
Yeah, worth pointing out, the first one was here, first historic was here in 1997 as a celebration of the 700th anniversary of the ruling family. The lights are on, the lights go out, and away goes Stuart Hall straight into the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw Padmore come across trying to get into second place, but Werner hung on in there and up the hill. Now, that was close, wasn't it? The Penske getting completely out of shape. And oh dear, the shadow number 15. That is Tony Seidler, the Swiss driver. Tony, hugely experienced, but some problem, lost the engine perhaps.
They haven't got very long to wheel that off the,
no, they haven't.
The grid. So here they go. It's Hall from Padmore, Werner, then Lyons.
And then, of course, it's Davison and the Embassy Hill, a pretty unfavoured racing car that we've never seen going this far up the grid, I think, in the past. UOP was the sponsor, Universal Oil Products for America, sponsored the Don Nichols team. And it's all getting a bit hectic, though. Might have side by side through the tunnel.
I think that was the Hesketh, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
James Hagan. And, well, quite a break. The first 6 have got away on their own, and then there's a gap behind Matthew Wrigley, or then Lucas Haluka.
Yeah, and I think Werner got past Padmore, didn't he? That's Werner's helmet, the pink one, and there's Padmore behind him.
So Davison, then Halusa, then there's the gap back to Matthew Wrigley, who is next up. But here they are. They've completed lap 1. They've managed to get that car off the grid very rapidly. That's they only had a minute and a half to do it or something. So it's Hall, Werner, Padmore, Lyons, Davison, then Halusa. Then the gap to Wrigley it's Lajoux in 7th place. Wrigley 8th. Frederic Lajoux from Monaco has got up into 7th place. In number 19, that's the Surtees TS19.
And down in 13th place, an extraordinary man called Steve Brooks, who is an adventurer, has flown pole to pole in helicopters and circumnavigated the world with a group of others in a Spitfire World War II plane, and done many other crazy things, has to be said, and racing successfully in the Masters Series in Le Mans Peugeot from 10 years or so back. But it is Hall who is hanging on there. Just see if Werner can offer a challenge, or maybe Padmore. There's Padmore. Nick from Sussex.
I think Davison is in trouble. He's dropped well back.
That's a shame. Let's see the start again. You see how Padmore came across on Werner, but Werner forced his teammate out and hung on to second place. Terrific battle, and that was it. Penske getting all out of shape. And here we see it from another angle with the UOP shadow not really getting away.
That Penske, I think, was Matthew Wrigley, so that's why he dropped to the back of that grid group.
And
so they've completed 2 laps. Stuart Hall pulling away from Marco Werner. 1.8 seconds between the two of them. Werner being shadowed by Padmore. That is the Embassy.
Yeah, that's Davison's car.
Yeah.
And that's in a pretty dodgy place there. But so the 2 Chrome Lotuses, JPS's, slightly different model. It's like 1 year difference, I think. Having a terrific battle here.
And then they are followed by Michael Lyons in 4th place. And then 5th is Lucas Halusa.
Werner is in the slightly older, the 76, while Padmore's in the 77.
And Halusa, then there's the gap now from Halusa back to Lajoux in 6th place after that retirement of James Davison.
Yeah, well, Hall's really going for it, trying to eke out a decent gap over the 2 Chrome sponsored and backed cars, or owned cars, I should say.
Another yellow flag there.
Yes.
Well, no, it's green.
Green there.
Didn't see anything.
The lights of Denny Halm and Peter Revson driving the marvellous Yardley coloured McLaren M23. There's the Surtees.
Under pressure from the delayed Matthew Wrigley after getting so out of shape out of Saint-Yvon on lap 1. And Matthew Wrigley lining up the Surtees of Lajoux, trying to get past the Monegasque.
I'm pretty sure he'll do that in short order. But Hall it is from Werner, Padmore and Lyons. Yeah, the Frenchman defending well.
This battle, well, Monegasque in 6th place.
Yeah.
And they're shadowed, of course, by the next car, number 37, that of Guillaume Romand in the Ensign. So, Hall... yeah, the Lotuses have got one another to keep an eye on, as well as Michael Lyons. So, in a way, they're almost distracted by one another, whereas Stuart Hall almost has a clear track and he can concentrate on pulling away. He's got a 2.5 second lead, which I should imagine he'd be pretty happy with.
Down in 15th place, another great enthusiast, Doug Mockett in another Penske. Used to seeing Doug racing in Tyrrells, if I remember correctly, in the past. But look, Padmore's keeping the pressure. Yellow flag waving again. I wonder what's that. Yeah, the greens. I can't see anything in between.
I think it's something on the inside there of the swimming pool, well offline. That's why we can't see anything. But this is really the battle over second, third, fourth.
That's what it is.
That's what it is.
Oh.
A bit of aerodynamic appendage, which people don't actually need, obviously.
No, I noticed it got the SO logo on it, so we should be able to work out what car it came from. Maybe we'll see one with a missing bit of wing. Well,
Stuart Hall doing a grand job there. 2.9 second lead now.
Yeah, Stuart be racing again in the final race of the weekend in March, in which he was mega quick. That's a full downforce car with a full aero package on it. We go even quicker than this. Padmore's really keeping. Although that's the Embassy Hill of Davison. He got a spinner there. The ex-John Watson Penske is that.
Doug Mockett.
So he got the commentator's curse, didn't he?
Yeah, Mockett. You put the mockers on Mockett.
Yeah, I did indeed.
Doug Mockett there. Well, actually, all those Penskes seem to have ex-Watty. And there's another Embassy car. So Embassy car's not really having a very good time.
No.
We've got 2 cars stopped on circuit. We've got a piece of debris. 3 cars, in fact.
And we got one Penske going past another.
Yeah, just putting the power down and not getting it down on these Avon tyres. And this is number 31. This is the ensign of Fumagalli.
That was a bit of pushing and shoving going. Oh, it turned.
And the Hesketh.
Yeah.
So lots of incident all the way around the circuit. The Hesketh being driven by Philippe Bonny. No, sorry, that was the Trojan.
Yeah.
James Hagan. Yeah. So it's still Hall, Werner, Padmore, Lyons, Halusa, then Wrigley, Lajoux, Roman, Denatraz in 9th place, and Fumagalli was in 10th. 28.
That's Fulton.
Yeah. He was right on the back of the grid.
That's Stanley Fulton from the States in his PC3 Penske. Although they're an American company, of course, Roger Penske, one of the most famous entrepreneurs and team owners of all time in motor racing, although under a bit of pressure at the moment after something happened recently in the IndyCar series. Started in March, but then built his own cars. Had just one Grand Prix win with John Watson. Spoke to Watty earlier in the week. I think he would have liked to have been here, really.
Padmore still putting a lot of pressure on his teammate, Marco Werner. And it's good stuff, isn't it? Look, cool, closes right up there as they go through the swimming pool. Still that piece of wing there.
And it's gone by under problems for the Werner car.
Yep.
Did he miss a gear or did the engine just falter?
He's not. Oh, he is coming into the pits.
Yeah.
Heading for the pits. That's Marco Werner coming into the pits. So we'll keep an eye on that if we possibly can. And so that's really unfortunate. So Padmore up into 2nd, Lyons up into 3rd, Halusa in 4th, that's Lucas Halusa, and then 5th is Matthew Wrigley, 6th is Frederic Lajoux.
There's the Trojan you've been talking about, rather ugly.
Not pretty.
The front downforce idea.
And of course Trojan used to make cars for McLaren.
They did indeed, yeah. Peter Agg, the man behind that company.
Sussex company.
Yeah, I said that company. I said.
I did say Sussex. Though.
Yeah.
So there is now Padmore. Look, he's actually racing away. He's almost as though he was being held up throughout. He's now pulled well away from Michael Lyons.
So they've left that to Embassy Hill in that position, but it's out of the way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's offline.
Yeah.
Everyone should know it's there by now. But really a good effort.
And I noticed Barani was one of the latecomers, moved up the field a little bit.
He's in 15th place in the Ferrari.
Yeah.
And Werner is out of the car. And this is where it happens. Werner suddenly is overtaken by Padmore and Lyons. what was the problem with Werner? Well, as I say, he's out of the car, not surprisingly. And whatever the problem was terminal. Stuart Hall in the lead.
Yeah, I got to guess at transmission problems, lack of gears, but Stuart Hall there just 5 seconds ahead of Nick Padmore now, but Michael Lyons worrying at the back of Padmore's car. I mean, he raced a lot together. Padmore, a lot of success in the past in the Masters Formula One series races around Europe, been a champion of that. Nick Padmore, long career in motor racing for many years. Thought it was in the lower reaches as like radicals, where he was a hired hand and coach. But suddenly has blossomed now in this form of racing, and definitely one of the hot shoes you want to have in if you've got a really nice historic car. Hall, Padmore, Lyons. Nick gets to drive a lot of race cars, and you know, everything from a Mini to a Formula Junior car, Formula 3 cars, all sorts of stuff. He just absolutely loves it. There's Michael Lyons with that black, almost looked like some motorcycle helmet, doesn't it? Rather unusual design on it with the silver detailing. You see the grandstands filling up. But if they're just arriving, they've missed some fantastic racing thus far. There's the Penske going through. There's that Trojan, raced in period by Tim Schenken, for many years the race director at the Australian Grand Prix, and hugely successful as a sports car driver for Ferrari. That's difficult for Ferrari. And lovely ex-Lauda Ferrari also in that battle. Now, what was happening there? That's Hall going. That's Hall going past Padmore. Padmore, I think, is in trouble.
But Hall was ahead of Padmore anyway.
Well, no. It's that Werner gone back out.
No, it's another JPS Lotus.
Oh, it's the third one, is it? Yes.
Yeah. I think. But I'm equally confused.
Well, we'll sort it out, that's for sure. And
is that Chris Lock's car?
Yeah. It's Chris
Lock.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. Sort of forgotten Chris Lock, as it was in here with another Lotus 77, I think.
Yeah. The American driver, but some way further back at the moment. So Hall still out in the lead by 4 seconds. So it's come down a little bit between Hall and Padmore in second place. Then Michael Lyons in third, who is 2.2 seconds behind Padmore, and 7.5 ahead of Lucas Halusa, who is in fourth place. Matthew Wrigley fifth, and Guillaume Romand in number 37 in fifth place in that Ensign N175.
Yeah, doing a good job on that car.
Yeah.
Just
So they are on lap 10, 9 laps completed. And that's Michael Lyons. Well, he knows the state of the circuit as he goes through Massenet into Casino Square. And we seem to have, is that 2 cars there now?
Yeah, we have.
Another one. And so 2 cars at the entrance to the tunnel, the second one in the dark. And almost as though there's something above that white line. Let's have a look.
That was a near miss, wasn't it? Yes.
And that was a Penske then slowing.
Well, here, see. Well, something was being parked, wasn't the other side of the...
Romand has actually dropped down the order, hasn't he? And I think that's...
I think that might have been him.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, I'm pretty sure that... Oh, careful, Stuart. As he...
Stuart Hall trying to lap number 27. And that is Steve Brooks. Steve Brooks driving Jamie Constable's Lola, run by Martin O'Connell. And Stuart Hall getting through. 10 laps completed.
As we said, this race quite a bit longer than the previous ones. We're only just halfway through. Had plenty of action yet. And we got Padmore going a little bit quicker than Stuart Hall now.
Yep. Gaps coming down between Hall and Padmore.
But Hall won't be able to see Padmore in his mirrors now. Look, there is Hall. Where's Padmore coming? There he is.
And we go to a Surtees and a Shadow. That's the Shadow is Jean-Denis Delatraz, number 16.
Did a bit of Formula One racing in the past. 3 or 4 races.
And just ahead of him, I think it's Mark Davis.
Yeah, the Belgian racing car dealer. He's had a lot of success over in the States in a Lola T70. Always races at the Daytona Classics. Another nice meeting to go. That's being all sports cars, of course.
Just remember, this track is relatively short. Relatively short at
2.3, is it?
Yeah, I've got it written down here. At 2.07 miles, but 3.337 kilometres, 18 turns. It means an awful lot of inputs into the car, and in modern Formula One, Mercedes calculated that you put in input something like over 200 different controls
and lots of gear changes as well. Haulers,
brakes, accelerator, everything.
Padmore obviously is closing a little bit on Stuart Hall. Stuart answered the challenge on that previous lap by putting in his fastest lap so far and pulled away from Padmore. But as we know, these days Bobby will be here in 2 weeks' time coming out to the Grand Prix, and probably 17 or 18 of the 20, barring accidents, will finish the race.
Yep.
In the old days, sometimes half the field retired.
Yes, exactly. Very often you'd only have 6 finishers, 5 finishers.
Yeah,
yep.
So over the years, we've got a lot more mechanical
reliability.
But reliability is what I tried to conjure up. Yeah. Hall, Padmore, Lyons, 3 of the best historic racers in the business here, first, second and third.
The gap between Padmore and Lyons really came down 0.8 of a second a moment ago. It's now doubled that. Lyons is almost sort of dropping back a little bit, and it's fluctuating quite a lot, that gap. That's what we're looking at the moment. There's the JPS, there's the Marlboro. The 2 liveries going through, second and third. And then in 4th spot still Lucas Haluka, doing a good job for the young Austrian driver. And then 5th, Matthew Wrigley. 6th, Frederic Lajoux from Monaco. Then it's Davis, Delatraz, Brooks and Hagen completing the top 10.
And Andrea Barani, who was the last-minute addition to that number 12 Methuselah Racing Ferrari in the Andretti helmet. He's still moving up the field. He's up to 13th now. And I noticed his last lap was his quickest. So he's doing a good job in a car I'm sure he doesn't know very well.
Yeah, I think he's being fairly careful, as you would with a car like that.
Thundering through the tunnel. And
back markers now for Michael Lyons, but he'll get past that Penske, I think, fairly quickly. He does so. But he's been dropped a little bit by Nicholas Padmore. 2.4 seconds between Nick Padmore and Michael Lyons. It really is elastic around here with the back markers. There's Stuart Hall, completes 13 laps of 18. And that was his fastest lap, a 1:32.5 for Stuart Hall as he charges up the hill. And his next target is Jean-Denis Delatraz. Son Louis Delatraz, racing in contemporary sports cars, was in Formula 2 up until this season.
Yeah, doing a good job in sports cars as well. Won the Sebring 12 Hours. Big sports car race yesterday, of course, at Spa. And congratulations to the Jota team on winning that. And
winning outright, it must be said, as well. Because, of course, before they were in LMP2, but this time winning outright.
Yeah, with their Porsche.
Number 19, Frédéric Lajou in 6th place, Monégasque. And, yeah, 6th place, so a little bit of a gap behind Matthew Wrigley, quite a gap there between the two of them, and I think he may be the first driver who's been lapped.
You might know this, Bob. I'm not sure how many laps the Monaco Grand Prix, the current Monaco Grand Prix is these days. It was 100 laps for many years, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, exactly. Yeah.
These boys just get to do 18.
And those early races would take 3 or 4 hours.
Yes.
You know, they were really, really long. So, yeah.
Blue flag waved as Michael Lyons carves his way through. So disappointment for Marco Werner, hoping to get on the podium in this race. We'll try and find out during the lunchtime period what happened to that car.
And, of course, he'll be out later on as well. We'll see him again.
Yeah.
Again with the Chrome Cars trio, which will then be a trio of Padmore and Werner, joined by their previous adversary, Michael Lyons.
Yep. Well, they've got a great lineup of cars and the garage down there. They're using the regular Formula One garage. It looks very professional, the setup.
So Stuart Hall, 8.5 seconds out in the lead now for Stuart Hall. And threading his way through the back markers. Frédéric Lajou, I think, is the next target in the Surtees. Number 18 there. No, it's Mark Davis in that car. And Mark Davis, great respect from these competitors for one another. And if you're being lapped, you try very hard to get out of the way. As we saw earlier on with Sid Hool, who was trying very hard to get out of the way.
So Hall heading for second successive victory. Let's remember last time he was kept very honest 2 years ago by Marco Werner. Not the case this year. Kept pretty honest by Nick Padmore. But Padmore now 7.4 seconds down. I think Lucas Halusa having a very good run also, I have to say.
Yeah.
You know, for somebody isn't full-time, I think he works in the financial industry, whereas, Hall, Padmore and Lyons are all, effectively professional racing drivers. Their livings from it and preparing, with Lyons' case, preparing cars as well. But the others also coaching, a lot of coaching going on with Stuart Hall and Nick Padmore.
And Stuart Hall, remember, racing Roald Goethe's McLaren. That's what this car is. Roald Goethe, who is the car collector, I thought at one point he was interested in Aston Martins, but anyway, he's in the gas and oil industry, and consequently he has a collection of Gulf-sponsored cars, which is why he's got this McLaren, but he's also got not necessarily Formula One cars, but other cars sponsored by Gulf. And now he's beginning to start a collection of silver cars as well.
Interestingly, Lyons just done the fastest middle sector of the race thus far. So what can Michael Lyons? Only 3 seconds behind Padmore. He's going to have a push for second place, I think, as we head into the final couple of laps here on the final race of the morning.
They are on their penultimate lap. The lead gap is 5.5 seconds, and then second to third, Padmore to Lyons, 3.2 seconds. So he's got quite a lot to catch up. Lyons lapping quite considerably quicker than Halusa, for example, in fourth place, 13 seconds back to Halusa. But as you say, doing a good job because those in front of him are pretty professional.
Stuart Hall, the fastest lap of the race, a little earlier, 1:32.558. He just A little bit off that pace now, but keeping Padmore and Lyons at bay. We haven't seen much of Barani moved up another place.
Barani in the Ferrari. But Stuart Hall in amongst the back markers. Or rather, yeah, that's the M26 of Michael Lyons in amongst the back markers. There's Stuart Hall coming up to complete lap 17, 1 to go. I always wonder when the bloke sticks out his finger. I mean, can you really see that when you're speeding past at 120 miles an hour? One finger? I don't know.
Unlikely, isn't it? Well, they have pit boards, so
yeah, exactly.
they're not a situation.
Hall. Now, this is so crucial for Stuart Hall. Look at the back markers. He's in amongst them. It's so...
Oh, yes, he's really got to bide his time here. It held up.
That's it.
A couple of seconds.
Yeah. You're really relying on somebody else to look in the mirrors.
Yep. And that was that other JPS 77, wasn't it, Chris Locke?
Yeah, that's the second time. Yeah. And the gap has actually come down to 3.2 seconds. And look how Padmore has been caught by Lyons. That's come down to under 2 seconds as well on what is the last lap. It could all still change. Hopefully, everyone gets through the back markers okay. But Stuart Hall certainly heading now for the checkered flag. In the background, the two JPS cars and Padmore overtaking Chris Locke. Not very far behind, 3.2 seconds still, that gap. But just a few corners to go, just a couple of corners to go for Stuart Hall.
Yeah, Stuart Hall round the La Rascasse hairpin for the last time in the superb McLaren M23, designed by Gordon Coppock. And there he goes and takes the checkered flag. And Stuart Hall adds to his tallies of victories here, makes it 2 out of 2 in this Serie E race.
The margin of victory in the end, 3.5 seconds. Stuart Hall to Nick Padmore in second place. And then Michael Lyons in third place, 1.35 further back. So Lyons did close up, but not by enough at the end. Lucas Halusa comes through in fourth place. That still be a satisfactory fourth place for Lucas Halusa.
Yeah, Stuart Hall slowly around the lap, just soaking in the atmosphere. Soaking in the success. And, you know, Stuart's had double wins here in the past. And, certainly one of the Monaco masters, isn't he?
So really going round here slowly. Fifth was Matthew Wrigley. And I think the rest may have been lapped. I'm not certain if Frédéric Lajou was lapped or not. He will be in sixth place. And then Mark Davis in seventh place. Eighth, Steve Brooks. Ninth, Jean-Denis Delatraz. And 10th, Chris Locke. Couple of laps down.
Double thumbs up from the marshals. Here, wonderful to see these cracking cars from the mid-70s, which we both reported back in period, didn't we, Bob? And different times in Formula One then, when we were able to mix with all the drivers and mechanics, social events, and just at lunch and on the plane home and so on. It's all a bit different now. Access somewhat restricted. So Hall, Padmore, Lyons, that was the top three. We'll have a little replay and reprise of it in just a few moments. You see those yachts all parked there in the harbour. And Stuart waving his finger, I'm number one. But I noticed after they finished, Padmore was also pumping his fist outside the cockpit. He must have been pretty happy with that. Just superb shape of a racing. I always love the M23 with its side radiators. And that. And then coming back. Still punching the air. He's really pumped up, Stuart, after that victory. He's very happy indeed with that. The Peter Revson car, raced by Peter Revson, great American, Californian driver from the Revlon Cosmetics Corporation. And you pointed out yesterday, he raced a Yardley car from a rival aftershave or perfumery. But Revy is a superb guy. Was proud to have known him, and did die in a testing accident in Kyalami, not driving for McLaren, but Revy really looked like a racing driver. And there's a very good Revson autobiography biography that is still available. So the whole victory margin in the end was 3.5 seconds as he comes in to receives the applause and just taps the number 1 checkerboard. So the Rofco team come over to congratulate him.
Yes, they're very pleased with that, aren't they? That obviously means a lot to them.
Steering wheel comes off. Stuart levers himself out of the cockpit. He really is pumped up with that success, isn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, they're looking forward to some more too.
And they might get it.
Yeah, potentially some more. And there is the results. Stuart Hall, Nick Padmore and Michael Lyons on the podium from Lucas Halusa in 4th place. He'll be pleased with that. Matthew Wrigley in 5th. Frederic Lajou in 6th. So that will be very acceptable as well. All the way down. James Davison, sadly, one of the retirements. Let's hear now from Stuart Hall, who is out of the car. And hopefully, after he's put on that small hedge, he'll be talking to our interviewer on the grid.
Yep. So Nick Padmore down there. Stuart will receive the garland.
He's so pleased.
Yeah. I've rarely seen Stuart pump like that. So there's Padders, as Stuart calls him, and then Michael Lyons. Michael actually wearing his chrome car suit, but of course racing a family car. We'll get into a chrome cars vehicle a little later. Well, speculation, Bob, what do you think the problem was? I suspect gearbox.
Yeah, difficult to say, really, isn't it?
I think he might have been missing a gear.
We didn't see anything.
There wasn't nothing obvious, was there, at all?
No, we didn't see any brake problems, for example.
No. I suppose it could have been that.
Didn't hear any power problems either. So,
Well,
yeah, difficult to say.
Another thing in the notebook for lunchtime,
Yeah.
isn't it? So I'll find out.
So they're ready to go on the podium shortly. Stuart Hall, Nick Padmore and Michael Lyons.
Well, some consolation for Michael Lyons after the steering problem in the earlier race with the Surtees. And he really was gutted about that. So
The winner gets on up.
Stewart's done so well with his career, you know, and his successful world champion in endurance racing. But there, third place, Michael Lyons.
Yep, Michael Lyons into third place. Into second place here is Nick Padmore. And Nick Padmore from Horsham in West Sussex. And the winner, Stuart Hall.
A spectacular jump.
And they will be presented with their trophies in a moment, including the Nicky Lauda trophy as well. So first of all, the winner's trophy first.
Stuart gives it a kiss. I wonder if he's going to kiss Nicky Lauda's
Is he going to kiss
statue.
Nicky Lauda as well? Question. That's for you guys. And now to the second place driver, Nick Padmore, well done. And to the third place driver, Michael Lyons. Does he have a separate transporter to take his trophies home?
He might need one, hadn't he? So 3 BRDC members up there on the podium.
And we will hear the national anthem of Great Britain. Well, they get together for the photograph on the podium.
Now, these guys have won a lot of races on many circuits in Britain, in Europe, but there's always something so special about winning here at Monte Carlo.
Absolutely, and there is the man who finished third, Michael Lyons, in the McLaren, the M26. In second place, Nick Padmore in the Lotus, and the winner, of course, Stuart Hall in the McLaren M23. And that's the way they finished. We now have a short break of about an hour and 20 minutes before we then go to the final 3 races, starting off with a sports car race, which you may wonder, why have we got a sports car race? Well, because this race was held for sports cars in 1952. The Grand Prix was held for sports cars in 1952 because Formula One seemed to be in a bit of a state of flux, and they weren't awfully confident of getting a good entry for Formula One, so they decided instead to make it for sports cars, and those sports cars will be on circuit in approximately just over an hour's time.
And we got a very good entry for that. And then the last 2 races are 45 minutes long, half the length of a Grand Prix, and the 2 fastest categories all. And we'll be seeing these boys back in more recent Formula One cars, going through in the G category to ground effect. And the champagne is spraying now.
And the Rofco guys, who they've still got some more cars, I think, to enter.
Oh, absolutely. Car that might win the G race,
Yeah.
of course.
So they're going to be smelling of champagne for the rest of the day. A dab of champagne.
So,
Excellent stuff. We'll talk to you again very shortly.
yeah, for now, from me, Andrew Marriott, from Bob Constant-Jewis, see you later.
So this was race E for Grand Prix cars from 1973 to 1976, and for the Niki Lauda class, and all 3-litre cars, of course. And on pole position was Stuart Hall in a McLaren M23. And it was he who immediately got straight into the lead.
Yeah, Stewart, who won this race last time, it was held 2 years ago, had one car not getting away, but Stewart into the lead. Marco Werner, the former Le Mans winner, in second place up the hill in the Chrome Lotus. The shadow there was stranded. And then it was Nick Padmore, and then behind him, Michael Lyons, after the disappointment of the previous race in which he retired. But 4 of the very top historic racers anywhere in the world doing battle here as they wind their way back down through the hairpins down to the harbour. And there is Werner. But it was a great battle between these 2 Lotuses, separated by 1 year. Actually, Werner in the slightly older car of the pair. But Hall got a cracking start and pulling away. Everyone else hanging on. But it was about this quartet, really, at the front of the field. We had quite a lot of spinners, didn't we, particularly down at the hairpin before the pits, regular space. There's another one going round. That's the number 34 Penske of Douglas Moffat. And then we had this little tangle. But out front, it was the story as before, with Stuart Hall pulling away the 2 Lotuses locked in combat. And then behind that, the M23. And then suddenly, Werner's car faltered. We'll find out later what happened. He pulled it into the pits and took no more of the action, which meant that Michael Lyons could close up a bit on Nick Padmore, Padders as they call him. And then as the race wore on, there is Stuart Hall, but he was fighting some battle in the cockpit, which he alluded to at the end of the race. It might have been a gearbox issue. We will discover later, but absolutely able to still put in the lap times despite whatever the mechanical issue was. And there he is in the Yardley liveried car, being raced in period by Peter Revson and others. Quite a lot of cars to be lapped, and he's going past that Surtees. And at this stage, Michael Lyons was also closing up, but the Hall car, prepared by the Rofco organisation, still able to stay out front and take the checkered flag. Going home in second place, the Lotus Nick Padmore, and then in third place, there he is on the podium, Michael Lyons.
Senna was exceptional. He was always my idol. I only ever had one, and that was Ayrton. Seeing the cars he raced in his day always evokes emotion, especially this particular one.
Brilliant, thank you. So that was just a Leclerc interview. That was just a Leclerc interview that you did in French.
Yeah, just voice overing, yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Awesome.
Just make sure it's okay. Okay? Well, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is Series C, so sports racing cars front engine from 1952 to 1957. You may wonder why there's one sports car race amongst all these single-seater races. It's called the Vittorio Marzotto because in 1952 the Grand Prix was run for sports cars. And Vittorio Marzotto was the winner in that year, in 1952. The reason that he ran it for sports cars was because Formula One was in a dire state and they weren't awfully certain whether they were going to get a good enough entry for Formula One. So they got sports cars instead and certainly had a good entry in sports cars. So that's the reason why. And in fact, they had Castellotti in second place and Slagnotti and Biondetti in a Ferrari in third. Sterling Moss in a Jaguar, probably a C-type, I suspect, was on the front row, and he led for 24 laps, but then retired. So we've got a full grid of cars, very full grid of cars indeed. They're a little bit bulkier, of course, than the single-seaters, or the single-seaters we've seen so far. So it just might be, it's just a little bit more difficult to overtake. But they are intriguing sports cars, all sorts of different vintages, as well as even back to 1948, Connaught, but also all the way through to 58 as well, even to a D-type. Andrew Marriott is here. My name is Bob Constanduros. Andrew Marriott is here alongside me. What do you think of all this?
Well, I think it's absolutely terrific, but I also think there's an outstanding entry for this. I mean, this race is always very competitive. These cars raced quite a lot at other meetings, but this is absolutely the crown jewel in 50 sports car racing. And we have intrigue as well, Bob, because some of the quick people in practice, at least 3 of them, are right at the back of the grid. And we're not sure in the exact detail why, but they have obviously transgressed in some manner, maybe over a line or something like that. We haven't had it in the earlier races, but anyway, we've got Gregor Fiskin and Fiero Eletta, who's won this race in the past, and Nicholas Halusa, and they're all way down at the back of the field. So they're going to have to work their way through, which makes it just that little bit easier to the very best cars in this category. Drivers we've seen race in England a lot. The American Fred Wakeman and Richard Wilson. Richard Wilson's got a fabulous Maserati 250S, not 250F. That's the Cooper Bristol, isn't there? But Wakeman and Wilson will be definitely battling for the front. We got Max Hilliard, who's always quick in this. Sadly had problems with his Lotus 16 in an earlier race when it got stuck in gear. But Wakeman and Richard Wilson just fresh from using his car for a victory at the Goodwood members meeting as well. But we will watch for Fiero Eletta, the Spanish industrialist, and Gregor Fiskin, purveyors of fine racing automobiles to the landed gentry, coming through the field.
And Nicholas Halusa in that D-type Jaguar, because he's also been knocked back to 22nd on the grid, Fiskin to 24th, and Fiero Eletta to 23rd. So they're all together there. It's going to be intriguing just to see how they can come through the field. Fred Wakeman, you mentioned, is an American. Well, just in case he wins and they play the British national anthem, he is a Brit living in America, isn't he?
Oh, I thought he was American, but we'll find out.
He's GB here on the list here. He's GB on my list, and he's GB, so you're outvoted.
No, I'm outvoted, but can I suggest that he has a British racing licence?
But
because he speaks with an American accent, but I don't know where he was born, so, you know... But anyway, he works for the Schroders Bank in New York, I think. And he won this last year in his Cooper T38 from Lucas Halusa. It was Lucas Halusa who raced in this last year. Those brothers tend to share cars. But Lucas is in a Maserati 300S. And then it was Guillermo Fiero Eletta. And he was third last year. And then Nicholas Halusa He was in a D-type. But we also got in this Claudia Hurtgen, who, of course, we saw winning the first race of the day. So she's obviously feeling pretty racy. Cooper Jags have been very successful in this race in the past. And again, Guillermo Fiera Eleta, he won this in 1921 with Nicholas Halusa second that year. So we got all the hot shoes, I think, in this. But as we said, Fiera Eleta way down there was about 20th starting position from this penalty.
Got to watch out for the Maseratis. Richard Wilson in Maserati 250S, which I think you mentioned earlier on the weekend, isn't it? Is a particularly unknown quantity in a way.
They only built 4 of those, and that car's worth a lot of money. It's worth in the millions anyway. And Richard drives it. I mean, Richard's one of these very successful entrepreneur businessman who's spends his money wisely, I have to say. Some very nice cars, but he also races a lot, and he's really good. And he have very good coaching, raced with some top people. Richard Wilson will be quick. Fred Wakeman will be quick.
Also on Maseratis then, Claudia Hurtgen and also Guillermo Fierro Aleta, also in Maserati as well, further back. Smith Hilliard in the Lotus 10, and Tony Wood is in number 36.
And just looking at the shot on the grid, we should say that although most of the cars are open, there are some closed cars here as well, which I suppose, we call GTs these days.
56 to go back to that, or 36 to go back to that, is Tony Wood. We've already seen him in the Tech Mech, and that's the Lister Bristol. And then next up is the HWM of number 62, Martin Hunt, who actually qualified 10th, and in spite of having a penalty, starts 6th in the HWM Jaguar. And those HWMs, him and Gregor Fiskin, going to be particularly competitive, aren't they?
Yes, and that's a company we know a bit about from the past. HW Motors in Surrey.
Heath Walton Motors or HW? Yeah, Heath Walton Motors.
Yes, and they had some Formula One cars for a little while. So, the company with some good history. Lovely shots here from the grid.
Beautiful picture of Fred Wakeman's number 70 there a moment ago. The 26 there is the Steve Ward's Fraser Nash Le Mans replica. Do you want to talk about replicas?
It isn't a replica. It's strange that Fraser Nash had works cars, and then they sold a further run of them to privateers to differentiate between them. They called the ones they sold to the customers replicas. Well, they were replicas of the works cars. They're not replicas of being built 50 years later. They'll just make that absolutely clear. And I didn't know that for years, actually.
Well, it's a very useful piece of information. I didn't know it either.
So, obviously, Imperial didn't have a great big roll cage on it like that. Cycle wings, and the Fraser Nash Company. So it became the Porsche importers in Britain with the Aldington family.
Richard Bourne is in the Lotus 10 as well there. And then Brad Baker, who we've already seen out in an ERA. He's got a Maserati 300S. He's in the top 10 as well. And then we've got number 18, and that is Adrian Sucari from Argentina in a Maserati A6 GCS as well. So that's basically the top 10 on the grid, but watch out for those coming through, if they possibly can come through. There's so much traffic.
And it's only a 10-lap race. We've gone back to a shorter race for the older cars, of course.
Yeah, so it's going to get complicated out there, and there are going to be some slow cars who eventually are going to have to be lapped as well.
Yeah.
Number 2, I think, is Phil von Finkenstein's Kieft Sport there. That's quite a rarity, because I always thought Kiefts did single-seaters, but not in this instance.
Now, there's a thing there called the Lister Flatiron.
Yes.
It's raced by great period driver Archie Scott Brown in 1958. And I think it's the shape of it. I'm not quite sure why it was called the Flatiron. I did know the answer to this many years ago.
Well, it's driven here by Stephen Bond, and he is sort of midfield in that car. away they go on their final formation lap. It's a 10-lap race, as Andrew was mentioning. So away they go.
And a beautiful day here on the Riviera with Monaco absolutely at its best, isn't it?
Quite a cool breeze, however, blowing off the sea, I noticed. So the cars making their way around, and just about everybody is out there. I'm not certain number 88 is on circuit, and that is Jeffrey O'Neill from the USA in the Maserati 350S. I'm not certain he's out there, but otherwise we've got a lot of cars making their way around for 10 laps, led by Fred Wakeman, British or Californian.
Or New York. Well, I must check with him, actually, because, you know, quite a lot of people do sometimes race under a licence of where they live, and then
Absolutely.
sometimes the computer, traces that back. Before lunchtime, we had a super race, and I found out in the lunchtime period quite a lot of what happened in that. I think we're going to save that until when we get back to the single-seaters.
Okay.
Because some of the drivers are the ones that were involved, and we'll be seeing them again. People like Marco Werner and Stuart Hall and so on, who Stuart, of course, won that race. He told our commentator, our interviewer down there, he had a problem, but he didn't allude anymore. I found out what it was. But we'll go about that later. It wasn't a major thing, though, actually. So Wakeman and Wilson, and then Smith Hilliard, Claudia Hurtgen. What a terrific drive she started the day off with. Boy, it seems a long time ago now. It was started at 8 o'clock in the morning. Tony Wood, Martin Hunt, I think, is a local to you. Rick Bourne, I remember for many years racing Morgans, and then the 86 car, who we saw Baker a little bit earlier, didn't we? And not
Brad Baker, yes.
Brad Baker,
in the ERA.
Yeah.
Earlier on, the Canadian driver. So they're making their way round on this final formation lap. It's a fairly slow formation lap, so they're not exactly warming up their tyres. And they're going through to back around the swimming pool at the moment. And 18 corners here at Monaco. And crammed into a pretty small lap as well. The lap is only 3.337 kilometres or 2.07 miles with 18 corners. So you're a busy boy in there with the gear stick and the brakes and the steering.
No belts to hold you in. Just looking to think how we got one on starting there. Is it?
I think it's O'Neill.
It's O'Neill, yes. Who's the... that runs at a historic festival in up in Sears Point, Sonoma, in California. And
look at this. The final cars are just coming out of the swimming pool, whereas the front running are already taking up their grid positions. They're going to be sitting there for a while.
I think this is the biggest grid of the race, of the whole meeting. 8 races, of course, here. 7 for Grand Prix cars of various age groups. The last 2 age groups coming up after this, and they're much longer races also. But the sports car race is always very competitive indeed, and of course it would be with all these entries with some very good cars in there.
It's almost like having an endurance race around Monaco, although it's only 10 laps, but so many cars. So we're still waiting. In the background, you can see the cars coming through Virage Noguez. There's a place free there, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
After 26. So who is that? That's O'Neill. That's where O'Neill should be.
Yeah, well spotted.
Here we go. Lights coming on, out they go, and away they go, and a really good start there from, I think, the Connaught.
Yeah, that Connaught went into 3rd place immediately.
Yeah. So good effort there from the Connaught of Thomas Rawlings. Or is it the other Connaught?
No, I think it might be the other one.
Yeah, I think it is.
Anyway, as soon as they get into the lap, we'll catch up on that. But Wakeman got a good start. Wilson got a good start too. And unusual fins on the back of that car.
But, yeah, good start. Was it the Connaught or was that it's a Lotus 10?
There's the Lotus 10. It's Smith Hilliard, isn't it? Yeah.
Very, very good start from the Maserati there of Wilson, in fact, ahead of Fred Wakeman. And then the first of the Lotus 10s.
And the 5276 number from taking part in Emilia, that car, but it's gone around. And
under braking for the hairpin. And it's facing the wrong way, and all of a sudden, he's got a nasty view of somebody coming straight at him. So apologies, were number 80 there. Yeah, is Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson.
Then it's Wakeman. And
then it's Smith Hilliard. And that is Adrian Sakari in a Maserati A6 GCS, Argentine driver. So come a long way to spin on the first lap.
And hit the barrier. Basically, he was offline and, hit the barrier twice.
He did. He hit the barrier twice. I think he'll be able to carry on. I noticed an Argentine stripe down the car as well. But Wilson and Wakeman, they've raced together a lot. Goodwood and other places, Silverstone Classic.
And it was Tony Wood who made such a good start.
Yes.
So I'm sorry it's taken us rather a long time to work that out. But there it is, Wilson, Wakeman, then Tony Wood, then Claudia Hertmann in 4th place, Martin Hunt upper place into 5th, and then Bourne in 6th, Smith Hilliard in 7th, Baker in 8th, Halusa in 9th place, and then in 10th place, Gregor Fiskin, already up about 13 places.
That was outstanding. They're pushing that car. Will it go through that gap? Just about, I think.
We're not being shown that.
No.
Piero Aleta also up into 13th place.
Yeah, but Wakeman's got into the lead.
Yeah, Wakeman into the lead, you're right. And ahead of Wilson. Where did that happen?
Well, we were looking at the other car being pushed back at the time and still waving the fact, look, well, they haven't got it through that gap because I think there's a strut that's holding the Armco.
Yeah, exactly. And they're not going to get it past that.
It's sort of out of the way there, but if he can spin there, somebody else might. Yeah, so we don't know where Fred Wakeman made his move.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got a replay of that.
And Fiskin up to 9th, and fastest on the first sector this second lap. So Fiskin's certainly moving up the field.
And I'm afraid Halusa is going the other way, dropping back. So I'm not certain why, but I think he's probably stopped on circuit somewhere. So number 70 there, Fred Wakeman ahead, and that's Claudia Hertmann, I think, going up one place.
Definitely.
Yeah. So she's up into 3rd. Not to be underestimated. The lady from Aachen.
Who's been winning races here for a quarter of a century, the best part of anyway. Magnificent. Fiskin then up to 9th now. And Fiskin's middle sector on this lap was 3 seconds quicker than anyone else. So he is really flying, Gregor Fiskin. Done quite a lot of racing in the modern idiom. Raced at places like, I think I raced in racing at Sebring, amongst others. Now, is this the replay? This is what happened. Wilson in the lead in that shot. That Lotus 10 is not a pretty car. And then
round the outside, round the outside of Massenet, which is one of the quicker corners.
People don't do that normally, do they?
They don't do that, no.
Lots of yellow flags now. Now, they just brought them in.
That was for the Argentines, Maserati. But look at this, under pressure again. Richard Wilson's come back at him.
Well, our timing and scoring's gone a little bit AWOL, I think, hasn't it?
What have they done with that?
They managed to get it. I don't know. They must probably.
So out in the lead is Wakeman from 80, Richard Wilson, and then Claudia Hertmann right behind them, putting pressure on them. Then a gap has grown now to Tony Wood.
Be interesting to see if Fiskin can get past 2 or 3 on this lap. I mean, he's raced so many different cars, as Gregor. So we got a battle with 3 of them now. And there you see the Trident on the front of those 2 Maseratis. Not the same model. It's the 250S and the 300S.
So one presumably 2.5 litres, the other 3 litres.
Yes, that's right. But I could stand corrected on this. I've got an idea that the 250 engine is the same that's in the 250F Maserati. A bit before my time, really, these. But superb machines, aren't they?
Well, this is a great battle for the lead, isn't it? Fred Wakeman really being taken to task here. A driver who is well known around these parts. He's won here. I think he won, 2 years ago, didn't he?
A very regular guy in a sort of Goodwood, Silverstone, the big historic meetings in Britain, with his car prepared by Patrick Blakeney Edwards, who had problems, of course, this morning when he was racing. He's got a nice stable of cars, which are definitely kept in the UK.
Fiero Aleta also in trouble, I think, on that last lap. He's dropped back to 19th place. Gregor Fiskin, however, still... Oh, Halusa. Now, that must be a problem with his transponder because he suddenly appears in 9th place. He was dropping right down the order.
Yes.
And now he's appeared back in 9th place.
That would seem about right for him, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So we can have
ahead
a look.
Of Fiskin.
Yes. No.
I'm sorry, it's all a bit confused around there. Brad Baker's in amongst them as well. We're giving you wrong information principally because we're getting it off the screen and it's not quite right there either.
What I do know is that Fiskin's made up 2 places on this last lap, and
we've suddenly gone back up again. That's what.
No, Fiskin's just moving up the field, but some of the others, the transponders are playing up. But well sorted out. Wakeman in the lead, but Wilson putting pressure on him, as is Hurtgen, and there's a little gap then to Tony Wood, and then Max Hilliard and Martin Hunt, Rick Bourne, Gregor Fiskin. And Fiskin's got a next car to snap at the heels of, will be Rick Bourne, and there's a little bit of a gap there to catch up. And oh, look, a challenge for the lead. Wilson trying to get back in the lead. Couldn't quite do it there, but he's looking at it, he's thinking about it, isn't he?
Oh, it's tremendous high speed. These 3 really going for it as well. Fred Wakeman, and well, just trying to push him into some sort of a mistake, preferably nowhere costly in terms of body damage, but just trying to get him off line a fraction. That's what Richard Wilson would be trying to do in the Maserati. And now they're coming into the realms of back markers. And the first that they're going to hit is number 2. That is Thomas Rawlings in Ewan Surgison's Connaught.
Yeah, L2 model.
They've got past him, all 3, but it's going to bunch them up, isn't it?
Certainly is.
And this is the intriguing bit.
Yeah, and Wilson's really worrying at him, isn't he? He's trying to push him into a mistake.
Claudia Hurtgen taking different lines as well, just in case something goes awry. And just a tremendous trio, high-speed trio. And they're going to be weaving between these back markers.
Yeah, Cooper Jaguar. It's a lot of success, Cooper Jaguars, around this. Just suits this particular track, I think.
Is this the Colonel Michael Head Cooper Jaguar?
I believe so, yes.
Patrick Head's father. Well, he was a colonel when I saw him racing, but I think he went up to brigadier. He was in the diplomatic corps. He was Secretary of Defence, not Secretary of Defence Attaché,
okay,
to Sweden. So
Fiero Aleta, former winner of this race, is up to 10th, having had that penalty. Fiskin is up to 8th. Seems to have stuck there a little bit.
Great the way the back markers do really try and get out of the way. They must spend their entire time looking in the mirrors now, which can't be all that much fun, but great respect for one another in the competitors in historic racing.
Yeah, and they know each other well. So Richard Wilson and Fred Wakeman know each other very well indeed. And
Claudia Hurtgen has just been dropped a little bit because of the traffic there, and is she going a little bit slower? Well, she's certainly dropped back from the leading duo.
now, Wilson hasn't given up by any manner of means. He's really pushing, trying to find a way past.
Is he going to try now, down into Mirabeau?
Wakeman defending well.
Placing the car.
Yeah.
Both right-hand drive, incidentally. Even the Maserati.
Yeah, that's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah. And also, so is Claudia Hurtgen's Maserati as well. Now they're coming up to more traffic. It's going to get complicated again. We are actually halfway through this race. A little bit of oil smoke there from, was that the Pegaso possibly ahead of them? Or David Franklin and the Ferrari? No.
Plenty of traffic threading their way through, and Wakeman seems to do a slightly better job of it than Wilson in the car. It's a raced-in period by famous Americans. Carroll Shelby, of course, AC Cobra fame, and Jim Hall raced the car. Richard survived a horrific shunt at Goodwood about 8 years ago now.
First and second, Wakeman and Wilson. There's Claudia Hurtgen. They've weaved their way through those back markers quite successfully. And again, they all close up as they go through Rascasse. And once again, Fred Wakeman really covering the road, making sure there isn't any possibility. It's only a short blast between the two, and they head up towards Saint-Devote. Wakeman really positioning the car well, but not this time.
He caught it, though. Got lots of opposite lock-on, did Richard Wilson. Thought it was heading for the barrier, but of course that's cost him a second or two.
And where is Claudia Hurtgen? I think she has dropped back as well.
Yeah, she dropped behind Smith Hilliard. Oh, that was so close.
Yeah.
Richard having basically to take to the curbing. But it was pretty difficult to get past into there, isn't it?
And Smith Hilliard then up into third place, and Claudia Hurtgen has dropped back. Now, I'm not awfully certain how or where that was, but now Smith Hilliard right on the tail of Richard Wilson. There is Claudia Hurtgen. She's still there, but she obviously was delayed briefly for whatever reason, and her place has been taken by Smith Hilliard in the Lotus 10. I have to confess, I'm not certain what power unit that would use, the Lotus 10.
I would think of a climax, wouldn't it?
We've got some excellent...
we have, yes. That might reveal it.
Excellent notes.
So the Jaguar engine in Wakeman's car, I'm pretty sure it's basically a D-type engine. But, yes, the Lotus 10. And that begat the Lotus 11, which is a much prettier car, I thought. It was hugely successful. They built an awful lot of them. Lotus 10's a pretty rare sort of beast.
So we have three. There is a Lotus 11. They've just overtaken the white Lotus 11. But we've got a trio, but it's a different trio to last time. It's now Wakeman, Wilson and Smith Hilliard.
And Fiskin's finally got up to 7th place. And now charging after Tony Wood, and I think he might be able to get past him.
Smith Hilliard dropping back just a fraction now on the blast along the pit straight. Now, yes, Claudia Hurtgen was balked by a slower car to such an extent that Smith Hilliard got past her. And just on the blast between the swimming pool and Rascasse. Oh, and a spin from Richard Wilson. He's hit the barrier.
So he really got a bit wild, hadn't he? Had that previous incident. And Richard Wilson hopefully can get it out of there. But that's any chance of a podium gone for him.
Yeah. So yellow flags out of the casino square. And hopefully that isn't too badly damaged. It looked as though it should be cosmetic. But in theory, if he's still got the engine running, he should be able to get away with that. But Smith Hilliard was really pushing him, but I don't think there was any contact.
No, I don't think so. Bit of panel beater needed.
Hopefully that's all it is, but he's still in the car, and I would have thought he should be able to drive out of there, but not awfully certain that's going to happen. So Fred Wakeman in the lead then from Max Smith Hilliard in second place, and they are about to complete lap 8 of 10. There's Max Smith Hilliard. That's an Aston Martin DB3S. That's not him. But beautiful Aston Martin. Here comes Fred Wakeman. There's the Lotus in the background. What's the gap between the two of them? Wakeman to Smith Hilliard. It was 2.6 seconds. And it is now 2.5 seconds. So it'll take a long time for it to come down at that rate. But we shall see what he can do about it. And Claudia Hurtgen now comes through in third place. Tony Wood in fourth. Martin Hunt in fifth. He'll be happy with that. Gregor Fiskin in sixth now. And then Bourne in seventh.
Yeah, but look at the damage. Yeah, look at the damage on the front of that number 10 Smith Hilliard car, though. On the left, you'll see it on the left front. He's going to need a...
So you think there was contact? Yes. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, but that looks like quite strong contact.
Yeah.
It didn't appear like that on our screen. But he's getting a bit bold down there now, isn't he?
Fred Wakeman, they're following that Aston Martin through Portier now.
Beautiful DB3S.
Look at Smith Hilliard alongside. The battle for the lead continues, but he hasn't got the grunt out of the corner. The Jaguar Power superseding that of the Lotus, not surprisingly. And they accelerated through the tunnel, and Fred Wakeman, that's the biggest challenge he's had to his lead, and it was quite a challenge, and the Lotus certainly seems to handle well.
Been a cracking race, though, this hasn't it? Claudia Hurtgen probably going to be on the podium. Just checking Fiskin. It's challenging now for Martin Hunt for fifth place. I think he might snick that one.
Yeah, he might do. They're very, very close. Of course, they're both in HWMs. HWM making single-seaters, and they're making sports cars out of those single-seaters.
Yeah, Smith Hilliard really is trying hard, doesn't have a go. Well, he does, though.
About to really start the last lap. They're still behind the Aston.
Yeah, and they're going to go past the Connaught now, and hopefully they find a way through. One lap to go. And Wakeman versus Max Smith Hilliard. And all the disappointment Max had this morning with his Lotus 16. Well, very different story with this car.
And accelerating through up the hill from Saint-Devote up to Massenet, through the long left-hander at Massenet. Still the yellow flags there, so Smith Hilliard can't attempt to overtake there because of the Maserati parked on the right there in the barrier. And as they go down the hill for the last time, it's Max Smith Hilliard trying round the outside, but no, doesn't manage it. But might try again. He's trying everywhere, actually, isn't it? And that's the lovely thing. You know, there are certain places that you do or don't overtake in Monaco, not in historic racing. Everywhere is an opportunity.
Well, he's done it. Look, he's got inside him. Oh, and Wakeman spins. Oh, goodness me. Wakeman will get going again. I don't know if he's not going to hold on to second place. Claudia Hurtgen will go through. I expect quite a lot of people will go through. There's that Fraser Nash replica. And in his Graham Hill helmet.
Does Max Smith Hilliard know he's in the lead? Look, he's in amongst traffic.
The cars everywhere now. That Connaught stop. Of course, Wakeman is manoeuvring himself, but he's going to get back in the race. Well, he really was trying hard everywhere. Then there was just left a little gap, didn't he? He left Wakeman offline. Rear end stepped out.
Might have been a bit more slippery out there where he...
didn't hit anything, but
thank heavens.
Couldn't get it into gear and away quickly. So he's probably dropped to fifth or sixth place, I would have thought. But, entertainment all round this Monaco track. Smith Hilliard, Hurtgen, Wakeman shown in third place still, but they are coming towards the checkered flag now.
There it is, checkered flag for Max Smith Hilliard. Has gone into the lead in second place. Claudia Hurtgen to go with her first place earlier on. Now, who's going to come through in third? The suggestion is Fred Wakeman, but we shall see.
See if he got it turned round quickly enough.
Well done to Claudia Hurtgen. Congratulations to her. It's after all that, it's Nicholas Halusa from that penalty.
Well done to him.
Oh,
yeah.
From 22nd on the grid. Nicholas Halusa in third place, Tony Wood in fourth, Gregor Fiskin in fifth place, Martin Hunt demoted to sixth by Gregor Fiskin, and then seventh Fred Wakeman, who led for so long, just ahead of number 8, and that, of course, is Richard Bourne.
Yeah, well, Max was lucky, wasn't he, that the bodywork wasn't rubbing on the tyre.
Yeah. After that incident, I'm certain there wasn't contact, but there obviously was. Unless that was some other instance, but we shall see. So, what a result. What a race that was, too.
Yeah, afternoon started so well. I mean, I had cracking racing earlier on, but that was terrific. And,
Fiero Aleta finished in 9th place, Brad Baker in 10th, then Nicola Burt in 11th place, Ali Kelby in 12th. And when you think Max Smith Hilliard was actually left on the grid at the start of this race and then got going.
And that car originally was owned, the Max Smith Hilliard Lotus 10, by a big character called Cliff Davis, who was famous for his motor racing parties, where Graham Hill used to perform his rugby ditties.
And that is where that number plate is so well known.
Yeah.
From Cliff Davis. He was a West London car dealer, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. And he dealt in American cars quite a lot, if I remember. And there's quite a few in the lock-up garages behind its forecourt or show space. There was quite a lot of racing teams in there. I remember going there as a kid. So anyway, that car did race in 55 and 56. Had a good second in class at the 9 hours at Goodwood. But, that famous number plate. And I'm interested to see what Max has got to say for himself after that race.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because you got, obviously, some of the big names making mistakes. Fred Wakeman.
Well, wait a second. That's all taped up. That is almost... is it taped up? No, it isn't.
No, I don't think so. No. Well, I didn't see a big hit. Well, we'll see in the highlights. We may be able to see it more. Or maybe it's something else completely different. Now, I wonder if our interviewer will ask him about it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, here's Claudia Hurtgen. Well done to her for her second place. She stayed out of trouble and just did a watching and waiting.
See his helmet. It says Hill Lard. And you got Hill in big letters. Just as Graham had Hill on the side of his helmet some of the time. He jumps out, gets a hug from his wife and the team there. So after all that disappointment this morning, it's all come good.
Yes, there's a couple of incidents he could be asked about, couldn't he?
Yeah.
And here is the young third-place driver, Nicholas Halusa. Well done to him.
Of course, the D-type was still being developed at the cut-off in this, so that was one of the early ones, I think, probably with a 3.4 engine. And they'll cherish that. Laurel Garland.
There it is. There's the result. Tony Wood in fourth place, Gregor Fiskin fifth, Martin Hunt from the South Downs in sixth place, then Fred Wakeman, Richard Bourne, etc. So great result. Lots of names in there to be conjured with. But a really excellent drive for Nicholas Halusa up into third place as well from so far back in the grid, working his way through the order. Richard Wilson. down in
after his spin. So, well, cracking. Now, I'm interested to see if he walks round and has a look at the front of the car. Because, Bob, I didn't see a push, did you?
No.
And I just wondered if it was there before. There's Richard Wilson. He's got his crash helmet off. Looking a bit glum, as well he might.
The car being loaded onto a flatbed brake, ready to be there.
That's quite a big hit to do that.
Yeah.
I know it's aluminium sheet, but nevertheless.
That's a fair amount of panel bashing, as you say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so lucky it wasn't fouling the tyre.
Yes, exactly.
He's pointing at something.
Well, I think they're just pointing to go onto the rostrum.
Yes.
So, is he having a look at the front of the car?
No, he
I don't
didn't.
think he has.
And it's a normal thing a racing driver do after that. So, I kind of think maybe that it was there at the beginning. Let's have a look at the early pictures of this and see.
Yeah, let's hope we
will in
can
a
see them.
moment. Obviously, we got this victory celebration first. And
there's
Nicholas
Halusa and Claudia Hertgen.
So, certainly a good weekend for her. A first and a second.
She has a big chat with Nicholas Halusa. And to be honest, those two are old enough to be his parents. So a little bit of a debrief of what's happening on the podium for Max Smith-Hilliard. Claudia doesn't need that because she's already been up there, thank you very much. Yeah. And Nicholas Halusa, I think, has had results here in the past, perhaps not in this particular car, because, of course, the Halusa family do chop and change.
Nicholas Halusa in 21 was second.
Right. Here they go, up onto the podium, up onto the rostrum. And first of all, it will be Nicholas Halusa who goes on to the third spot. Once again, the Union flags there. Here comes Nicholas Halusa. Well done. Congratulations to him. And, well, one of the Halusas has been on the podium anyway. That's good news.
Yeah.
In second place, Claudia Hertgen. Big congratulations to her to go for her win earlier on today. Max Smith-Hilliard in number one position. Max Smith-Hilliard. And he goes through and onto the top step of the rostrum. And now we get the presentation of the trophies. With, first of all, to Max Smith-Hilliard, the winner's trophy. Now, does he get a picture of Vittorio Mazzotto? No, I don't think he does.
Do they know what Vittorio looked like?
There's yes, yes they do. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Now, whether that's him or he gets a kiss too.
He does.
And to the second place driver, there we are. To Claudia Hertgen and to Nicholas Hertgen, Nicholas Halusa, excuse me. Third place trophy. And we will hear, once again, the national anthem of Great Britain. So well done to Max Smith-Hilliard. Get together for the photograph with Claudia Hertgen and Nicholas Halusa. There we go. Fine result. Well done. Congratulations to them. And of course now there is the lovely D-type with that distinctive number, OKV1. And there is the Maserati 300S of Claudia Hertgen. And the Lotus 10 of Max Smith-Hilliard. The driver's off the rostrum. Has Nicholas Halusa, is he racing again? I'm not certain. So carrying their bottles of Veuve Clicquot with them. Champagne.
Haha.
I think Claudia drained hers. And here goes, the champagne flies. I'll tell you what, Claudia Hertgen went after her mechanics like something else just then. She wasn't going to let them get away.
And you know, the winning car actually appeared in a film called Checkpoint, which starred some very famous actors at the time, Anthony Steele and James Robertson Justice. It was in that film.
Well, quite a celebration there, and the trophy is signed as well, will be signed, I think, for Max Smith-Hilliard.
I have to assume he's the guy that produced these most unusual trophies. Never seen anything like it in my life. I've seen models like that, but not used as trophies.
No.
I'm sure that will be absolutely treasured.
Yeah. And a special bag there for, I guess, is it for the trophy or is it a kit bag, a helmet bag?
I think it looks like a helmet bag.
Yeah, exactly. From stand 21, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So an extra little gift as well. So under the blue Monegasque skies, this is how the race for sports racing cars, front-engined, from 1952 to 1957, how this worked out. Series C for the sports racing cars from 1952. And of 1952, of course, it was a sports car race here, the Monaco Grand Prix. And the Series C race over 10 laps commemorated that race from 1952. And at the start, it was Fred Wakeman who got away. But in the background there, slowly getting away, is Max Smith-Hilliard. It wasn't a quick start.
No, he said in the interview it was a quick start, but it certainly wasn't. But then I think when he got it up into third gear, he suddenly moved ahead, and up they streamed in what was to be a pretty hectic race. Just remember, we're trying to see if there's any damage on the front of the Smith-Hilliard car early on. There he is. No, there isn't, is there?
No, there isn't. No, there was an odd spin here as they went down into the hairpin, into the barrier. And so there was a yellow flag there for a while. And then it was Richard Wilson out in the lead from Fred Wakeman.
The Argentine-owned car just being manoeuvred. But Fred Wakeman here coming under a lot of pressure from his old rival, Richard Wilson.
Yellow flags at the hairpin, and Richard Wilson sticking his hand up and saying, we've got to slow here for the yellow flags, and that's why, because the marshals were manoeuvring that Maserati. And then Fred Wakeman round the outside through Massenet into the lead. That is not often done.
No, fabulous move that, but it was all to come to naught later on.
And Richard Wilson really challenging Fred Wakeman.
Just managed to hold on there, but Richard Wilson's getting a little bit wild by then, wasn't he?
Yeah. And he managed to hold it all together, as you say, and then they went through Casino Square, and behind him there was contact.
I was hit, you know. He was by Max Hilliard. I just saw the car bump up.
And the car of Richard Wilson ended up in the barrier. Max Smith-Hilliard got away with it, and then was challenging Fred Wakeman for the lead as they went down into Portier. Fred Wakeman very sportingly left the door open, and Max Hilliard said, "Thank you very much." Offline, the Cooper Jaguar of Fred Wakeman spun. Here it is again.
Took a little time to get it fired up again after that spin. Fortunately, didn't hit the barrier, but that left the way for Max Smith-Hilliard after disappointment in the previous race, come home to take a treasured victory here in what was a classic race and a super run from Halusa, and of course also Claudia Hurtgen inheriting second place. So Max Smith-Hilliard in his Graham Hill helmet on the podium, Claudia Hurtgen on the left. Wow, coming up next, Bob, will be Classic Grand Prix cars 1977 to 1980. We'll just let our colleague speak to the French audience for a moment.
So our next group of cars is Series F, Formula One Grand Prix cars, 3 litres from 1977 to 1980. This was the start of the turbo era. 1977 was when the Renault Formula One turbo first appeared, and it was the Renault, as I say, the 1977 car. So this is when the turbos began. They weren't competitive immediately. So these, most of these normally aspirated cars were still competitive.
And also when ground effects came into effect, and started, of course, by Colin Chapman's Lotus team with the Lotus 78. But not all these cars are ground effect. But here is an intro. We have a boys' own story in this particular race because Mike Lyons is on the pole. Miles Griffith was on the pole 2 years ago, and then the car broke. He's second. And then in the number 4 Tyrrell is Steve Shanley. We went, who? Because, you know, we follow this and we know these people, and the most incredible story has emerged. Now, we tried to Google them. We found a racing driver of that name from New Zealand. It's not him. We found some guy in America in the financial world. It's not him. This is a guy who's actually from a building family in Britain. And what has he done? He's rode the Atlantic single-handed. He has, Lando enjoying the action here, he has climbed the Matterhorn 2 or 3 times before, not having any previous experience before. He's climbed the 3 highest, the kind of highest mountain in England, Scotland and Wales. And he's done some racing in a Lotus Elan, I think maybe in a V2V car, and never driven a Formula One car, as we know. He then went to the AGS racing school in
Le Luc
in
the south of France, just north of Toulon.
And they had a Tyrrell entered for Frank Montagnier, former Formula One driver. And they've got quite a collection of racing cars there and Formula One cars and a school and a nice simulator. And he has gone to this school. He's done virtual laps. And then with this Tyrrell, he's done some other laps. And then he's gone 3rd fastest. I mean, it is unbelievable. Now, I've tried to track him down. I've been to the paddock 2 or 3 times to try and talk to him. I have not done that successfully yet. But so we haven't actually spoken to this Mr. Shanley, but it is just the most incredible story. Now, qualifying 3rd in this is one thing. And I think we've got also one person's moved down, Bob, hasn't he, after a problem. But can he hang on for 45 minutes? And right behind him is Jonathan Cochet, who is a French driver with a lot of success behind him. And he's, you know, obviously going to be pushing hard. And he's probably Jonathan, 47 now, and races in things like the V2V Championship. But in the past, you know, he's been a French Formula Renault champion, a French Formula 3 champion, raced successfully in LMP2. Jonathan Cochet, so he is 4th. Well, Lando there, talking to fans.
Yeah, Lando was trying to wind up somebody else from Formula One, Zak Brown, who starts in number 27, Williams. Zak Brown, of course, the CEO of McLaren, the McLaren racing team, and he was just trying to wind him up a little bit. No doubt they've had words about how to go quickly around here. But Zak Brown does not start really amongst the front runners. He's a bit beyond halfway in this quite big field of cars, it has to be said.
And strangely, he's not the only team owner racing here, because Wayne Taylor, very successful team owner from the United States, although of course he's originally from South Africa. A lot of success racing himself in the past in the big sports car races in America, and did 2 sons that also race in that. And he has acquired a Wolf, which has been driven by 2 South Africans in its career. So now we've got 3 South Africans driving.
That's Zak Brown, 18th he starts on the grid.
Yeah, and then I say Wayne Taylor, to be honest, he hadn't raced for quite a long time. He seemed a little bit overawed by it all. He hadn't been around Monaco. He's fulfilling an ambition. The car raced in period by Jody Scheckter, of course, South African world champion, later by Desiree Wilson. But
Wayne, of course, met Jody Scheckter when he was a kid in South Africa.
Yeah.
So actually, that Wolf is a really nice-looking car. Who was it? A Postlethwaite design?
Yes, it was.
Harvey Postlethwaite. Yeah.
And that was after Frank Williams' team had been taken over by the Canadian oil magnate Walter Wolf, who also lent his name to a perfume, as related yesterday.
Which is still available.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can get the number 4 car in our sights.
So 1977 to 1980 was just at the back of that group, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So Wayne Taylor, who's got 2 sons as well, Jordan and Ricky, both of whom are very successful racers as well. So the genes have passed on well.
Yeah, they race for Wayne's team now, which is now joined with Andretti Motorsport. But for many years, he ran it himself completely. Sometimes the boys go off and drive for other teams, particularly Ricky. But the family outfit, Wayne, one of the best people you can interview in the middle of a race when things are getting a bit hectic, because he has some pretty good theories at times. But yeah, he's a great team owner and fulfilling an ambition here.
He really did confess that it was all a bit overwhelming when I spoke to him just before qualifying yesterday. He just needed to get his head together. There was so much going on around this circuit, so much for him to do. It's not like an endurance race, not like Le Mans where you can have a bit of a breather on one of the straights or anything like that. This is all action, especially when you've got a big DFV 3-litre behind you, pushing you as hard as possible, and a few other cars as well.
Miles Griffiths is in one of the several big lineup of Fittipaldis today, one of the F5As from 1977, and nice to see the Emerson's engineer of those days, Dave Luff, here enjoying the action. But Miles in that Fittipaldi F5A, I mean, we have to say, in its time, it wasn't a great car. And obviously for Miles to do that, man who runs the high-tech motorsport outfit, well, then we got this intrigue in the third place of this Steve Shanley. What is he going to do?
Run by the AGS, as it was called, Automobile Gonfaranes Sportive, a little village north of Toulon, where Henri Julien used to make racing cars, single-seaters, all of them, Formula Renault initially, and then Formula 2, and then Formula 1.
It sounds like they've still got a very nice operation there,
yeah.
With what they're doing with race driving schools and experience days and so on. So a lovely lineup there of the Monaco colours.
And Jonathan Cochet was really an espoir, a hope for the future. But one of those drivers who his career just didn't quite take off as it should have done, and so he never got any further. But a real shame, because Jonathan Cochet was certainly a talent. I think he won the French Formula 3 championship.
He did, yes. So Michael Lyons in this ex-Rupert Keegan Hesketh, the later model 308E, and has the penthouse pet there. She is on the front, and that was modelled on a real person, I believe. It wasn't somebody's imagination. So Michael there getting ready for this, and we'll see Griffiths just in the background in the 14 Fittipaldi.
And really, that Hesketh wasn't particularly competitive, I don't think. The one that James won in was the previous one, wasn't it?
It was, yes. Yeah, and I think Alexander, by then, Lord Alexander Hesketh, was not putting so much money into the team. They were desperate to try and find a sponsor, and they never did actually find one, and then they wound up the team. It's been a very successful book about Hesketh team, published quite recently. I believe it's done very well. And I went to a forum at Silverstone the end of last year where Alexander was being interviewed, and it was absolutely hilarious, actually.
So here it is, Series F for Gilles Villeneuve for Grand Prix cars 1977 to 1980. Coming up, 18 laps scheduled. And yes, the 14th Monaco Grand Prix Historique. it's got a bit cloudier, a bit cooler as well. 20 degrees the air temperature. The wind coming off the sea now, and that's quite cool.
So, Lyons Griffith, and then what can this boy's own hero, Shanley, do? He's an adventurer. I mean, can you imagine? He had very little experience of rowing, and he rowed across the Atlantic. I mean, it's extraordinary. And then he climbed these mountains, and then he wants to go race. I want to race at Monaco in a Formula One car. Oh, here I am. Oh, I'm third. Help!
Shanley Finance is what he is involved in.
Yeah,
as well.
I think they build homes, I believe. So we'll see what happens. Also, just noting, Carlos de Quesada, the driver from Tampa Bay. Congratulations, son won a race yesterday, ran the Michelin Pilot race in America. So I'm sure there's been phone calls between Michael and Carlos, dad and son, overnight.
Lee Mole out there in the classic team Lotus 78. So there's a few Lotuses out there as well. Basically Tyrrells. There was a Ferrari, Jürgen Boden, quite some way down in the Ferrari 312 T5. McLarens, of course, M26s, Marches as well. Lotus 81 and 78. Fittipaldis, about 4 or 5 of those, at least there were. We lost one, sadly. That of Sam Hancock, who made a rare mistake in the F8. The Wolf. We've also got the couple of Heskeths, as I say, Ensigns. Williams's FW07B and FW06. That's quite an early one. And then the Arrows as well. The Lek, which is a one-off. Not quite a one-off, but... it's the only one that exists in complete form for Ron Maiden, who used to run the Masters Championship and has now handed it over to Fred Fatien. And then we've also got the Theodore, Philip Hall in the Theodore, and a BRM 207, PT07, Bruce Marcon, if he is out there, but I'm not certain he is.
And, of course, Lek made racing cars and refrigerators. Charlie Purley, David's son, and one of the few...
David's father.
Father, sorry, yeah. One of the few British white goods manufacturers down there on the south coast.
Bogner.
Bogner, yeah, there's Shanley. That is Shanley. What's he thinking? Well, he had some racing experience, but at club level... And
this is big boy stuff.
This is big boy stuff. They're... just getting the gloves nice, a Welsh dragon on the helmet of Mark Hazel. Another Fittipaldi. Just hoping Dave Luff, who's the chief engineer for Fittipaldi, hope to see him on the grid looking at the cars.
Probably thinking, I'm sure we didn't design it like that, but it looks better.
Just in the early, just before lunchtime, remember, we had Stuart Hall saying he had a problem, and I found out what it was, and strange enough, I thought I saw the cockpit coming up a little bit a couple of times. I looked again and I didn't see it. And what was happening, actually a little bracket holding the cockpit down had broken, but Stuart was sort of holding it in with his shoulder, so that's why we didn't see it lifting again. Oh, a bit of last minute work there.
Yeah, on Lee Mole's car.
Yeah. Also, Marco Werner in that race, remember, he retired when he was a front runner. That was a dog ring, second gear dog ring broke. And also we saw that the other Lotus that had a problem, and that was brakes. And
was that Nick Padmore?
That was, the Padster, yes.
So there was the FW07 David Shaw.
No, it was like that FW. So it's non-ground effects car. And then, of course, the next Williams model, FW07, was a very successful ground effects car.
Mr. John of B, a late entry in this, and a good grid position for him. We've seen quite a lot of him this weekend.
Yeah, and he's Didier Pironi Ligier. I don't know how many Ligiers he's got or how many Matras he's got, but it's probably in the double figures. And he's got other cars as well, as I mentioned before. He's got, Le Mans Bentley.
Jamie Constable, who certainly has owned a few cars this weekend. This is the first time we've actually seen him racing, I think.
Yes.
So good to see him. I saw him racing at COTA in 2022 when he won 3 races out of 4 that day.
Yeah.
2 in a Formula One car and 1 in a sports car, Pescarolo. So it was a tremendous day for him. I think it was his birthday that weekend as well.
Wow. So he's got a company called R Invest, and invest in emerging companies, and a lot of them actually. So well done to him.
Ewan Sergeson, we've seen him not have an entirely successful weekend. He was wheeled off the grid for one of his races, so let's hope this time he has a better race. He's about midfield, but more about 11th or 12th is Ewan Sergeson. Scottish driver, but has a garage in the Midlands.
Yeah, there's the for Steiner, liveried number 29, Arrows A1B. That's an early Arrows, designed by Tony Southgate, and always thought that car looked right. If you read motor racing history, it was a bit of stuff, legalese stuff went on between Shadow and Arrows. We're just picking out who's where from the graphic.
6th on the grid missing. So who is that? That, in theory, should be Mark Hazel. So I think we're missing Mark Hazel.
Oh, I thought it's... Well, we'll see. Just to say that Miles Griffith failed on the line last year, or didn't start anyway, and Michael Lyons won in that Hiscox in from Cantillon and Lee Mole. And in 21, it was Lyons won this race, and not in this car. But he has had... They changed the categories around a little bit. I think they moved the year split. So Michael has won in this particular car more than once, but not in this category always.
As you say, they move them around a bit.
Yeah, they change the split, don't they? Just to confuse us, I think.
So great crowd here. Fantastic to see so many people. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, whoever should start 6th. And
that was Hazel.
Yeah, Mark Hazel. Yeah. Yeah. So disappointment there. Sorry not to see him. That was going to be Mark Hazel. I'll get there in a moment. There it is. Mark Hazel was a Williams FW07B.
He's raced that car a lot. He's been racing for many years. I remember him truck racing a long time ago. But he's raced it here and in the Master Series.
The curious thing is he actually did the warm-up lap, so...
now, is it stopped somewhere around the circuit?
Either it stopped somewhere around the circuit or was brought into the pits.
Or is it in the pit lane somewhere?
Can't see
Well, we'll find out where in due course. So a couple of these 308Es entered. But the man who's going to wring its neck, of course, is Michael Lyons. High-tech on the helmet of Miles Griffiths, and the big M on the side of the crash helmet, and the Union Jack. Copaçu was the sugar cooperative of Brazil, big sponsors of the Fittipaldi family. Just marked that Emerson's brother Wilson died recently. It hasn't been well for some while, particularly since Christmas.
Ari on the rally. Ari Vatanen. Such an enthusiast. He comes always to the Grand Prix as well. Always great to see him. And there he is.
He was a member of the European Parliament for this part of France, which I thought was a rather strange thing for a Finn to do.
And he very nearly... Well, he stood, of course, for president of the FIA.
He did.
Against John Todd.
Yeah.
So 2 rally people. And I think he lives down in this area anyway.
I believe he does.
So he spends a lot of time here in Monaco. Whenever I come to Monaco, I always seem to run into him.
It's a terrific chap, isn't he?
Yeah. Such a great guy.
Yeah. And just a phenomenal competitor as well in rallying. I was rallying when he first arrived in his beat-up Opel Kadett, and I remember being on a rally stage with my driver Andy Dawson, and knowing that Ari Vatanen was in the car in front of us, and we could see the marks of his tyres. How did he ever get there? How did he ever not crash? It was just tremendous. So on the warm-up lap,
away they go for the final formation lap. And we'll just confirm that Mark Hazel isn't there. Well, I'm not entirely certain. It gives me the impression that he is there.
Well, I suppose we'll see the split times coming through, won't we? So
yeah,
we will then know for sure.
Watch out for number 26 then. 26, either he's not in position and accidentally they've left that grid position free, or I don't understand. Maybe he's, yeah.
We're getting some wonderful shots from our director and cameraman, aren't we? Look at that. It's looking down.
Monte Carlo, one of the 4, or is it 5 parts of Monaco?
Yes, we forget that, don't we?
Yeah. Condamine, Fontvieille, Monte Carlo. Can't remember the 4th. But yeah, Condamine is the area more round where race control and the pits are. Above that. La Turbie?
La Turbie, I think it is, yes.
Is it La Turbie?
Yes,
yeah,
it is. That's the.
Yeah.
And
new development there on the right, incidentally. That's a very new development. And as they go through here, you see it off to the... no, you don't see it off to the left, but you can see it off to the left sometimes.
So, what can Shanley, this newcomer to this category, this adventurer, do in the ex-Jarret Daily Tyrrell, run by a French team with his club racing experience?
It's a lot of coaching.
I did manage to listen to a bit of a podcast with him last night, actually. He sounds a really nice guy and obviously just a can-do guy. So I mean to say you can put a car in 3rd position in a race like this, though. So he's got to have a huge amount of inherent talent.
So they're just going through to back and accelerating past us towards Rascasse, ready to take up their grid positions for this 18-lap race. For these Formula One cars from 1977 to 1980.
So Michael Lyons in his 3rd race of the day. In the first, looked as if he was going to win it, and then the steering seized, probably with a bit of the rack snapped off inside. Then, of course, he was 3rd in his next race. What can he do here?
Such a regular winner.
Yeah.
We expect him to be on the top step.
Yeah.
There we are. They've taken up the grid positions. There is the penthouse Hesketh. Rupert Keegan drove that.
Yeah, Rupert not very well at the moment in London. He has been in hospital for quite a while. Back at home now and having treatment.
So the back end of the grid taking up their grid positions. And the lights come on. 3, 4, 5. Out they go and away they go. And oh, Michael Lyons, not necessarily a very good start.
I'll tell you something, Shanley made a really good start, and that's not difficult, not easy to do. And there he is in 3rd place.
And they're all pouring through there.
Oh, a collision at the back. Yeah.
What a shame.
That's good.
Ooh.
And that's Wayne Taylor. Oh, Wayne.
Oh, that will be so distressing for him as well. Car looking quite badly damaged.
And looked, somebody might have stalled in front of him. I'll get another view of it perhaps later.
Lyons from Griffiths. Look at Griffiths putting so much pressure on, but I suspect we are going to have a stoppage. Number 30 is the other car, and that's Harold Becker.
Yes, in the Arrows A3.
Yeah. I think we're going to have a red flag in a moment.
They'll have to red flag this, surely.
Yeah.
Start again, but yeah, Shanley getting away 3rd, Cochet, Shaw, Hazel.
He is there.
He is there, Constable.
So who was missing? Anyway, doesn't matter. Shanley, Cochet, Shaw, Hazel, Constable, Mole, De Caseda. I think they're going to have to do something about this very rapidly because Lyons is coming round towards the start-finishing line.
There must be flags waving, surely, down there.
Well,
unless they clear them away.
They can't have done. Here they come. Yellow flags there.
Yeah.
And
Everybody,
everyone
yeah. Slow
leaning over the pit wall and telling them all there's people on the grid. Wayne Taylor only now getting out of his car and not looking to... He's getting out very, very carefully. Safety car.
Gingerly he is. And... Shanley's gone round.
And that's in the swimming pool.
That's inexperience for you.
He's good enough to do a 3-point turn, though.
Yeah, and didn't lose the engine, but that would have dropped him well down into the top, outside the top 12.
Harold Becker walking away, and this is not... now, what happened? Here's the start. Now, do we look further back? And there's a bit of a bump there from... we see the Wolf going up in the air. But then it came back down again, and of course Harold Becker involved as well. So if we look further back, they all seem to get away okay. Ooh, what happened? Wayne
Sure,
Taylor.
what happened there?
Yeah, well, I mean, it hadn't gone very far. And an army of marshals ready to get the car off the circuit. And this is what happened to, Stephen Shanley. Ooh. Well, at least he kept it out of the barrier. And safety car, they've got that onto a dolly very, very quickly. That's the Wolf of Wayne Taylor.
Oh, Marshall takes a tumble.
Oh, yeah.
And Harold Becker, we saw him racing earlier at the back of the field in his March 701. And I think they're finding it a bit difficult, aren't they, to push this car on that dolly?
Yes, they have to lift up the front of the car and put the dolly under the front. That's the way they do it. Obviously, the heavy bits at the back, so you lift up the front.
Yeah, so it's got those little wheels there, that a bit susceptible to bumps in the circuit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Family time, watching a super race.
There's Wayne just walking away quite gingerly.
Yeah.
And there's the safety car. He's probably thinking to himself, I've had a bad injury to my wallet.
Ha! Seemed like a good idea at the time.
Yes. And a red flag. Quite wise, perfectly wise red flag.
Right thing to do. Shanley dropped right to... Shanley dropped to 23rd. Zak Brown is in the pit. So the two team owners both in trouble.
Yeah. And the car's going into the pit lane. And this race temporarily suspended. They can. This will give them time to clean up the grid as well. Oh, that Wolf! Oh.
I don't think the tub's damaged, so that's the main thing. They'll sort that nose out. What a disappointment!
Yeah, exactly.
So Harold Becker's lovely Arrows A3.
It was in good nick, wasn't it?
It's pushed away.
There's Shanley in the pits.
Jacking the rear end up from that car.
Don't think he hit the barrier, did he?
He definitely touched the barrier.
Oh, did he? Okay.
Yeah. On the initial spin, not the second part of it. Obviously quite a lot of fluid down where that incident was.
Yeah.
So I think that Shanley fairy tale story has come to an end. Maybe we'll see him again. Maybe he's got the taste for it.
Yeah. Well, particularly for the grid position anyway.
So I mean, he rode the Atlantic solo. He didn't do it again. But he did climb Matterhorn 3 times, apparently. So we read. So maybe he'll have another go at this. It was a great story. But Michael Lyons got a little bit sideways, didn't he, at the start? I know Marshall's out with a flag to meet that incident happened. That was it, yeah.
I don't know if he moved over enough. Wayne Taylor got a good start.
Yes.
He moved over enough. He then seemed to make contact with the arrows as he was trying to overtake it.
Yes, I agree with you. That's what happened. Everybody going through the pits.
Zak Brown's Williams in the background there. I think it was Zak Brown's Williams. There's the damage on the Wolf.
Yeah. I'm going to need a new radiator.
It's about 200 quid. No, 2,000, I think.
Yeah.
Add a zero.
The damaged front wheel as well. Where we are, somewhere in there. One of those grey boxes in the middle of your picture. So, wave. Hello, everyone.
Everybody else does.
Yeah. So a little bit of a hiatus while you get this going again. So, and Lee Mole quite well up. He did have, last time out here, had a third. This was the race, but when it was back in 2018, that Martin O'Connell, he's got his team working on a lot of cars, had a last-minute call to drive the ATS owned by Mark Davis, who we've seen, and it was a wet day. Now, the ATS was never the greatest Grand Prix car. That particular one was basically a copy of an FW07, and Martin O'Connell, good racing history behind him, and British Formula 3 B Series champion, and a lot of success in classic chevrons and so. And he just aced the race. All these great Lotus cars which are won in period, and obviously the Williams which are won in period, and he motored away from him and took the checkered flag in Davis's car. Davis was indisposed for some reason. It's a terrific win, just showing real talent. And Martin likes to get behind the wheel, but he knows that business is the main thing. And I think he's preparing 4 or 5 cars down there.
I suppose, really, if you're going to take the car out testing, unless the owner of the car really wants to, 1, miss a day's work, and 2, maybe fly from the other side of the Atlantic to go round Snetterton for a day, you might as well take it yourself. And
so particularly when you've got a big racing background like O'Connell has.
Yeah.
But he's got cars in this race. So everybody, I think this might take a little while, don't you, Bob, to sort out?
Yeah. Opposite us is the number 27 Williams of Zak Brown, and there's nobody in the cockpit, and there's nobody working on the car either. So the United Autosports team are leaving it where it is. And it doesn't look as though we're going to be seeing that taking the restart of this race. And I think I can see Harold Becker in the pit lane as well. And he looks okay, I'm glad to say.
Not quite sure and a bit worried by the chap who's now leaning into the Michael Lyons cockpit, or why he's got a brolly there. Are we suggesting
something we don't know?
I know. The Lek being pushed back.
The sun isn't that strong, is it? Oh, yes, the Lek. Yes, there it is. Ron Maiden's car. He's out, not in that car either at the moment. So one wonders why the man who runs golf courses and calls Bigbury-on-Sea in Devon his home. He's walking back now, and he doesn't look as though he's going to take a restart either. Bigbury-on-Sea, a very attractive little place in Devon, on the south coast of Devon.
Just trying to see if Shanley is getting back in the car. He did bring it in. I suspect there was damage from when he kissed the barrier. Just inexperience kicking in, I'm afraid. Look, a road sweeper with a Monaco plate on it.
Well, it's principally used outside the tip top during Grand Prix
Yes,
early in the morning.
Yes.
So yes, we've got well, basically 4 retirements already, and they've only done a racing lap. So the Williams engine cover being removed, but I don't suppose there's anything that can be done that quickly.
That 3 car we're looking on, that's Mike Cantillon.
Yeah, he was quite some way back, Mike Cantillon.
Yes.
Surprisingly, he started in 11th place. He had a penalty as well.
Yeah, he's in the Tyrrell 010, 1980 car, rather than his Williams. There's that lovely Ferrari. Shanley, I think, is back in the cockpit, isn't he? Can I just see the tip of the yellow helmet there? Just up, if you look down from tag sideways, we've switched now to this FW06. And so, Bobby, you weren't mindful of staying down here for 2 weeks, getting a bit of Riviera sun. Well, you be back here in just over a week, I suppose.
Well, I've got to go, got to do some work on Imola as well, of course.
You've got to go to, yes, of course you have.
I won't be going to Emilia-Romagna, as the Grand Prix is called, Imola, next weekend. But I still have some work to do back in the UK. So I'll be doing that next weekend. So who do we have particularly making up places in that?
Yeah.
Lee Mole had made up 3 places, I think.
I think he was the main mover, wasn't he? Lee Mole, yes.
4. Ron Maiden had actually lost 5 places, so there was obviously something wrong with that car at some stage.
Yeah, but there's huge disappointment for these team owners. Wayne Taylor. I mean, Wayne Taylor was basically a professional racing driver in the past, which Zak Brown, well, I suppose he was as well. He came to Britain originally to race in Formula 3 and was trying to make a career in racing. Wayne, winner of the Rolex 24 in 1996 and 2005. 2005 Grand Am champion with Max the Axe Angelelli, yes, sorry.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time together, those two, didn't they, in their careers? Massimo Angelelli and Wayne Taylor.
Yes. But interesting affiliation now with Andretti between them and Wayne Taylor Racing.
In fact, Zachary Challen Brown started in karting in '86 and moved to Europe in Formula Ford initially, and then Formula Vauxhall Lotus in 1993. He was 4th in that championship. Remember Formula Vauxhall Lotus?
Absolutely. Some very good drivers came out. So I've just seen Bruno Senna being interviewed at the moment. Bruno did some very swift laps in his McLaren yesterday, and we had a marvellous Senna parade, didn't we, with karts. So we had the Tolman stop, and we spoke to the owner last night. Stefan Johansson driving. Wasn't really sure why it had stopped. It had been fitted with a new turbo and had a thorough spanner check and everything. But there's Bruno Senna and some absolutely superb Senna cars in that display. So Lions,
including the Formula Ford 2000, of course.
Yes, hadn't seen that for a long time. Well, it had its Formula Ford 2000.
Russian Green Van Diemen, it was.
Yeah.
That's not a colour. That's the name of the team, Russian Green.
Yeah, Dennis Russian. And there was obviously the first Formula One car that he raced and had that great result here. And then I had the McLaren, in which he scored his 2nd World Championship, and they had another car which was the car in which he scored his first race win in that wet Portuguese event. So
the Lotus.
The Lotus.
Yep.
Not an easy car to get hold of either, I understand. So it was a lovely display. Some aspiring young McLaren development drivers in a couple of the vehicles.
Eddie Irvine, of course, drove his Ralt RT1, in which he had that championship battle with Martin Brundle, and then went on to win, of course, the Macau Grand Prix that year in 1983. Yeah,
you recounted, of course, how that Senna Formula 3 year, when he won the championship, it wasn't that easy. It was a big battle with Martin Brundle, Senna getting off swiftly at the start of the championship, but Brundle really coming back to him towards the end. And great to see Martin still working in motor racing.
And, of course, the funny thing was they were both Norfolk boys.
Well, they were in a way, yes.
Whether Ayrton still lived in Norfolk then, but he did initially live in Norfolk because he drove for Van Diemen, which was based near Snetterton with the Furman family.
Yes, later he was looking for a house near West Surrey Racing, but he didn't want people to know it was him because he was getting a bit of a profile then, so he got Dick Bennett's to do it. But he came with Dick Bennett's and they looked at different houses, and he said, I want to see the garden, I want to see the garden. And Dick said, oh, you're not into gardening, are you? Oh, no. He said, I'm just going to see if I can take off my remote control helicopter from the garden.
Yes, he was very keen on those.
He was. I think he was very good at flying them too, as you might expect. So we did tell a couple of Senna stories yesterday, didn't we? That we had that the intensity of the man and the skill and the intelligence as well. Now they're on a boat there. Look at that group. There's not one glass in their hands.
No, absolutely. Obviously, l'air d'apéritif has either gone or has yet to arrive.
The sun hasn't passed over the yard arm and they're sticking to it.
So we're just waiting to get these cars running again. I'm not certain, of course, how will they start. If they'll start behind the safety car and then have a safety car start, that would eliminate the necessity for starting on a grid with a clutch, of course, because the clutch is always a weak point on these older cars as well.
And the clutches are tiny on these cars. Well, we'll find out pretty soon. Here, DFV's running, a couple of them anyway.
And, of course, the next race will also be DFV dominated.
Yeah, that's pretty well all ground effect cars. Only some of these are. But it's all about cleaning up the surface, isn't it? Because you've got to be so careful.
Well, it's also a quick part of the circuit past the pits as well. So it's a DRS zone during the Grand Prix itself.
We didn't mention Fritz van Aert, who's currently shown in 14th place. He owns the Jumbo supermarket chain in Holland. Huge supporter of motor racing and been a backer of Max Verstappen from the very early days. And he lost the Minardi brand, but he's not racing Minardi here. But he has got several Minardis. The Minardi team, of course, been through several transitions, Toro Rosso and so on, now into just RB.
Yes, exactly. And Fritz van Aert has... he's one of the drivers who've raced in the Boss Championship, which is also a championship for older cars. Nicolas Mathil is the same. He's also raced in the Boss Championship as well.
Boss Championship used to be run from the UK, but I think it's possibly now run from Holland. And it's sort of a Formula Libre, as we use, free formula. You can run Indy cars in it and Formula 3000 cars, all sorts of stuff. And I think the guys have a lot of fun doing that. Well, everybody's in the cars.
Fritz van Aert, 57 years old. Started in Dutch Formula Ford in 1999. He's in 14th place at the moment, if they take any notice of those positions.
Yesterday we saw the actor Patrick Dempsey here, didn't we? Man's also raced at Le Mans, and very popular with the girls, is Patrick Dempsey. He was in a part which he was nicknamed Dr. McDreamy because they all dreamed of him. Goodness me. He was telling our French colleague down there the story of his career and how he went to a couple of racing schools, and particularly the Panos Racing School, actually, where he was trained by a chap called Joe Foster, who was his co-driver subsequently in various American sports car races. And Joe has been racing till very recently in the Creventic series, and actually the team has just retired, but it won its very last race just a few weeks ago.
Was that would that have been at Road Atlanta? He would have
absolutely, yes. There was a Panos school. A lot of good guys. Charles Esplanade, another bloke who was one of the coaches there. Well, a fine statue, and looking wide in the camera. So quite a lot of people. Maybe you don't have to pay to watch from up there. You're getting a bit of a bird's eye view, and then the grounds there of the palace. And Prince Rainier was here yesterday. Prince Rainier, looking round.
Prince Albert.
Prince Albert. Yeah.
You're stuck in the.
I'm stuck in the past. That's the trouble. Prince Albert,
his father,
and Rainier was his father. Of course, absolutely. My era.
Yes, he was here yesterday.
I do that sometimes with fathers and sons who are racing and call it by the father's name. You know. You corrected me yesterday. I still didn't get it. There's the flag of the Automobile Club of Monaco, flying proudly above the pits here. So just 2 of the 18 laps gone. We've obviously got a bit of a delay. Fortunately, our plane's not until late. But, so I'm not sure. I can't see them still working on that area. So.
An engine fires up.
Engine fires up, gives us anticipation and a little bit of hope that we're going to crack on with this. And this is awful for the drivers as well, because, you know, sitting in the cockpits, getting hot, worried about what's going to happen at the restart, trying to feel composed.
There indeed is the Prince Albert.
Prince Albert.
His Serene Highness.
Yes.
When he goes round at the Grand Prix, he goes round and he chats to the marshals.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, he'll give a big hug to a lady of a certain age who is probably a nurse and who's somebody he's known since he was a kid.
Yes.
And that's it. Just shows what a sort of family it is amongst the locals here.
Yes.
And it's a lovely familiar feeling and a lovely atmosphere when you see that happening. And it just goes to show he knows lots of the citizens.
Shanley is in the car and back in the race. Other cars going through.
No chance of either the Lek or Zak Brown going out. So those two are still in the pits and will remain there.
Well, we're still not quite sure, Bob, are we, of the starting order?
No, exactly. What are they going to do? Are they going to start it again? It was really only 2 laps, wasn't it? It wasn't even that. They are behind the safety car, so it's possible it will be a safety car start. The lights are not on the safety car, which always means it's going to come in at the end of this race. The driver at the head of the field controls the pace.
But Shanley is in 3rd place where he was before he had the spin. I think they've gone back a lap.
Okay.
Well, we'll see, won't we?
They'd have to go back 2 laps, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
I thought Shanley spun on the first.
On the first lap?
Yeah. Maybe they've just gone back to the original lineup. Who else might have been out of position then?
Well, Cantillon would have been... See, they haven't shuffled them around into a position, have they? So it's as though they're going to take up their original grid positions, but we shall see. But Cantillon was some way back. He was in 11th place. He started in 11th place, and he's in 10th at the moment. Mark Hazel, we didn't know where he was. Nor did he, apparently.
No, well, we couldn't see him on the grid, but he was there somewhere. Maybe it was just a funny camera angle. So those two Fittipaldis in their bright yellow stick out, don't they?
Yeah, happily for us. Lyons, Griffiths.
Well, they got a little flag in the left-hand corner, says red flag.
And the pace car, the safety car, is still on the circuit as well. So it hasn't come into the pits. And so they're going to take up their original grid positions, it would seem.
I think it's just starting again. In the wow, what a
Shanley's in third spot.
What a reprieve for him.
Yep.
Gets a second chance. This I said I thought the fairy story was all over, but it's obviously not.
Well, Mark Hazel is now in his grid position. Who was behind him? There he is, just coming in to take it in his position as well. And it's a bit of a mess behind because you've got somebody sitting in the middle of the grid there.
There's Jonathan Cochet.
I think there's a certain doubt and a certain confusion further back. And in fact, the safety car sets off for another lap. And as I say, they've got that one car sat in the middle who doesn't really know where he's meant to be.
Well, they can't start it like this.
No.
They have to sort that out. The chap there in the middle is waving his finger madly.
Marshall's hurrying off to sort it out, I think, whoever it is. And engines switched off.
Yes, the number 11 car, not in the JPS colours, but in the Essex colours. An extraordinary man called David Team became the Lotus sponsors after Imperial Tobacco pulled out. He was based here in Monaco. And
in a room in the back of the...
Hotel de Paris, didn't he?
Yeah, Hotel de Paris.
Wore what we called a Zorro hat. A very flamboyant character who subsequently disappeared. And... I'd love to talk to him.
Via the Swiss authorities?
No, I mean, there was some situation, was it? He was trading in oil. And we ran 2 concerts for him at the Royal Albert Hall back when. Well, yes, I mean, they've got to do something about that.
Yeah.
And then he fell in. Yes, something happened with the Swiss authorities. I believe he did go to prison and then came out and never been seen since. But he was a wonderful guy. I actually enjoyed working with him. He had tremendous ideas, and but that is what the Essex colours are. And I mean, they had the things we did at the Albert Hall were spectacular. Gave away a Lotus Elise, in a raffle. And the second one we had Margaret Thatcher was in attendance because we managed to get her to attend. It was funny. It was like all the Albert Hall was filled, but really it was entertaining 15 or 16 of his biggest clients, and the rest of us were all just wallpapering.
Well, the last time I saw him was at an Elton John concert in Nice, and of course he was always recognisable because he had that Zorro hat.
When was that?
I can't remember which date. Yeah. Number 29 being wheeled back. Well, that's fair enough because he probably needs to go into that grid position. That's Marco Copini in the Arrows A1B.
I don't think we got Marco's not one of the regular front runners. Brings his car out for this event. And
like the number 30 car, which is not taking part, Harold Becker's, that's in excellent condition as well, isn't it?
Yeah, beautifully prepared, isn't it? And Mark Warsteiner, a beer. In Germany, beer companies tend to be more regional than national. But they were a very good sponsor. Now, I'm just wondering if that is the car that Tiffany Dell raced at Monaco. Unipart, Mike Black, who was the promotions manager of Unipart, he's still around. He might even be listening to us if he is. Hi there, Mike.
And that's Gianluigi Candiani from Italy, owned by Luciano Biamino, who is also racing in this race, number 11. And he is starting 22nd, or...
that Williams still out of place. Here's the ensign.
Paul Tattersall.
Yeah. That's been Theodore Racing. That's when Teddy Yip of Theodore Racing got involved with Maurice Nunn's company. And
that's the car I was saying looks quite big.
Yeah, and Theodore still continues to this day, and at Macau and so on have continued in racing Teddy's son. Looking down, taking a little while to sort this out. Give us a bit of a breather. Fans up, so waving. He's a Ferrari fan. I wonder if he's seen Charles Leclerc here. We'll race along here, hopefully pretty soon. So Lyons, it is Griffiths, Cochet. Now, they've now produced a list with Shanley at the bottom of it, but he's in third place on the grid. So a little bit of sorting out to do.
So when they start, will they add the times together to make our...
Wow, interesting. We haven't got anything, have we, on any forum and device or stuff from the organisers? So, Mr. John B will be in this as well. He's such an enthusiast. And, had such an excellent result earlier on. It's one of his best results he will have had in single-seater racing.
Well, the 2018 race here, 35 entries, and that was won by O'Connell, as you said.
Yeah.
Nick Padmore was in a shadow.
He was second.
Jordan Grogor was third.
Yeah.
And Michael Lyons was fourth that day, from Jamie Constable in a shadow in fifth. In 2022, Michael Lyons had won it again, and poleman Griffiths did not finish in the Fittipaldi. Cantillon was second, and Lee Mole third.
And now, you see, they've pushed Shanley to the back.
Right.
And there was something going on with one of the Team Lotus people. I didn't quite see. It sort of seemed to be in deep discussion with one of the officials. Everybody just wants it to start, really, don't they?
Yeah. And actually, once you start playing musical cars with like this,
it takes
a long time, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, with everybody time to go for a cup of tea almost. Terrific period of Grand Prix racing, though, from 77 to 80. It's just a 4-year gap, and then the next race, of course, will be 81 to 85. The very fastest cars of all. We're expecting a cracking race there.
Literally, as the DFV was being phased out and being superseded by the turbo engines.
Yeah.
That'll be the Group G cars.
Yeah, that
we shall
was
see.
a very interesting time, wasn't it, that?
Yeah.
Michael staying calm in the cockpit. Haven't seen Frank here this weekend, actually. Again, discussions going on. Well, I do hope we have a nice clean race after all this.
Yes, exactly. We don't want another stoppage. The last thing we want.
Oh, we've got bit of a Mexican wave going on.
Oh, well, we always get that when things are getting a bit boring and we want to get a move on.
A Japanese flag there. Well, of course, we had a Japanese winner earlier.
Yeah, I hope they were there.
I did manage to find out that the car is no longer run by Classic Team Lotus.
Oh.
It was a sort of bit of a group of not a race team from Attleborough who have set up, and are some of the ex-Classic Team Lotus people. And so the Kubota recently moved his car there. So we thought Classic Team Lotus got 2 wins in a row, but it wasn't actually the case. But previous race, the car had been run by them. So got to keep up, haven't you?
Yeah, exactly. Not easy. And he was such a loyal customer to Classic Team Lotus for so long, too.
Yeah. But there you are. These things happen.
So, yes, it's gone back to lap 1, you see. So we've had 1 lap.
Yes.
Whereas it had been 2 laps. So it's gone back to the order after the first lap. And that puts Jonathan Cochet in 3rd place.
Yes.
In 4th place is David Shaw. Lee Mole in 5th. Then Mark Hazel, Jamie Constable, Ewan Sergeson, Collister Caseda, and then Mike Cantillon completing the top 10.
See, if you move a chap like Shanley from 3rd to the back, you've then got to shuffle everybody.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Just to round out that circle on the new group that have taken over the running of that winning Lotus, they're actually called Mirage. And I say they're in Attleborough in Norfolk, and they're some ex-Classic Team Lotus chaps. So just to round out that story.
So we will have 22 cars remaining in this race.
22 or 23? Is that? I hope that's 5 seconds and not 5 minutes.
It's 5 minutes.
Of course it is.
22 cars, because we've got 23 on our screen there.
Yeah.
-1 because Ron Maiden's in the pits.
Oh, yeah.
22.
Ron Maiden's in the pits. It doesn't look as if he's going to start from there.
No, it doesn't. Well, it didn't, unless they've done something.
Well, at this time, who knows what's gone on?
Yeah. Well, no. Neither Ron Maiden nor Zak Brown looking as though they're going to go out.
That looked like a nice spot to spectate from.
Well, there always are remarkable places to watch from around this circuit. And not just boats, but flats and apartments and balconies even, and terraces, roof terraces.
Yes, yeah.
And, of course, one of the best ones is literally on the outside of Saint-Devote. We saw it yesterday when they were craning a car across.
Yeah.
And that's one of the best places to watch, if you can get onto that balcony, but it's almost unavailable.
I just saw boats manoeuvring in the harbour there, quite a large yacht coming in, and we call that a 3-mast schooner that was behind.
Yeah, lovely. I think that may be quite a modern boat, though, that 3-master. It may not be as old as it's pretending to be.
No. So a little bit of announcement going on from our French colleague.
That's where all the decisions are made. Marc Duez is the clerk of the course, who has been involved in the running of races here for a very long time. Once again, Mark Hazel's part is vacant there. His place on the grid is not filled. Oh, that's him behind. It's further back, isn't it? That's probably what it was.
And now there's some problems with that Theodore. 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes. So Marc Duez, a Belgian rally man, really. His family have a hotel near Spa, and he's always been involved in rallies, but he's also been involved in this race, possibly perhaps because of Jackie Ickx's involvement as well, but he's always been involved in the organisation here in Monaco.
I think he was a member of the Austin Rover Rally team for a while. Done some very good results, Mark Dewis, but he was an all-rounder, I'd say. There's not many all-rounders.
What, in the sort of Vic Elford?
Yeah, in the Vic,
well.
yes, I mean, obviously raced in Formula One, and there's a few of them. I mean, I call Alonso an all-rounder. He's done the Dakar Rally, and he's done World Endurance Sports Car Racing, won at Le Mans, and then all his single-seater success. We saw him yesterday, but not today.
Day before yesterday.
Oh, was it? Yes, it's
That long ago.
it was that long ago.
So, yes, lots of mechanics on rear wings. I always love the idea that they set that rear wing up so precisely with, you know, everything, and then about 4 blokes get hold of it and push it like mad.
Yes, absolutely. They've got the front off that
The ensign, yeah.
Yes, I think that might have been damaged, so it probably can run like that. Oh, no, they're taking it. Look, we've got 3 minutes to go.
Less
and we start all this, and I won't be able to start the race again, except it's almost on the back row of the grid.
That's not Hazel in number 26 there, I don't think. Is that Coach? Oh,
No, I don't
you
think
see,
it
we've
is.
got a different screen again. It's very complicated. 1 minute to go.
Jackie Ickx up there in the middle of our picture.
Yeah, Jacques Bernard.
Was that Jackie's wife next to him? I think
Yeah.
so. So the Lions Racing boys push that car, fire it up.
And we've got 0 laps and a 15-lap race coming up.
Ah, well,
And the ensign is almost back together again. Yep.
they did.
They're
They
happy
got
with
notes
it.
on it. Yeah, well, everybody's getting off the grid. I think they'll do one more warm-up lap.
Yeah. And I think once they come back, that screen will reconnect, will readjust. Because at the moment it shows Zach Shanley back up into 3rd place.
Well, he's been up and down like a Western donkey, he has, on this timing and scoring without any cars going round.
And we've even got Wayne Taylor back on the screen again as well, and Harold Becker.
Well, they were
Zak Brown.
Yeah.
So they will suddenly drop off that when they start this race. So green flag, away they go for, well, I'd like to think it's the final formation lap. It wasn't last time, but hopefully this time it is. Up the hill out of Saint-Devote. And really, that's a history of the era, isn't it? 1977, it was won here by Scheckter in a Wolf WR1 77.
I'm pretty sure that is the car that Wayne Taylor has just crashed.
In 1978, it was De Paillet in a Tyrrell 008. 1979, Scheckter again in a Ferrari 312 T4. And in 1980, Carlos Reutemann, Williams FW07B. So those were the winners in period, covering 77 to 80. Niki Lauda, of course, world champion in 77. Andretti, world champion in 1978. Scheckter in 79. And Jones in 1980 in the Williams.
Back then, Lotus, one of the absolute crack teams, weren't they? Still under Colin Chapman and Williams, of course. We've still got Williams racing. We've still got McLaren. And some continuity there. So many other teams have come and gone.
So they're coming round, hopefully to take up their grid positions.
They pack those yachts in pretty close together, don't they?
Oh, yes. You're very close to your neighbour, probably even closer to your neighbour than you would be if you were at home.
Yeah, I'm sure. So we look down on this field. Serie F Formula One Grand Prix cars, the 3-litre machines from 1977 to 1980, about to get back underway after the earlier problems which brought out the red flag. And sign still being hung out to the drivers, but they're going to take up their grid positions now. We're going to start it all over again, and this time it's going to be 15 laps, and let's have a clean one, please. Car still filtering out from La Rascasse. Looking down on the potential winner here, a man who's won around here in this car before, Michael Lyons. Best known these days very much as one of the stars of historic racing, but much earlier in his career, raced in Formula Renault, raced in endurance races for one of the top teams, of course, the Ferrari, virtually factory squad, really, run by. Oh no! What's happening now?
Well, I think people can't quite work out which grid position they're meant to be in, and we had people further back.
Yeah.
And somebody, it looks as though they may have stalled on the grid as well. So away they go for another formation lap.
Yeah, so Michael Lyons, it's AF Corsa, of course.
So we've got two at the back here.
Yeah, two at the back now.
The Essex Lotus that you were mentioning earlier on.
And now they're not going.
And number 3,
it's lost the engine.
That's Michael Cantillon.
Yeah, he needs a push in the Tyrrell.
Yeah.
I'm very experienced with these cars, Michael Cantillon.
Yes, exactly.
The demolition company boss.
I think if you give both of them a decent push, they'll probably both step fire up.
Yeah, fire up.
That's happened with Michael Cantillon. Now he doesn't know whether he should take up his grid position or not. And
the Essex Lotus.
The Essex Lotus, that's number 11, and that is
Luciano.
Biamino.
Yes.
Luciano Biamino from Italy.
Another Lotus 81 chassis.
And he's
2.
got going as well.
Yeah, well done.
So it's going to be a 14-lap race now because of this extra formation lap. And really, if you think about it, if you had turbos as well, you can imagine all sorts of potential problems. If we're having the problems that we're having with normally aspirated cars, imagine what it would be like with turbos.
We don't really see the turbos racing very much, but we Renault, got a fleet of their historic racing cars. They demonstrate on occasion. I have seen them running, but only as demo cars. They usually bring back their own old drivers, like René Arnoux.
Demonstrate them at Goodwood Festival of Speed, for example.
Yeah. Well, the Duke of Richmond has got a special pull over people, hasn't he? He gets cars that nobody else will ever get. But then there was obviously the fabulous BMW powered Brabants, all that over 1,000 horsepower. So
and still by a certain Bernard Charles Eccleston, who does allow them out, but usually not for demonstration purposes. They'll be on static display. So, again, they take up their grid positions. Michael Lyons.
I suppose this is third time lucky, really, isn't it?
He's never been on pole position so many times, I don't think.
No, absolutely.
And into the pits comes, that was a JPS Lotus. Not certain which one that was.
Oh, that's not Lee Mole. Anyway, concentrate on the start. And it's
Mike Davis.
Davis, yeah.
Mike Davis into the pits.
Still got cars coming into position.
Yeah. Have we got them all in position? On come the lights. Here we go. Out they go, and away goes Michael Lyons. Wow, what a start. What a spectacular start.
Yeah, excellent start from Michael Lyons. And Miles Griffiths slotting in. Let's see what happens up this hill. We've got some few quicker cars at the back.
And they go pouring up the hill with Miles Griffiths in second place. And not Shanley. I don't know why it's showing Shanley in third place. How complicated is that? But very frustrating. But look at this. The first two absolutely roaring away, pulling away from the rest.
Well, at least this time, Miles Griffith 2 years ago on the pole, he couldn't start it. Didn't start anyway. This time he is. And the ensign bringing up the rear.
Yeah, that's Paul Tattersal's car at the back, 22. But the first two going through, Lyons and Griffiths, it's turning into a duel between these two. But can Griffiths keep pace with Michael Lyons? Michael Lyons has got such speed around here. And it really is a challenge for anybody else who's in the same race as him to get on terms with the young driver from Essex. Lap 1 about to be completed. Lyons and Griffiths, and the pair of them pulling away from the rest of the field. In third place, it's Jonathan Cochet.
Yeah, it's incredible the way they've pulled away. Look at the gap they've
huge.
Went just one lap.
4.2 seconds that gap already. And then David Shaw in fourth place, Mark Hazel in fifth, Jamie Constable sixth, Ewan Surgenson in seventh, then Carlo de Caseda in eighth place, Lee Mull ninth, and Mr. John of B in 10th place, Michael Cantillon, even when he had to have a push start, in 11th place.
Yeah, now the timing screen has got itself sorted out.
Yeah.
And that Essex Lotus going slowly. Lyons and Griffiths 1 and 2, and this battle will continue, I'm sure. Miles Griffiths from, I think, Kidderminster in Worcestershire.
And he's hanging on, but he's not really pushing Lyons. Miles Griffiths hanging on, but getting a little bit closer, 2 or 3 lengths behind, and then it opens up through to back. Through the swimming pool section as well, which is so quick, and yet Michael Lyons takes it like a veteran.
Yeah, absolutely. These days, Miles races all kinds of different cars. Ooh, that was all a bit hairy, but we got away with it, didn't they?
Yeah, 26, that's Mark Hazel. Mark Hazel in 5th place, Jamie Constable in 6th.
Yeah, I was going on to say that Miles Griffiths drives and races everything from Keith sports cars. And red flag in. Oh no, what has happened now? This just isn't working, is it?
No. Another red flag.
So
can't tell you why. Looking out of our window, nothing visible, and cars being signalled into the pits.
So something in the tunnel there.
In the tunnel, isn't it? Yeah.
It's just climbing out. Difficult to see who or what it is.
And there's some black marks on the concrete there.
Yeah, he's run all along there, hasn't he?
Yeah. And as you say, the driver is out of the car. He's perfectly okay, walking towards daylight. But whether his car is remains to be seen.
Hopefully we'll see a picture. We might be able to recognise him from the crash helmet.
Two cars side by side, and is that John of B?
I think it could have been. He got squeezed into the wall, didn't he?
Yeah, exactly, in the Ligier. Who has come round? Well, he's fit enough to climb over the Armco, so that's good news. Oh, was it Shanley?
No, because Shanley's got that bright yellow and
yes.
red crash helmet. Well, was it number 23?
Overington.
Overington, 23.
That was a Hesketh.
Yeah. It's difficult to see, obviously, in the tunnel there. We don't have any sector times for him. It would indicate it probably is.
Yeah.
Overington.
Although, of course, you would have a first sector time.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have a second sector time. So we'll be able to tell you, but I think Overington might have gone out earlier. But who that is, who is stopped in the tunnel, we'll try and work it out from what we're looking at on the screens here. But whoever it is okay.
Well, that's good news. What is not good news is we're going to have to go for a third start.
And I mentioned earlier on the problems of starts. Mr. John of B as the one who's got a... Oh, no, he's okay. Overington is still the mystery without a first sector time even. The first sector ended on the way down to Mirabeau. So we should have a first sector time from Overington, although he was a late entry. Mr. John of B, still waiting for something from him. No, here he comes into the pits. So, yeah, the only person we haven't got anything from is Martin Overington, excuse me.
Yes, and now, sort of Emerson Fittipaldi crash helmet there, wasn't it? Not quite the colours, I don't think, but not sure about people wearing replica or tribute crash helmets. Say have your own personality. Maybe if you're demonstrating the car for a film or something like that, I can understand it. I've had two different people here with effectively Graham Hill crash helmets on.
Yes, we have. Yeah.
And I've seen somebody with an Andretti helmet. Now we see an Emerson one. But it's a personal choice, I suppose. There's the red flag. And they're going to... Now, we might see when they push this car out of here, I guess our best guess is Overington in the 23, isn't it?
I think it is, yes. A blue Hesketh. Do we think it's blue anyway? We shall see in a moment. Whatever car it is. Certainly everybody else is back in the pits. And a flatbed truck turning up as well.
Yep. And an ambulance. And some other support vehicle.
And here it is, two cars side by side, both.
Oh, it hit the wall hard as well.
It was, wasn't it? It was a big hit.
I'm pretty sure that's Overington. It was blue. And his car is blue. So, Mason Narmino. That's one of, I think he's a chap that races in the Boss Series. I think Zigzag, I see on him, is involved. So I wonder how many laps it will be now.
Yes, and they've actually got to get into the right grid positions, which they could, of course, do if they push the cars the wrong way. If they push the cars down the pit lane and onto the grid, they could actually form the grid now.
Yes.
And then
Now,
backwards.
this is so frustrating, isn't it, Bob? You know, we're expecting a really super race here, and the rest of the meeting's gone off. Well, yeah, a couple of red flags, but then this stop-start affair unnerved the drivers. So, Union Jacks waved, and we're going to see and wait for the restart. So, Serie F, F1 Grand Prix cars, 3 litres, 1977 to 1980. We had a couple of false starts here, early accidents. Let's have another go at trying to get this excellent race underway. So, Andrew Marriott here with Bob Constanduras. So it's been a little frustrating time, but at least everything's back on track now. We should see a crapping. I think it's going to be just 10 laps now, this race. But it should provide some great entertainment. Let's just hope they can keep them out of the Armco.
Exactly, yes. Unfortunate elimination of Martin Overington that last time, squeezed off into the concrete in the tunnel. I'm sure unintentionally. And I'm not sure who was involved, but this is going to be a safety car start. So basically, I think they'll come round and then the safety car will pick them up, do one more lap, and then the safety car will come into the pits and the green flag will be given and they will be away for what will then be 9 laps remaining. So we've lost 1 or 2. We've lost Ron Maiden, we've lost Zak Brown, we've lost Harold Becker, Martin Overington, Wayne Taylor, Paul Tattersall, and I think we've also lost Luciano Biamino as well. So the car's being led around by Michael Lyons, who has led each time at the start of this race, and he's had some pretty lively starts too that we've seen. So we're hopeful of another one, although, as I say, in theory, what we understand is that it will be behind the safety car so as not to put too much mechanical stress, particularly on the clutch.
No, it should be an easier way to start it as they wind their way past the swimming pool. And we know that Miles Griffiths is definitely going to keep Michael Lyons very honest in this. And Jonathan Cochet, former rising star of French motor racing 25 years ago. Nice to see him there. We've got some of the regular Brits who we see racing in the Master Series, like Mark Hazel and Jamie Constable, Lee Moore are in there. We've got some of our French favourites like Mr. John O'Bee with Aligier this time, having raced Matras earlier in the day. And then we've got this complete wild card, Steve Shanley, having his first race in a car of this description, the adventurer who has rode the Atlantic amongst some other daring feats. So cars, well, I don't think it is a rolling start. They're
coming onto the grid positions, admittedly, but I can quite understand why it would be a rolling start, because even in the day, there is the safety car with the lights on, ready to leave them round. And they don't want to switch off the engines. I think they want to keep the engines running, but they don't want to sit there too long with the engines running. So there it is, green flag, they're being sent away. Best not to run in front of the cars.
Michael Lyons wasn't quite sure what to do there, was he? Because
Well, I was listening to the track commentator, Ian Titchmarsh, and he was told by Michael Lyons that was what was going to happen. There's a Williams stuck in the middle of all that, which hasn't actually got away. And that's... that
was the FW06.
Yeah. That's, is that David Shaw?
I think so, yes. And Zak Brown, of course, the...
that was an FW07, though, Zak Brown's.
Yes, no, I was saying that he is not restarting. So now trying to bump start it, and it doesn't seem to want to fire up, does it? Well, is it... yes,
yep.
No, yes.
There he goes. So he's going to have to join in on the back. He can't take up his position, I don't think. But Michael Lyons can basically close everybody up. But they're all behind the safety car. That first formation lap did not count, so we still have 10 laps to go.
Yep. There's the Hesketh 308E. The other Hesketh 308E involved in the previous accident, which brought out the red flag. This the familiar car's been raced so many times before by Michael Lyons. the tall Essex driver with so much success behind him, and as we said before, more success here than any other driver, wanting to add to that total. Hasn't been able to do it thus far this meeting. Looked as if he was going to in one of the earlier races, then had the steering fail, and away.
Safety car in, and they're away. So this is hopefully going to be a nice, safe restart. And they accelerate towards Saint-Devote. Still cars going past us towards Rascasse. But they are away. The leaders are there. Michael Lyons and Miles Griffiths once again pulling away from Jonathan Cochet in third place.
So it is Hesketh versus Kopasuka. Not something we were used to seeing at the front of the field in period. But hey-ho. And Miles Griffiths are right up the gearbox. I don't think he can try down the inside there, no, but he's looking as if he's going to try really hard. He just flicks the tail out a little bit.
Michael Lyons has got enough experience, hasn't he, to cover all eventualities,
he
to
has.
make sure the car's in the right place on the road, not to open the door, not to allow anyone past, not to do the sort of thing that Fred Wakeman did so kindly to Max Smith-Hilliard at Portier earlier on today. But there, Michael Lyons just pulling away a fraction so that Miles Griffiths isn't in a position to challenge, isn't in a position to perhaps go through if the door is left open.
The interest is the front nose treatment of these two completely different cars is very, very similar. Yet back in period, you had all sorts of different designs.
And Lyons and Griffiths doing a grand job, isn't he?
He certainly is. I said, Miles has raced all kinds of different cars, from little sports cars, and often races his customer cars at high tech. And recently, Michael Lyons pretty well stuck to these sort of Formula One machines.
Jonathan Cochet in third place. Mark Hazel is in fourth place. Jenny Constable fifth. Ewan Sergeson in sixth place. Then De Caseda in seventh. Mola eighth. Cantillon ninth. And Mr. John B in 10th.
Yeah, that's the top 10, Bob. And don't think it's going to stay that way. Michael Lyons absolutely pushing here because he's under a lot of pressure.
As you say, Miles Griffiths keeping him very honest. Through the tunnel there, the tyre marks on the left-hand side, which is where Martin Overington ended up in his Hesketh. But these two flying around the circuit. There's Cochet.
And that's a nice little battle then for third, fourth and fifth. And then and the timing screens went a bit funny, but has put itself back in order. So that's good.
Lyons and Griffiths. Cochet in third, and then it's Hazel, Constable, and I think Sergeson.
Yeah, that blue and yellow march was raced by Jody Scheckter's brother Ian, and in the Rothmans colours. There you see it.
Stephen Shanley making up positions. He was relegated to the back after his incident.
Yeah.
But he's up into 14th place now. But look at this pair. Miles Griffiths.
Oh, that was a big tank slapper there for Miles Griffiths.
I mean, a lot of drivers do that, but I'm not certain that he really meant to do that.
I'm pretty sure he didn't.
They come over to the other side of the circuit to avoid the bump.
Yeah.
There. And this is tight.
Oh, yes, nudged. Yeah.
And this is 26 and 16.
Yeah, that's Hazel and Constable.
This is the battle over fourth place then. Behind Cochet.
Fortunately, one wheel didn't ride up over the other, so it was a nudge.
Yeah.
But they can continue.
And then there's another battle going on over the over sixth place with Sergeson, Cantillon, De Caseda, and Mr. John Lee Noel as well. So a four-car battle there over sixth. But this is the lead battle. Lyons ahead of Griffiths. And it stays under a second between the two of them as they come up and complete lap 4. Lap 4
Well,
completed.
finally we've got it running nice and smoothly, touching wood. Well, we've got one stopped, and that is 16.
That's Jamie Constable.
Yeah, that's Jamie Constable.
But he's almost in a safe place. Well done, Jamie Constable.
It's that as a result of that little clash. Maybe.
Yeah, one wonders. Yeah, it's such a funny wing, the front wing. And this is it. This was that clash. Boink, there.
Yeah, I just wonder if it damaged the steering arm, and that's now broken.
He's certainly off the line, but
only
not sufficiently.
No, I can see we might have another full course.
If you had someone
full course yellow coming up, and Shanley is up to 11th.
If you had someone dash out with a rope or something, you could pull it back into that area. But racing still very much continuing. Lyons ahead of Griffiths. And Griffiths not being dropped, but not actually in a position to challenge at the moment. Remember, and Griffiths might be bearing this in mind, Lyons has done quite a lot of racing today. And might just be getting a bit tired. He's still got another race to do as well.
Yeah, that may be completely 45 minutes long. Yeah, the Hesketh 308E, the last Hesketh model designed by Frank Durney, still around, and a very interesting critic of motor racing in its current form, and together with Nigel Stroud.
And of course, Frank Durney was a huge, like Brian Hart, massive enthusiast of music stroke hi-fi, if you like to call it that, as it was then anyway.
Yeah, Frank's a hugely entertaining character. And
cup of tea.
Yes, a cup of tea. That's the XC and Scheckter car has gone into that barrier very hard indeed, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be, would you think, another red flag?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Yeah, I
think that's at Tabac, isn't it? Yes.
And I wonder if he's stuck in there, because he's gone in hard.
Yes, he has.
I mean, he's obviously moving around. So
Nicolas Mathilde of Monaco, and he's still in the car. And it does look a bit foreshortened, doesn't it?
It does. We're going to see it here.
Here he was. He was battling with number 21. And possibly, he was offline as well. Number 21 there was Fritz van Aert. And presumably lost all downforce.
It didn't go in as hard as I thought it had, looking for the damage. And indeed, he is out of the car. But red flag again.
Red flag again.
Oh, my goodness me.
Well, they've had half distance. 5 laps have been completed.
Yeah. And they've got to drag that out of there. Clean it up.
Lyons, Griffiths, Cochet, that's the first 3. Then Hazel, Cantillon, De Caseda in 6th place. Then Mole, Sergeson and Mr. John of B in 9th. And then in 10th place, and we've scarcely mentioned this gentleman.
Robert Spencer,
who...
He's in another Fittipaldi F5A.
Yeah. Fittipaldi F5A. And then Stephen Shanley.
Yep.
In 11th. But once again, back. Finish, it says, checkered flag. So is that it?
I think so.
It could well be.
It's just with these cars. I hope we don't have a similar instance. But so we've got a few racing laps in.
Yeah.
And I suppose Miles Griffiths will feel a little bit peeved, because he probably thinks he could have had a bit of a go at Michael Lyons. Michael Lyons probably felt like, I could have held him off, but I'm pleased it's over.
Number 15 there is Robert Spencer, so he's happy boy. Waving to the crowd.
Yeah, with a top 10 finish.
So, yes, we've got a checkered flag. There it is. Or I haven't got a checkered flag. That chap has, though.
He certainly has.
And
he's got a radio, and he's got a stopwatch. He's got everything he needs. So the actual victory margin is shown as 0.5 of a second. And actually, they're getting that car away pretty quickly on the dolly, aren't they?
They have.
It's going to have a bit of a rebuild now.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I think it was just the angle makes it look foreshortened.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't go in as hard as I thought he had, as I said. But he just sort of ran wide, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he was on a wide line and possibly not with the grip that he would have liked. So sad, but that is it.
Yeah.
Michael Lyons there out of the car.
Oh, he's happy about that now, look.
Yeah, I'm sure. He's got to win. So, yes, as you say, quite a rebuild to do on that March.
Michael being congratulated down in the pit lane. And other drivers walking around. And there's Mother Judy down there. So I guess Frank must be around. But now, of course, he's got to climb into an even faster car.
Yeah,
and
against, do it all again.
Yeah, against two ultra-competitive teammates. Well, I think that takes his victories here at Monaco to 8.
So are we going to have a podium ceremony, or?
Well, one would hope so.
Yeah.
He's won the race.
Well, anytime soon would be fine. You know the way to the podium. Yeah.
Been there a few times before.
Exactly.
Yeah, happy faces down there after what was a bit of a traumatic hour or so, to be frank. Here is the confirmation of results showing the Michael Lyons victory after 5 laps from Miles Griffiths, Jonathan Cochet, Mark Hazel. Michael Lyons in the groove now. Well, maybe that's a portent of things. Now we can go on the final result. Michael Lyons winning by just half a second from Miles Griffiths in the Fittipaldi F5A. Jonathan Cochet was third in a slightly later version of the Fittipaldi. And then it was Mark Hazel, Mike Cantillon, and the rest of the positions showing there. Michael walking towards the podium. Hopefully they can speed this up a little bit, and along with Miles Griffiths. And I wonder where Cochet is. Hopefully he's there somewhere. So another British win here. So having a nice little chat, the two rivals. Who knows what would have happened if it had gone as a straightforward 45-minute race as was originally intended. there they're watching from the balconies. Obviously, British family up there waving to us with their nationalistic flags. And that's Jonathan Cochet.
Here he comes then, the third place driver, Jonathan Cochet. And understandably happy with that. Miles Griffiths in second place comes up to take up his position. Well done to Miles Griffiths. But our winner is Michael Lyons. And he goes onto the top step of the podium. His 8th win here.
Well, a marvellous smile he has too, Bob.
Yeah, it does.
He's absolutely loving this. And as you say, he's fired up for the next race, so that's great news.
Now the trophy is presented. And first of all, to Michael Lyons, there, another trophy for him. He's probably got a trophy cabinet specially for Monaco trophies.
Ah, yes, probably has.
And he will also get the Gilles Villeneuve trophy as well. There it is.
That's very much the Villeneuve helmet, isn't it, that we knew and loved?
And
I got a feeling quite heavy the way he had to put his knee up.
Yeah,
yeah, it's probably...
And a trophy there for Miles Griffiths in second place. And félicitations to Jonathan Cochet in third place. And there it is. Well done. Congratulations. But in honour of Michael Lyons, the national anthem of Great Britain. Well done, Lyons and Griffiths, and Jonathan Cochet in third place as well. They get together for the photograph. And there we are. Photographs of the podium of Group F, the Grand Prix cars 1977 to 1980. Well done. And now they go down to celebrate with their teams. And the girls are going to bring the trophies for Michael Lyons. So here it was in third place, Jonathan Cochet, former espoir, if you like, of the French motorsport scene. We had another one, actually. Sahil Ayari was pretty much in the same sort of class, who we were going to see in Group G, but I don't think he's going to take part. In second place, Miles Griffiths. Great second place for him all the time, welded to the back of the gearbox of this man, Michael Lyons, our winner of Series F. 3 races. It took a long time to get it started. They deserved that. Michael Lyons, I suspect, will take the tiniest sip and then say thank you very much, but I'll come back for more in about an hour's time. Thank you very much.
It took a polite sip. Maybe it'll be a glug later on.
Yeah.
Although Cochet is going to open his bottle of champagne. So coming up, our final race of the weekend. A packed, interesting, exciting weekend. The fastest cars of all, Series G. What's happening over there? Well, we're going to have a champagne. Don't do that, Michael, because you've got to wear that race suit in the next race. You don't want to be sniffing in. So what? He doesn't. No, he's going for it, isn't he? That's the adrenaline and excitement. Well, he's gone for his team, hasn't he?
Yeah, yeah. I was afraid he was going to go for his mum.
We don't want champagne all over a race suit. You've now got to wear, presumably for over 45 minutes.
And it may be delicious to taste, but it's less nice to smell.
No, absolutely
when
right.
it's been on a race suit, a sweaty race suit as well. So, well, what a race that was eventually. But it did take a while to get started, didn't it?
It did. Finally, we got it done and had a result. Still.
This one gets signed.
Yes.
I've got a spare trophy cabinet if he needs one.
Have you? Yeah, I think he's very pleased with that trophy, and I'm sure he was a fan of Gilles Villeneuve.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you got somebody from your team to help you? Oh, it's got a special box, very trendy.
Yes.
Looks sort of almost like kind of box to say move film equipment around in.
Well, and racing car equipment
Yes.
as well. Yeah, proper packing case. Good stuff.
And I think it is quite heavy, just the way that chap was lifting it up. Well,
Here it is then, the highlights of F1 Grand Prix cars from 1977 to 1980, normally aspirated, Series F. And, well, on pole position was Michael Lyons, and the first time he got away very, very well, but further back, right in the background there was a collision between Wayne Taylor and Harold Becker, and that brought out the red flag, and first of all the yellow flag, and then the red flag to clean up the mess and to drive the track as well.
yeah, that was a very sad sight. Finally got the race going again later. But it was always going to be about the front two.
And this is what happened. It was literally Wayne Taylor pulling alongside Harold Becker, and the two of them came together. Black and gold and black and gold.
Yes, leaping into the air. Forsythe versus John Player.
So Michael Lyons was leading from Miles Griffiths. And eventually they red flagged it. There was also a spinner from Stephen Shanley, the newcomer, who had been so impressive.
Yes.
Here he is. He got a bit of a tank slapper on, lack of experience, and hit the barrier backwards as well.
Yeah, just tapped the barrier. Fortunately, not too much damage. But there we had, well, the first of several red flags.
That was the first one. His Serene Highness Prince
Albert, yes, got it
was
this
there,
time.
Jackie Hicks.
Yep.
And then we had another restart, and again into the pit, into the lead went Michael Lyons from Miles Griffiths. But further back, while those two were tussling out in front with Jonathan Cochet in third place, we had this incident in the tunnel, which resulted in Martin Overington hitting the barrier very hard. The concrete barrier it is in the tunnel, although some of it is metal, but the lower part is concrete. And he hit the barrier very hard, and of course, once again, we had to have a red flag and stoppage.
And it was in a sister car to the one that, of course, was leading the race. So
Exactly.
a bit of irony there. So then we had to be a little bit patient.
And then behind the safety car this time, because we'd already had two standing starts, and these cars are not used to that. This time, again, we got away with once again, Michael Lyons leading from Miles Griffiths. Had a little nudge here with Jamie Constable losing out on the descent to down into the Mirabeau corner. Jamie Constable having to pull off and retire in this little nudge. But then it was more than a little nudge for the march, which went off into the barrier at Tabac, just went off a little bit offline and slid into the barrier, and that was another red flag. And so that was the end of the race. It was counted out there, and Michael Lyons acclaimed the winner from Miles Griffiths in second place and Jonathan Cochet in third.
Here's some earlier highlights. So going back a little way, and that was Max Smith-Hilliard with the Lotus 16. Not getting away, but later we have a much better result. There is that Lotus 16. Meanwhile, further back in there's Marino Franchitti. Talked to Marino at lunchtime. Bob had absolutely loved it, but he said he had to concentrate so hard, not used to being in a race car without belts either. And but he felt he'd had a very good drive and absolutely loved it. So there was that Ferrari coming home with Claudia Hürtgen scoring another victory here at Monaco, which has been a happy hunting ground for her. We're waiting anticipation for Series G.
Yes, Series G will be our last race of the day, of the weekend. And they are Formula One cars from 1981 to 1985, by which time the turbochargers were beginning to win races, become reliable, and win the World Championship. So normally aspirated cars were being phased out.
Yeah, earlier in the day we'd had some terrific racing, hadn't we, in the morning. That's a wonderful display by Claudia Hürtgen. But then that other Lotus 16 swapped ends. But there is Hürtgen heading towards the finish. A Ferrari versus Maserati battle. Shouting to mechanics at the Methuselah racing team.
A tale of ERAs and Bugattis.
Yeah, and Paddins Dowling in the famous Remus R2B ERA, and also caught up with Paddins at lunchtime as well. I was delighted with this result. He only races 2 or 3 times a year. It's not a real regular, but absolutely loves it here at Monaco.
And behind the 2 ERAs, a couple of Maseratis as well, and then the Bugatti next up.
Yeah, it was an ERA 1-2. Both cars prepared by David Morris. His father was a famous ERA racer. And David done a few races in ERAs as well with success. But carrying the colours of Siam. And Paddins Dowling won this in the past. There was certainly no catching him. So these were the pre-war cars. I mean, sure, certainly enjoyed that. But the sights and sounds.
Michael Birch got up into second place, but was unable to stay there, I don't think, in that Rubens Barrichello look-alike helmet.
Yeah, he did get past, didn't he?
Yeah, past Brad Baker.
And Brad did an excellent job. Look at Remus there. And he just overtook him on pure power up the hill. And from then on stayed in second position. There's Baker in the black ERA. Really unusual colour. A car that Dowling used to own. So that's the end of that little highlights package. Back to our French colleague. So there's that special Senna version of the McLaren, but owned by a Senna. Bruno Senna lives here. He's done quite a lot of laps in this fabulous machine.
Yes, hopefully it's the fastest he's driven around Monaco. It is registered, street registered for Monaco. So I'm sure it's the fastest he's been around these streets.
Except in his Formula One days.
Yeah.
But I think Bruno's put a close to his actual Formula One career. He had quite a lot of success after Formula One in sports car racing. There he is, a lovely smile and a thumbs up. Nephew Ayrton Senna. And is it going to be the sort of course opening car? Not sure.
Yeah. Well, yesterday we had a parade of Senna cars led out, first of all, by a go-kart being driven by Gabriele Bortoletto, the Brazilian Formula 3 champion, not Brazilian Formula 3, international Formula 3 from Brazil. And then there was the Formula Ford 2000 being driven by Cristina Gutierrez from the McLaren Academy. And that was the Formula Ford 2000 that Ayrton won the European and British Championship. Then the Formula 3 car with the Ralt RT1. And that Ralt RT1 was being driven by Eddie Irvine, and that was the car that Ayrton won the race, the Formula 3 race at Macau that year, because it was in Marlboro colours, and run partially by Theodore and Eddie Jordan, but of course West Surrey Racing ran him in Formula 3 in period. And then we should have had the Tolman, not the earliest Tolman that he nearly won here in 1984 in the wet, but in 1984 he subsequently raced the Tolman. Unfortunately, it wouldn't get going. Bruno Senna giving Prince Albert a run around his own streets, so this is going to be interesting. Don't forget to put your belts on. And then, of course, we had a Lotus for the JPS Lotus, of course, which figured very strongly in his Formula One career, and in which Ayrton won his first Grand Prix in Portugal in 1985, and then, of course, a McLaren as well, which was such a landmark for Ayrton, and in which, of course, he had so many race wins and the battles with Alain Prost in particular, both in Ferrari and McLaren, of course, as well. They were teammates, and those were the cars that we saw on circuit in the demonstration and the commemoration run for Ayrton Senna. 30 years ago, of course, since we lost to Ayrton at Imola. And that was the idea of the commemoration, 1994.
Yeah, that was a day nobody in motor racing will forget and usually remember where they were. But the Senna memory lives on. One of the greatest racing drivers of all time. Enthusiasts will always discuss who was, and different people have different ideas, but so difficult to compare people from different eras as well.
And an exceptional human being as well, one with very high standards.
Yeah.
And a very high moral compass, if you like, as well. And that's the important thing. So Prince Albert being chauffeured around by Bruno Senna. Bruno Senna, his nephew, who has great memories of Uncle Ayrton, and
worked hard to follow up on the Senna name and get into Formula One through a lot of success prior to that in Formula 3000. But never quite got in the right team, did he?
I remember the day that he had his first Formula race at in Britain, and it was in a Formula BMW car at Brands Hatch.
Yes.
It wasn't impressive, was it? Were you there?
No, I wasn't.
It was not impressive. Let's face it. He it didn't finish very high up, and we thought, well, I wonder where this guy has come from and whether he's got the same talent. And, of course, he worked away at it and came back and eventually into Formula One. And then, of course, he worked in World Endurance Championship as well.
Yes, successfully so.
So Bruno Senna just doing a lap now before we have our final race of the day. Series G F1 Grand Prix cars of 3 litres from 1981 to 1985. And we've got a lot of those as well. They're not all going to take part. I can see one car that is not going to take part, I don't think. But here comes this intriguing road car. Now, you know a little bit about this road car.
Well, McLaren sent us some information. It's the ultimate McLaren road car, not ultimate racing car. It's got a lot of extra bits on it. It makes it extraordinarily fast. And yesterday, I don't have the sheet in front of me quoting the acceleration figures of it. And but it is built as a road car, and there were 500 of them made, and they were all sold. But it was the absolute top of the range McLaren road car, and most aggressive that they've ever built. This sort of Formula One technology in the braking and so on.
So the track opened by Prince Albert.
Well, I'm really looking forward to this final race for G. Stuart Hall is going to be on pole position with the 3 different model Lotuses, just 3 consecutive years. Marco Werner, Michael Lyons and Nick Padmore right behind him from the team from Germany.
And it was fantastic yesterday in qualifying for Stuart Hall to get on pole position in the March 821, which wasn't really a very competitive car. It was run by Ram, and that stood for McDonald, John McDonald, and Mick Ralph.
Yes,
and it wasn't a very very competitive car at the time.
And it wasn't a March. They just used the March name. The car Ram had a car before that was the last car that Robin Hurd, Formula One car that he designed as a March. To put not too fine a word on it, John McDonald described that as a pile of poo, and the next car was this March 821, but it was designed by Adrian Reynard, and so it is really a Ram, I suppose. And they built 5 of them. And it weren't very successful to start with, and then they changed the front suspension from pull rod to push rod, and it transformed the car. But at that time, they also switched to a different tyre brand because it was saving them money, and that didn't help. But this car has come back from America, where we'll see it in a moment. The car has recently come back from America in the middle of last year, and Stewart's Hall team at Rothko have given it a complete and utter rebuild, and then they took it to the end of last year to Dubai for the historic festival there, where Stewart won one of the races in it but didn't win the second. So this will basically be his 3rd race in this March that wasn't a March.
And it's basically, it also belongs to Roald Goethe. It's part of Roald Goethe's collection.
Yes. I did ask, is he going to have a complete Rothmans collection now? The answer is no, he isn't. But anyway, it's got an intriguing history. But, of course, and I mentioned that it wasn't on very good tyres. But here, of course, everyone's on the same Avons. Avon tyres originally from Wiltshire, but now produced by the Cooper Tyre Company in the United States. So everyone's on the same rubber. And Stewart was a revelation in this yesterday, because this car got never scored any championship points, and then we're against the Lotuses, which are actually the class of the field. So we'll see what Stewart can do. Looking for another win here. So we got Padmore in the 88B. We got Michael Lyons in the later 92. And then, of course, we got the 3rd of those chrome cars, and Marco Werner in the 87B. So we got the 81, 82 and 83 Lotuses. Quite similar, actually. And it'll be inter-team warfare, I think, amongst those 3. But can they get Stuart Hall? And then after that, we've got Marino Franchitti, who wasn't expected to be in this number 9 Andy Wolf-owned prepared Tyrrell 012, which Dario Franchitti was hoping to drive here, but then had to go for IndyCar duties with the Ganassi team. And then we'll have regular in these categories, Jamie Constable, we've seen him, and then Ken Tyrrell. And Bob, you know this full Ken Tyrrell story very well indeed.
Well, yes, it was via a sponsor of Ken Tyrrell that this Ken Tyrrell, he's American, so we'll call him American Ken Tyrrell, met English Ken Tyrrell, who formed the team. And in fact, English Ken Tyrrell sort of took him under his wing to some extent, even allowed him to hang out the pit board when they were racing at Detroit, and also arranged for him to go to the British Racing School at Snetterton.
Quite an age difference between the 2 Ken Tyrrells, though, of course.
Yeah, exactly, a big age difference. And so there was quite an affinity there. I'm a bit worried that we actually haven't seen the American Ken Tyrrell on the grid. There was every reason why he should take part. I don't recall
just
having
dive
a
in a second. That's a very rare Alfa Romeo 182 from 1982. Richard Hope is driving. I don't think I've ever seen one race since a period.
No, exactly. And Stuart Hall, according to this, well, we've seen him go out.
Yes.
There's one or two cars who I suspect, there it is, he's on the grid, but according to this, his times haven't come up. So have we got more timing problems? I don't know. But again, the times haven't come up for Tyrrell, they haven't come up for Leone, they haven't come up from Four, they haven't come up for Hartley or Simmons. So are they actually on the grid, or is it just because there's a problem? Look at that number 8 McLaren there. That was real state of the art. That's Mark Higson in that car. And number 8, the McLaren MP4 1B. And now we're looking at these chrome cars.
Yeah, that's
chrome car Lotuses.
That's a very early McLaren with carbon fibre, being looked after by Ted Higgins, who's got a week off from looking after Bernie's car, he tells me, because Ted looks after most of Bernie's cars, along with a little team there. There's Marco Werner, sporting a very new and fine beard. So Marco's usually clean-shaven, but there's Nick Padmore.
Who hasn't really got any hair at all.
No, the Padster. And then Michael Lyons, who's been driving most of the time for his family team, but now this time driving for a Chrome.
Yeah, he's obviously a hired hand, isn't he?
Yeah, he's hired for this. And
so the Palace is on the grid, and
there are quite a lot of celebs here. Some of them will know, and some of them we don't.
of the racing drivers we've seen, let's start with Martin Donnelly. We've seen him here. He's been here. We've seen Fernando Alonso. We've seen Lando Norris. We've seen Oliver Behrman.
Oliver Behrman was here, yes.
We've also seen, who else?
Well, we've seen Patrick Dempsey, a bit of a racing driver, but certainly a big film star. And have we seen any others? Maybe someone was just watching from there.
Charles Leclerc.
We've seen Thierry Boutsen.
TB.
Eddie Irvine.
Eddie Irvine. The Irv has been here as well. So, there's been quite a few racing and non-racing. So it's been wonderful to see them. And the Prowse has spotted some friends up there on the balcony.
Yep. You were saying he knows so many people around his principality here.
Yes, particularly, as I say, the people who have lived here, who have grown up with him.
Yes.
You can imagine perhaps even people who have nursed him in hospital or whatever, and he remembers them.
Yes.
Which is a nice thing about the Principality. It is very small, and you wouldn't call it a village, but it's got a villagey atmosphere amongst certain people. Yeah. Amongst others, no, but amongst certain people, yes.
Prince just walked past the car of Martin Stretton, who had a lot of success here 20 years ago. And Stretton in his regular Tyrrell.
Was it Stretton who was on the podium every year for the first 5 historics?
I think it was.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I don't see Stretton on the list. Well, I'm sure I saw Stretton there in a car.
There he is. He's,
oh, sorry, yeah, I can say, yeah. I was not looking in the right place. We got the Count Dansenberg's father and son.
Christoph is father, but actually, where is Werner?
It's not there, is he? I think they had some problems with that beautiful Brabham.
So he's not on the grid, sadly. In fact, there's a grid position there, which is vacant as well. But as I say, Leone, Four, Hartley, Simmons, and Hall, actually, and Tyrrell, all without times on our screens here, which would signify that they have been round the circuit. But we know that Hall has been round the circuit, so we're not awfully certain we can trust this screen. So here it goes. Here we go. Formula One Grand Prix cars, Series G, 1981 to 1985.
Fastest cars here this weekend. We're looking for some searing pace from Stuart Hall in this March. Isn't a March. We got Marco Werner, Michael Lyons, Nick Padmore, and we've got Marino Franchitti. Done a terrific job because he doesn't know this car at all, and the car has only just been finished in prep by Andy Wolff, and see how he gets on in that Tyrrell 012, the same model that Stretton has got actually. And actually for Franchitti to out-qualify Stretton at exactly the same car is a sterling effort. Marino having a great drive earlier on in the day in his father-in-law's Maserati 250F. The Prince just exchanging words with some of the officials. And so the royal party proceeding down the grid. Once saw Princess Diana doing that at Donington. In the race...
I nearly had a collision with Princess Diana at Donington.
Did you?
Do you remember the control tower had a circular staircase?
It certainly did, and I went up it a lot of times last week.
Well, I went up that staircase to find a pair of legs coming down those staircase, and they belonged to Princess Diana. We nearly had a collision.
Did she say sorry, Bob?
No.
Oh, right.
I didn't recognise them immediately, I have to say.
Oh, you were probably looking in a different direction.
It was only when I looked up, I thought, oh, I must get out of the way.
And that, of course, was one of Ayrton Senna's most famous races.
Well, that was a fantastic race, wasn't it? Yeah. 1993 Donington. The European Grand Prix, the only Grand Prix that took place at Donington.
Well, yes, in the World Championship.
In the World Championship.
Before the World Championship, there were some great Donington Grand Prix. But
And,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he had 5 pit stops, although one of them he didn't actually stop. He just went straight the way through the pits.
Yeah.
Rubens Barrichello also shone during that race as well.
Well, it was that stunning first lap, with overtaking people all over the
He
show.
overtook 5 cars on the first lap. Absolutely stunning. That's Ayrton did. TB, Thierry Boutsen there. Yeah. He's been here for about 30 years, so he must be nearly accepted as a Monegasque.
He must, and because he's in the sale of second-hand business jets these days, sold a lot of them, very successful at it.
And his first office, or at least his office when I last saw it, was just, if you went up to Saint-Yvon, instead of turning right, turn left, was just up the road there.
And he's not showing his age. He's wearing very well as Thierry, former Williams driver, though that wasn't who he won his 3 Grand Prix with. So Thierry being introduced.
So here's the starting grid then. Have we got everybody, all of these drivers on the grid? That's the question. But Stuart Hall leading them. Have we got Ken Tyrrell? Yeah, in 7th place, apparently we have. Leone, is also Valerio Leone in 13th place. He's there. So is Laurent Faure, who I believe had a penalty of some sort. And what about Hartley? Is he there? No, he's not there. Max Girardo. Interesting to see Max Girardo there. Max Girardo, a very famous auctioneer.
Yes.
And, when anyone crashes a car, he's got some idea of what that was worth.
Yes. Well, we also should have a little shout out for Steve Brooks, driving the number 12 car. Another of these adventurers has helicoptered from one pole to another. I don't know how long it took him. I think it... Did you say, Bobby, it circulated the globe with other pilots in a Spitfire, which was silver?
Silver Spitfire, exactly. And look, when they left, they went over my house, and I heard this noise, and I realised that I wasn't outside. And, of course, they had a helicopter with them all the way round, and there was a helicopter filming the helicopter and the Spitfire. So there was this sort of flight went over the house. It was just amazing. And I actually went down to Goodwood when they returned from going around the world, and I was at Goodwood when the flight returned. So that was an emotional moment as well.
Yes,
fantastic.
Yes, a couple of Steve Brookses at race. And a Frenchman who uses assumed names. It's all a bit complicated. Brightech Motorsport is the preparation company for Chrome Cars, who is a big collector. And we've still got the royal party down there, sort of enjoying the late afternoon sunshine. And now with Bruno Senna, a little group photograph. 5 minutes to go before we get this underway. A little bit later than we'd anticipated, but that won't take anything away from what's going to be a tremendous and very close race, I would suggest.
Yes, Stuart Hall really has a target on his back, doesn't he? With these chrome car Lotuses behind him, Werner, Lyons and Padmore. And Marino Franchitti absolutely in the right position to watch what's going on. So a white car ahead of 3 black ones. And interesting at the back, you were talking about the march. It's actually bookended by marches. You've got the younger one at the front with Stuart Hall, and you've got the Chahwan car at the back, and Alejandro Walter Chahwan from Argentina. And that's a March 811, a year older, but it's actually black, whereas the one at the front is white. And the black one, sponsored by Guinness. And the reason I'm telling you all this is because my wife launched that car and had a bit of a party, if you like, at the Guinness Works in Dublin.
And she organised
something in a brewery. I'm not going to say it.
Excellent. Well, there's Marino with that crash helmet we saw earlier in a very different car, Maserati 250F. Now he's got the ex-Beloff Tyrrell.
That's not the 1984. Yeah, it could be the 1984 car, couldn't it? Which Beloff was, but it's not. It wasn't that colour. It was brown, wasn't it? The 84 car.
This is the 85 car.
That could be a later one. So, but Beloff was closing on Ayrton Senna at the end of that 1984 very wet race here, and right at the end, while Senna was closing on Prost. Of course, Beloff was closing on the pair of them.
But if it had gone full term, what would have happened?
Who knows?
We would never know. But we can speculate. Well, the crowd have hung on in here after the various delays because they know this is going to be perhaps the, well, they know it's going to be the fastest race of the day, but also one of the most spectacular with these later up to 85 Formula One cars.
Martin Stretton's Tyrrell 012 is a 1984 car. So that perhaps is closer to
the Beloff one,
the possible Beloff one, yeah. And as I say, it's a different colour. I'm sure it was brown, that or brownish.
So it's extraordinary to look at this grid, Bob, and think this is almost 40 years ago when these cars were racing in period. Yeah, they look like proper racing cars to me.
Absolutely.
They look like something, you know, out of the ark, do they?
And something we mentioned over the last couple of days, of course, is that they've had such a long history that they've actually been developed during that time. So they're probably as more competitive than they were in period, because they've had so much development and in some cases quite a lot of money thrown at them as well. Max Girardo in the Minardi we briefly saw there. And
yeah, and now with that car in pole position, we know that Roll Goethe never does things by halves. He would spend whatever was needed to make that car good. It had completely stripped down, and I'm sure he's got I bet he's got a much better engine in than it had in the days when John McDonnell was trying to rub two nickels together to keep the thing going. And John and Mick. And John, a real enthusiast. First met him when he was racing a Ford Anger, yeah? Out of a little workshop in Hampstead.
Makes it sound grand, Hampstead, wasn't it? Kensal Rise or something?
I was West Hampstead, wasn't it? It might have been keeping Kensal Rise, yeah.
The cars all started, apart from, we can see a yellow flag at the back, which suggests that somebody hasn't managed to fire up further back.
We can see somebody. Can we see somebody stationary? I can't, actually.
Well, I can just see a yellow flag.
I see the yellow flag, but...
Yeah. I can't see anyone stationary, but I can't think why they should be waving a yellow flag, unless somebody was stationary. So away they go. Yes, Ken Tyrrell is there. So is Leone. So is Fur. So is Hartley. We wait to see if Ian Simmons goes round. And Nicholas Pink hasn't started. So
there was one, you see.
Yeah, that's Nicholas Pink.
Yeah.
So
trying to bump start that arrow. Don't want to.
Oh, that's not happening, is it? Come on, keep pushing, lads. You've got to get it off the grid. It's not going to be long. And the marshal's saying, no, pull it back or push it into the pit lane.
A bit of luck, they'll get it out of the way, and we can go racing.
So Ian Simmons, we don't think we've seen in Tyrrell 012, and Nicholas Pink in that Arrows is being pushed into the pit lane. That will be such a disappointment. So cars making their way round, warming up the tyres if they possibly can, and heading for the grid. 18 laps, this is scheduled to be. Our final race of the weekend, and what a race weekend it has been as well.
Now, Bob, you haven't been to this meeting before, have you?
No,
You've been to so many Grand Prix here, but I think you thoroughly enjoyed it, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of Grand Prix. I've been to Revival loads of times. I've commentated on the some of the Masters races at COTA, for example, in Mexico and also in Singapore and in Barcelona. So keep going, chaps.
Keep it going, get it out of the way.
Not far now.
No. Oh, he's another chap taking a tumble. And I think they'll get it out of the way there. And
so the drivers taking up their grid positions. And
Ragnar was a tile company. If you look at it carefully, it is tiles, white tiles, the orange background. A livery that really stuck out in period.
Yes, it was, the orange and white.
I think they came from Imola, that Ragnar tiles.
I don't know who introduced the tile company to Arrows, but...
and of course, the man that started Arrows, Jackie Oliver, still around.
Yeah, still racing. Well, he was racing.
Yeah.
There we are, the first few rows stationary on the grid. Our pole man there, ICI record on there, that my wife handled that as well.
Well, it's a Guy Edwards deal, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly, Guy Edwards. On come the lights, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out they go almost immediately, and away goes Stuart Hall straight into the lead ahead of the Lotuses.
Yeah, Stuart Hall on notice front sticker tyres, so he hadn't scrubbed them in, and somebody taking a bit of a shortcut. Marco Werner and
the Alpha
didn't start. Oh, that's a shame.
The Alpha's still on the grid, and that's Hope, number 22, Richard Hope.
Well, I hope they can get it going.
Yeah. Hope so, for Hope's sake.
So it's...
but they've got to push that car off as quickly as possible, and a bit quicker than that. And
I try bump start and it's going.
That's all right, good. So they're feeding round.
So Marco Werner second. Been involved in a lot of good battles here over the last 3 or 4 meetings. And that controversial clash he had at one race with Jean Alesi, making a bit of a comeback.
So Stuart Hall still managing to keep ahead of Marco Werner, and even stretching his legs a little bit.
It is, and Lyons is third, Padmore fourth. Marino Franchitti in a car he's not used to made a good start, and he's in fifth ahead of Jamie Constable, Ken Tyrrell, Martin Stretton, Halusa, Father Donsenberg, the Count, Mark Hazel, the Japanese driver Tariba.
One lap completed. Well done for Stuart Hall. Werner, Lyons, Padmore, Franchitti, Constable, Stretton up ahead of Tyrrell, dropping down the order. He's 10th, so he's lost a little bit of time. But Stretton in 7th, Halusa 8th, and then Christophe Dansenberg in 9th, and then Ken Tyrrell now 10th. Cantillon up into 13th, Steve Brooks 15th. And look at Stuart Hall. He's pulling away from these Lotuses.
Yeah, that's very impressive indeed.
It is,
I didn't
isn't it?
expect him to pull away that quickly, and then the Padmore car dropping back a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe into the clutches of Marino Franchitti. That would be a turn up for the books.
And Michael Lyons really challenging Marco Werner.
So the leading car, rescued from America, they said, where it languished for some time. Had to do an awful lot of work to get it race-worthy.
So Stuart Hall leaving these two Lotuses to tussle over second place. He's disappeared, hasn't he? He's gone.
Absolutely gone, hasn't he? So see his fastest lap in a moment.
Through Rascasse, here they go, lap 2 completed. And
and let's see, Nicholas Halusa and his Williams FW08 is out of the way there.
yes, hopefully that's at the swimming pool exit.
I'm not sure how he got there.
Well, I think, did he spin or did he just pull off? Come on, Marshals, there's a hole there.
Yeah, there's a hole there, just put
Get
him
off,
out of the way.
yeah.
He's maybe trying to fire it up again. Look at that, got complete straight. Stuart Hall's just checked out, hasn't he?
He has.
Haven't got his lap times yet.
Now, here's what happened to Nicholas Halusa. There he is, yes,
Oh,
he's
he
spun.
was spinning on the way in.
And
he probably drove it to get out of the way, as afraid of being T-boned, I would suggest.
and then stalled it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Hall, Werner, Lyons, Padmore. I keep wanting to call him, after saying Werner, Leon, but Lyons, Padmore, Franchitti, Constable Stratton, who is he? And then Dansenbourg, Tyrrell, and Toriba has gone up into 10th place now after the, temporary retirement, hopefully, of Nicholas Halusa.
Yeah.
Yellow flag's out for Halusa. The car is still there.
It is. We still haven't seen a lap time yet. Stuart Hall 1:31.776. I think he's going to bring that down a little bit more as the race wears on. A little bit surprised that Padmore's dropped off the back of the other two Chrome cars. There they are. Werner and Lyons pretty close together. But I don't think... here's a replay.
Oh. Yeah, a bit of a bump there. There is Richard Hope in that Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, that was Steve Brooks, I think, involved in that incident.
The Alfa Romeo pulling off and allowing the leader to go through. Richard Hope keeping an eye on his mirrors. He knows he's pretty much at the back and he's about to be eaten up by the two Lotuses tussling over second place, Werner and Lyons. Padmore has, behind him, has Franchitti, Constable and Stretton.
Yeah, a bit of a Tyrrell battle there.
Yeah. And in fact, Constable in the older of the Tyrrells, ahead of the newer ones with the Benetton sponsorship, which came later. And Padmore not pulling away. He's not exactly struggling, but it's pretty close, isn't it? Padmore, Franchitti and Constable, gap to Stretton.
That Williams still parked there. Would have thought they could have slotted it through that gap. Disappointing for Nicholas Halusa. I've had one Halusa on the podium this weekend. And the Tyrrells in their different colour schemes.
Yeah, they ran blue for so long, but of course when Benetton came along and wanted that green, money talks.
Certainly does.
Particularly with Ken.
Yeah. So the last lap from Hall was 1:33. And so he's not on the... But I think that's his first full flying lap was the really quick one, 1:31.776. So that gave him the break. And now he's pulling away. And in fact, I think Werner might be starting to chisel away at him. But You know, Stewart's a wily old bird, been racing a long time, over 20 years, at a very high level.
And you know, 18 laps around here in a Formula One car with these with a bit of ground effect as well.
Yeah.
That's quite tiring. You've got to be a fit man. And these drivers will have worked. They may not be Formula One drivers. Oh, here comes number 9. That's Franchitti.
Overtaking Padmore. I think Padmore must have a problem. I'd be surprised that in the earlier race he did have a problem with brakes.
So Franchitti will be up to 4th place. Question is, can he make any inroads into the margin between himself and Michael Lyons in 3rd? That'll be the question. And we'll tell you what that gap is in just a moment.
Oh, that's a dear, oh dear.
Arrows.
Yeah, the 17 Barclays Arrows of Steve Hartley has raced that car a lot over the years, Arrows A6. And that is steaming. He climbs out. Huge amount of experience, Steve, in that car, or certainly in Arrows. And obviously the steering arm is broken, and that is not a nice place to be. No,
I'd hazard a guess he's basically lost control on the bump as they under braking as they come down into the chicane. Here it is again. Here's a replay, and he's got cars ahead of him. There he is. And
yeah, there's 2 Barclays Arrows, aren't they?
Yeah.
So,
he's already had the accident.
Yeah.
Oh, was he held up? Was he surprised by the Alfa Romeo, which was ahead of him there? Possibly. But the car is, safety car is going out. Safety car, oh, that's destroying Stuart Hall's 6.1 second lead. So that's really unfortunate. There's Steve Hartley out of the car. So he's okay, but yes, it's right on the apex, isn't it?
They could just push it, hopefully if it's a roller, they can push it round the corner, couldn't they, and park it next to that yellow vehicle, get it out of the way, and let's go racing again.
So really unfortunate for Stuart Hall losing his whole lead, but he's he's in amongst traffic as well.
Yeah, he already had about 6 seconds.
Ahead of him there is the older March, number 18. That's the one I was talking about earlier on, the 811, as opposed to the 821 that he's driving.
Yeah, that's the Argentine guy who's nowhere.
He didn't actually set a qualifying time.
No.
That's why he started at the back. And
well, the safety car has picked up the leader,
who has lost all his margin, his lead margin. And that is a Lotus.
Yeah, is that Padmore?
Who has stopped on circuit?
Yep.
You reckon that's Padmore?
Yeah, I do. I think he had a problem when Marino overtook him. He already had a problem. And, well, clear up time here.
Yeah. They're ready to go. And, in fact, you're absolutely right. That the 3rd Lotus has disappeared, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
So we've got the first 2, and that promotes.
Nick will be devastated by that. He was so hoping for a podium here.
We've got a back marker, a cellar, slightly in the way there. Slightly out of position. Hence, we think it's leading what is now 3rd place. What is now 4th place, apologies.
Now, I think I'm correct in this, Bob. In previous races, had quite a lot of different classes, but these are all in the same group. There are no separate classes.
No separate classes, no. Are they going straight on?
Yeah,
So,
well, that's sensible.
Yeah. So that gives the marshals space and time and safety to get rid of that car.
Well, they don't seem to be pushing it. Presumably they think it won't roll, so I suppose they're hoping to either get a dolly there and lift it up, or I don't think is there a crane at that spot?
I think there is.
I thought there was.
Yeah. as far as I can see. So that's number 31, as I say, slightly out of position. That's Lottini.
And now they're moving it around. Yeah, they got it up on a dolly, look.
Straight on the dolly. There's a bit of water that's come out as well.
He's damaged the water radiator at the side of the car. But, yeah, they pushed it back there nicely. But then, what about Padmore's car?
Not certain where that stopped. There's the first 3 have gone through, so that's Hall, Werner, Lyons. Then there's a gap to the Osella, which is in out of position. It's lapped by the first 3, and behind the Osella is Franchitti in 4th place, Constable and Stretton, and then Ken Tyrrell is in 7th place ahead of Christophe Dansenbourg, Cantillon in 9th place, and Faure in number 14. That's Laurent Faure in an Ensign in 10th place at the moment. Mark Hazel is just behind him, then Steve Brooks, and then Vittorio Leoni and Fritz van Aert. Max Girardo in 15th.
So all that hard work by Stuart Hall has been negated.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, this was Nick Padmore being overtaken, and as you say, obviously in trouble.
Yeah, immediately dropping back.
And he came into the pits, so we missed him coming into the pits. I tried to have a look, but he must have gone all the way down to his pit, and we didn't see him come in. So that's where he's retired. So there's no problem about removing his car. And the marshals now look as though they're going to be happy with that. I don't know how much fluid there is on the circuit, actually on the line, but they might have to just hang out a red and yellow flag to denote a slippery surface.
Yes, the safety car lights are still on, though.
No, they're not.
Not now.
And, yes, Stuart Hall backing them all up behind him. And he's going to be ready to go. Not quite yet. Where's he going to go? There he goes. No, not yet. Still not yet. Now perhaps he goes. And the timing of the safety car, Stuart Hall, again, he pulls away from the Lotuses. He's done it. And in fact, the Lotuses are not even under pressure from Franchitti in 4th place.
So Werner, the great Audi sports car driver, always wanted to be in Formula One, tested a Minardi, thought he was going to get a drive, it didn't happen. He also owns his own Formula One car, but he doesn't race it. He's got a Tyrrell that he bought, but it's that Marco here, still very competitive. Understated man, but there's good engineering background as well. But look at Lyons, he's right up his gearbox. And then we got this string of Tyrrells, and then a Williams. In fact, a string of Williams.
Yeah, string of Tyrrells there. And they've disposed of the Osella, which has dropped back. And then as you say, the Saudi Williams cars as well.
It's a shame our Japanese friend Uribe has gone into the pits. The 60-year-old has been racing in Japanese Formula 4, has shown pretty well actually in practice, but he's out of the race. And I noticed Stuart Hall's just done the fastest middle sector, Bob, so he's really trying to break the toe now, having done it once already.
And it's really Formula Tyrrell, isn't it, over 4th, 5th and 6th.
It certainly is there.
And then 7th is Ken Tyrrell.
But at the front, this unusual march, as I said, first time Stuart drove it, I think last November in Dubai at the historic meeting there, a super circuit also, did have a win. So the boys at Rofco done a terrific job with this.
Well, pulling away is Marino Franchitti from Jamie Constable, Martin Stretton and Ken Tyrrell. So a little bit of a gap appearing there. The two Lotuses, Werner and Lyons. Lyons still shadowing Marco Werner. Lyons, I'm sure, wants to come out top Lotus, doesn't he?
He absolutely does, but Werner's actually pulled away from him a little bit now. Well, Lance Stewart's driven a lot of Formula One cars. We've seen him win he's never driven anything as modern as this. One of these high downforce cars. And neither has the team ever worked on one. So I think we could say safely they've got their head round it.
Yeah, absolutely. There they go. They're up the road already, completing lap 9 of 18, half distance. Stuart Hall with the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:30.6.
I think fastest lap of the meeting. I wonder if he can break it under the 1:30 mark. There's Werner. And
I think
Lyons, and then Franchitti doing a strong job here in a car he doesn't know.
And he's pulling away from Constable and Stretton.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that Martin Stretton is behind Constable. Prepared by his own company, the Stretton car. Cantillon in 8th, Donsenberg 9th, and Fort doing a job in the 14 car. Laurent Fort from France.
Being pushed hard by both Hazel and Brooks.
Yep, a later ensign, one of the last ensigns, the 180B.
So some very interesting groupings of cars all the way through the field. And I think Ken Tyrrell beginning to come under pressure from number 28, Michael Cantillon, in the Williams FW07. Cantillon, of course, is normally a Tyrrell driver as well. We've got number 8 stopped there. That's Mark Higson. And he's stopped at least on the inside. Oh, stopped with a badly damaged. The left-hand wheel is awry. So he's hit something somewhere, probably under braking, and there's an Ocella coming out of the Saint-Devote escape road. But Mark Higson gets out of the car, and it is damaged. The Ocella in the middle of the road, making its way up the hill. And here it is again. This is what happens. Here's the Ocella, and I think probably it surprises Mark Higson, who slams into the back of him. And
breaks the steering arm in the process.
Yeah.
And, what a shame, that lovely McLaren there. So
that's a real shame, that is.
And that's a very famous car, actually, raced by Niki Lauda, 7 Grand Prix in 1982. The car retired, though, here at Monaco. And it was later driven by John Watson. And this is the car that Watty won in Long Beach when he started at the back. So it's a car with a great history.
Piero Lottini was the driver, and Mike Cantillon there has sort of run out of road, really, at the Fairmont hairpin. The McLaren is removed. That's in a safe place, so that's good. But Michael Cantillon in trouble as he stalled the engine. There is just space for...
He got enough lock, he can get enough lock on to get it round.
Well, that's the problem, I think. It's got a little bit, but not very much.
But it looks as if it locked it up. Those are his black lines, look.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'd like to see that again. I wonder if that was a transmission seizing or something similar, because it's a bit strange that he isn't able to move it. So, Stewart, you might have to do it all again.
28 and 3. This was Cantillon.
Yeah, well, losing his wing, did he, in that process? Yes, look at the left.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And then he just...
lost a little bit of, left front wing. And strange. I mean, he was going around there pretty slowly, and then that was it. He parked it. So Cantillon getting out of the car.
Well, the demolition expert has had his front wing demolished.
Yeah.
Wearing the Irish colours on his crash helmet.
Oh, and we've got an ensign there as well. That's Faure. Laurent Faure, who was in the top 10, but isn't any longer. His place is taken by Valerio Leone, and well done to Faure, because he's virtually almost got the car off the circuit.
So, high rate of attrition in this event here. Stuart Hall, though, has led from the very beginning, really without much of a challenge from the Lotus trio, and obviously one of them dropped out. Now we got the radar-built March, followed by radar design March, followed by Werner, Lyons, Franchitti, Constable, Stretton, and Tyrrell. And they got that one nicely out of the way. These marshals had to work pretty hard on the last 2 or 3 races, haven't they?
Yes, they have indeed. They're well trained. They don't do a lot of training before this race meeting. But here is the man who's still in the lead, Stuart Hall, coming down the hill to Mirabeau. And he's got a very comfortable lead of 7.8 seconds. Very comfortable ahead of Marco Werner and Michael Lyons. Marino Franchitti in 4th place, Jamie Constable in 5th, Ken Tyrrell up in 6th place. And
Werner's got a back marker to navigate, though, which means that Lyons might be able to close up on him a little bit. And I'll go past him in the tunnel, I would think.
Stretton in trouble dropping down the order. He may well have stopped on circuit.
Yeah, I think he has, Stretton. So it's had a real war of attrition, this.
Yeah.
And Werner gets by before he gets down to the chicane.
And Lyons just beginning to lose touch, isn't he, with his teammate?
Oh, he is, yes.
Well, probably 50 metres between the two of them now. But what a drive from Stuart Hall. What a car from Stuart Hall, from the Rothko guys.
What a weekend from Stuart Hall as well.
Yeah.
Winning at the end of yesterday. And looks like winning at the end of the day, but it's never over until the checkered flag waves.
Absolutely.
And sometimes it's not over then.
14 laps completed by the leader. And
going to be a bit more traffic now.
Yeah, 34 there is Mark Hazel.
And we got Steve Brooks in another JPS livery car, so don't want to get confused by him.
And he's in 10th place at the moment, Steve Brooks. Valerio Leone is in 9th place in the number 29 Arrows.
Yeah, Steve's been winning races in the Peugeot from a few years ago from Le Mans, factory Peugeot, which he races in the Masters Endurance Series. Steve's got several other things, races GT40 sometimes as well. Going well here, keeping out of the way, happy with he'll be happy with 10th in this sort of company. Hall, Werner, Lyons, Franchitti.
I think he may be up into 9th place, Steve Brooks.
I think he may, yes.
He may have got ahead of Mark Hazel.
Oh, that was really very nearly an incident, but
15 laps completed by Stuart Hall. He's got another 3 to go.
He has. He'll be listening for every strange noise. Remember in the previous race when he won, he had the cockpit coming up slightly, and he was having to hold it down with his shoulders. That's going to be a big weekend for Stuart Hall then.
And he's has a 10-second lead over Marco Werner. And this really has been worked on, this car. And again, like the Williams, shows affinity to ICI.
Yeah, and interesting, because that Rothman sponsorship on that car, somebody went to Williams, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
There's Werner. So they've got a clear track in front of him now, but he's dropped back some 10 seconds. And I don't think it's just going. Marco's not going to have a win this weekend. Whereas Stuart's going to have 3.
Marco Werner in 2nd place, now with a 4.5 second lead over his teammate Michael Lyons in 3rd. So the Lotuses will be second and third. At this rate, there's still 3 laps to go, 2.5 laps. From Marino Franchitti doing a good job in 4th place. Jamie Constable in 5th, and 6th is Ken Tyrrell, ahead of Christophe Dansenbourg in 7th. Valerio Leone in 8th place. Steve Brooks up into 9th place, and Fritz van Aert in 10th place. Mark Hazel has dropped back a couple of places. He's now behind Max Girardo as well in 12th. And Laurent Faure in 13th place after his little excursion as well. Martin Stratton down in 15th place.
The Werner car is a little bit older model than the Lions one. The year between them. So Marco Werner rounding the hairpin. Top endurance racer, former American Le Mans Series champion, Audi factory driver for many years, and loving his historic racing. Oh, this was all a little bit close. Oh,
yeah.
That was Lottini in.
Lottini and Ken Tyrrell.
Yeah.
Ken Tyrrell finding himself a little bit at prey of Lottini.
Lapping Lottini.
Yeah. And of course, the Lotuses 11 and 12, you expect to see those numbers on them, but Lions is in 11 and Steve Brooks is in 12.
Yeah.
And there are 2 different teams this weekend anyway. So,
Stuart
Hall on the last lap.
Yeah, tapped off the pace now, so he didn't quite break into the 1:29 barrier, but fastest lap of the meeting. Stuart Hall.
1 lap to go for Michael Lyons. Is Michael Lyons being caught by Franchitti? Yes, he is.
Yes, he is.
Wow. And Franchitti could be on the podium here.
Well, he'd be delighted with that. I mean, obviously saw him on the podium earlier in the 250F, but a very different sort of racing car. You know.
Stuart Hall through Portier for the last time at racing speed anyway.
So Stuart from Chelmsford, and just had a sublime meeting here. Everything gone his way. The only problem was a bit of a cockpit sort of lifting a little bit in his second race win, but the Ragno car keeps out of the way, and there he is. So his 3rd race in this car, be his 2nd win.
2 corners to go for Stuart Hall. He's through Rascasse, up into Noguez, through there, and heads to the checkered flag. As our final winner, there it is, checkered flag for Stuart Hall.
So what a weekend, trio of victories, and Marco Werner raised his hand as he finishes 2nd for Chrome cars. But what about this Lion situation?
Just gets it.
Just tolls off Marino Franchitti. Well, excellent, another driver, excellent weekend is Marino. And we can speculate if Dario had raced the car. I wonder how it would have gone. But Dario had to fly back to America. Jamie Constable 4th, Ken Tyrrell, Dansenberg, Brooks, Leone, and Fritz van Aert, the supermarket chief from the Jumbo concern, finishing in 10th.
Yeah, very happy man there, Stuart Hall, isn't he? He was happy with his last victory, and he's happy again, not surprisingly, as they make their way down to Mirabeau, past the tip top on the left and into Mirabeau corner. And a very happy man indeed, Stuart Hall.
Well, you don't have much better weekends than that here, do you? Well, I think they were a little bit diffident with this March, so-called March, because they don't know the car well, unlike the others, and they weren't quite sure how it was going to go around here. Well, it's been magnificent. I mean, it was fastest in qualifying, fastest lap, led the race, right from the get-go. And Stuart Hall completing his weekend.
I don't suppose they got much setup documentation either, because probably wasn't archived anywhere, whereas with the Lotus, you know,
Yes.
you've got lots and lots of that information available.
Or a Williams or McLaren. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that's a very good point. So it just shows you, when they ran the car in period, there was very little money to run it, and they couldn't afford the best tyres, all that sort of stuff, and all the best engine. But intrinsically, Adrian Reynard done a very good job when he designed it.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
particularly when he changed the front suspension. So, disappointment for Nick Padmore in this one. So, really, almost half the field dropped out, but it was fast and furious, wasn't it? And so pleased that that race really kept going. We had a bit of continuity after the hiccups of the previous one. So the marshals waving their flag. They've had a long weekend. And interested to hear what Stuart has to say after this. He's given a little bit of a blast then. Look at that. Now you see the emotion coming out. What has been a terrific weekend for Stuart Hall. Emerges from the cockpit at the Rofco Racing strip on his helmet, and there. That's a guy who's really masterminded the preparation of this car. I was speaking to earlier. And very well done. Well, Raoul goes to there, hugging. Raoul lifts him up. It's a man of few words, isn't he, Raoul? Doesn't say that much. Probably does in meetings when he's doing his mega deals. But so a very close-knit team there at Rofco.
So hopefully we'll hear from Stuart Hall. He hasn't, not an action-packed race for him, but
No.
it's just a really regular race and just competitive.
A little earlier, we saw him before the race, maybe inspired, sitting in one of Senna's cars, didn't we? And,
Yes, exactly.
With Thierry Boutsen explaining it to him.
Yeah,
And
Marco Werner there.
there's that new beard. A bit salt and pepper, isn't it? We got our man down there.
And here he is, here's Stuart Hall.
He's had 3 wins.
He just said second win.
You win the last race, yes.
We didn't have any races yesterday.
Yeah, still all got a bit carried away, Bob, didn't I? Second win, of course, of the weekend. And today, that first victory where he had the problem with the bodywork, and now this outstanding victory. So no problems this time.
Absolutely a great win from Stuart Hall. Well done to him.
Another two. He's catching Michael Lyons up a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But British drivers, again, being very much in the ascendancy here and winning the majority of the races. We have such a strong historic racing scene in the UK, both from the driver side and the preparation side.
Well, Stuart Hall knows the procedure to get on the rostrum now.
He certainly does, yeah.
And so does Marco Werner, probably, and so does Michael Lyons, come to that.
Yeah, he does.
They've already rehearsed this. So the drivers just making their way towards the rostrum, all three of them. Two Lotus drivers and the march. Haha. Marco Werner with Michael Lyons.
Yes, I suppose just thinking about it, if the Stuart had driven the M19, that could have been a win for him. I got carried away with the excitement because Roel Gotha drove the car today. But super weekend.
Bruno Senna.
He must have enjoyed the weekend, being there all the time, hasn't he? Getting involved, very much so.
And Prince Albert. So here is the third place driver, Michael Lyons, coming onto the rostrum. Well done to him. And in second place, Marco Werner. Congratulations to him. But the winner, Stuart Hall, gets a big and shaking hands from Bruno Senna.
He's well pleased with his day, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, they get presented with the trophies, first of all. And so the winner is presented with the trophy by Prince Albert. And that goes to Stuart Hall. Well done. Warm congratulations to all three of them from the Prince. And now we have the British National Anthem. No, just a photograph. That's it, because we've got other trophies now to be presented. And there is the Senna Trophy. I just wonder if she is a relation of the Senna family. Bruno Senna will be presenting the second place trophy to Marco Werner and enjoying that. And we'll be presenting the third place trophy, maybe, to Michael Lyons. No. There it is. There's the third place trophy presented as well. So congratulations, gentlemen, the British National Anthem. Question I'd like to ask is, will we hear that in 2 weeks' time here as well?
Well, that would be interesting, wouldn't it? The man that might be able to do that, we've seen around this weekend.
Yeah. Well, photographs with the the trophy presenters. And with their trophies, well done. Congratulations to all. And that'll be a photograph to be proud of.
It certainly will.
Well done to all. And we just may see a little champagne being sprayed down on the grid. Here it is then. Michael Lyons in third place.
He came home ahead of an interesting field of cars, but in second place, his teammate Marco Werner. But no question at all about the winner. His second win of the day. It's Stuart Hall in the March, a car that's just been restored, and he made no mistakes on his run to an outstanding victory.
So congratulations to all three, and what a weekend, what a great weekend. Enjoyable. Now you can have a drink, Michael. No more racing, don't worry. And congratulations.
Well, it was only a little sip, but it's a token sip. Maybe he doesn't like champagne, of course.
Maybe he doesn't. Yeah, there we go. Cheers all round.
No, he is going to do yeah.
That's it.
The trophy going to go into its special case, as we saw previously.
And it gets signed as well, first of all.
Yep.
And, yeah, here comes the champagne show. He's keeping his powder dry, and he's not showing anyone. But here comes the champagne. Where's that team?
Oh, he dropped the bottle, did he?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
And Michael Lyons gets his revenge.
Look at that. Love that camaraderie amongst the big rivals there.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's what a mess. Yeah, it's completely broken on the track.
Well, they got those sweeping machines that have been put to very good use this weekend, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They've been warmed up, that's for sure.
I think that was Nick Padmore down already in his civvies. Disappointing for him. More congratulations for that team that have worked so hard to regenerate that car and make it into a race winner, which never was in period, of course.
I don't think he even scored points.
No, it never scored any points.
No.
Oh, look at that. They've given Stuart another bottle.
Another bottle.
Yeah, and now he's going to waste that champagne.
Marco Werner gets a big hug as well.
Terrific for Marco to have his wonderful Le Mans career with Audi. And then, a second career almost in historic racing. But historic racing doesn't get any bigger than this.
No, exactly. What a weekend. I hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. It's been a great weekend, and this man has done a sterling job asking questions out on the grid. So thanks to him as well. There is the trophy, which is going to be autographed as well for Stuart Hall.
Well, that's a ceramic, I think, and I'm glad he didn't drop that because actually a friend of mine who has got the fastest lap in a Formula 3 race, it was a glass trophy here, and he dropped it and it shattered. Yeah.
Well, we've seen some trophy disasters in the past. This is how it was. This is the highlights. And Stuart Hall went straight into the lead of Grand Prix cars, 3 litre from 1981 to 1985. This 18-lap race.
Yeah, he got an absolutely cracking start. He had the 3 chrome cars after him. The Alfa Romeo got away a little bit slowly. But Marco Werner was ahead of Michael Lyons. And then Nick Padmore had a terrific start from Marino Franchitti. He'd never started that Tyrrell before. Completely new to the car. Dario's younger brother substituting for Dario. And he was certainly on the pace as well. But ultimately, at the front, it was Stuart Hall who quickly started to pull away from the 3 chrome cars, Lotuses.
Padmore is in trouble and was caught by a trio of Tyrrells. before his retirement. And Padmore failed to finish. Arrows crashed at the chicane into the barrier. We had not quite the safety car came out to control the pace. It was rapidly
rapidly removed. Yes. Then the pace car came in. Stuart Hall had to do it all again, and Werner, obviously all his experience from a mile right over the back of Stuart's car to try and unnerve him. But when the car came in, Stuart immediately scampered off again with this revigorated march, and Werner tried his best to hang on, as did Michael Lyons. Franchitti was running strongly behind them, but there's nothing the JPS Lotus pair could do about flying Stuart Hall. The Tyrrells were having a fine scrap. And then we had this little incident with the ex-John Watson Long Beach winning McLaren. And we also had Mike Cantillon spinning. So quite a lot of incident in this race. That was how Cantillon lost his front wing and steering arm. Stuart, meanwhile, was imperious, wasn't he, at the front, as he then started to pull away and really reward the Rofco team for all the hard work they put into this very new to them car, and taking his second checkered flag of the weekend, and then coming back, giving it the thumbs up, and then receiving the award from Prince Albert. And there they are on the podium, and Stuart flanked there by the two Lotus drivers. So the sun's setting here at Monaco. We started racing at 8 o'clock this morning, Bob, and we had 11 hours of action on and off.
What a weekend. Great weekend. Hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. Don't forget the 15th Monaco Historiques won't be until 2026, and hopefully we'll see you then.
Yes, from me, Andrew Marriott, and from Bob Constantius, it's goodbye from Monte Carlo.